I mean, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Of course, he's trying to revive his movement through the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. We already knew that was going to happen. I mean, again, who predicted it? Oh, we did. I know, right? Is that mentally ill Valerie impersonating every person she can possibly impersonate? It's amazing to me that she tried to made a whole fake account of me, by the way. If you see it on Twitter, report it. Definitely report it. But she's now made a fake account of MLF, Astro, and pretty much anyone else to try to get into other people's spaces like a fucking weirdo. I mean, if you have that much time on your hands, Val, maybe get a therapist. I need just a few moments, guys. So while we get into this subject, because it's a subject we're going to get into when it comes to fucking Eden, we're going to replay Digital Messiah, which is one of the songs that I made to literally refer to exactly what Aiden does and who he is. So give me 1 second. Well, give me 4 minutes it takes to play this video. You're right back.
Whispers in the dark web, screams light up the night. They pull you in with promises, sweet lies and the feet. Click by click, your hope serve in the dark beat. Online army rises, keyboards turn to night. Tyrants into muddy, ruining innocent lives. No escape from the swarm, they hunt you down. Speak the truth, they'll burn your world to the ground. Cult of control, greed knows no end. Leaders' delusion needs Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. Greed devours the soul, it powers their drug. Control every thought, pull every string, go to any length, break every rule. Destroy the rebels, keep the faithful fools. Afraid to question, lines drawn in fear. He's the savior, wipe away the tear. Cult of control, greed knows no end. Leaders' delusion, he's Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. He preaches from his throne of lies, compares his wrath to holy skies, but underneath the halo glow, a monster pulling strings below.
I know it's like another catchy beat, right? Just saying, I have to make my songs catchy, make you want to bounce a little, just bounce a little. Yeah, that is how he starts his coverage on certain things. And Chris is a guy, Pat. I also just want to point out this tweet that you have all wrong there, Pat. I just want to correct a few things here in a tweet that I see here. I just want to kindly tell you why you're wrong and why your assumptions are just dead wrong. So you're replying to Jason, and your comment was, "Dear moron, how did all these anti-TV folks know all the details of what was going on the whole time if it wasn't an organized effort?" Well, I can answer that, sir. See, I've had my channel for quite a few years at this point, okay? And I took a few breaks in between, lifes, whether we like it or not. And so Aiden is a person who shares things, and a lot of things, to people that he thinks are his friends. The problem with that is half of those people are not his friends. They stay around to then funnel the information of his horrible things that he does to people like me, so that we have a heads up on someone he's going to hurt. So if we can stop it, we can stop it, or we can be prepared for it, right? It didn't have to be an organized effort. For everyone except the people in his cult, everyone could have predicted what he was going to do, and in the order he was going to do it. Why, you ask? Well, I don't know. Probably because, once again, it's a pattern of behavior going back 10 years. He does the exact same things over and over and over. I know expecting a different result would be insanity, right? Well, that's, that's what he does. That's what he does. He is very much a predictable human being when it comes to what tactic he might pull next. And everyone but the cult sees right through it. See, that's the problem, is it doesn't have to be an organized effort, nor was it an organized effort, because he has a pattern of behavior and he shares pretty much fucking everything. To me, the problem with people making these comments, like you, Pat, who don't really know what the actual fuck is going on, you don't really know the ins and outs of all of this, is you don't know all the ins and outs of it. You have no idea what happens behind closed doors, or the horrific, awful, terrible, diabolical things that he plans and how he does it. So let me set you straight. Old Pats is dead. If you are in the cult, I feel for you. I feel sorry for you. And maybe, just maybe, one day you'll make it out of that cult. And when you make it out of that cult, there'll be people out here to support you. When you're in a cult, oftentimes you don't know when you're in one, right? I mean, David Koresh's followers, some of them died inside that building with him, not believing they were in a cult, right? And then the ones that escaped out of that fire now publicly, say, when you're in a cult, you don't realize you're in a cult. That's like a theme, right? Like when you're in one, you don't realize you're in one until you've escaped one. I mean, if old Pats is dead, is Aiden himself, then why be a coward, Aiden? I mean, let's have a chat, bud. I mean, I know you don't want to talk to me because I don't let you gaslight and narrate and spin, but let's have a little chat, Aiden. Let's have a little chit chat, bud. Let's do that, shall we? Why not, right? So you're saying that Babs admitted all these people have been going in group chats with the anti-free Karen Reed people too for months, mass reporting, pro-TV accounts, and planning attacks. That's just simply not true. Simply not true. I get many messages from many different people. Many. Anti-free Karen Reed, doesn't matter. Want to know why? Because I treat people with the kindness and respect that they deserve. I'm just saying, I treat them the way that I want to be treated, right? I mean, he knows my number. He could call. I mean, he's not going to, let's be honest, but he could if he really wanted to, right? So, I mean, let's be honest, but so I'm looking at the bottom, and there was another comment you made, the slow drip of information was no mistake either. Well, first of all, you don't put out information that you can't confirm, right? You don't do that. That's not like a thing, right? So in order for us to put out information, we have to confirm it. So it's not that it's slow drip. I would just drop it all at once if I could, but that would be irresponsible if you can't confirm it, right? So slow drip, fast drip, there is no, oh my God, let's drip it out slow, guys. Like, no, it's called doing your due diligence, you know? You have to do that. You have to be responsible, unlike Aiden. You know, you have to be responsible with information you're putting out there and making sure it's not going to hurt innocent people. There is plenty of information that I sit on every day, all day, and I don't put out there. Julie knows. Julie's one of my closest friends. She knows how much information I just sit on and sit on and sit on and sit on, and until someone irresponsibly, like Jess Machado, puts it out, but then they put a spin on it. And the problem with that is I'm not willing to just drop out information that I cannot confirm more than twice from 2 different sources. It's irresponsible. This isn't, you know, we don't operate like that here. I never have, and I never will, right? I'm not out to hurt people. I'm literally a ball. Like, there is no, like, Aiden has no problem throwing his sources under the bus. There is no chance anybody is going to get my sources from me, where they work, who they are. There's 0 chance. Even if you were a source for me once and now I can't stand you and I don't like you and I think you're a horrible person, well, there's good news for you, right? I would never give your information about what you told me source-wise to anyone else, because I'm not that human. You know, it's just simply not that kind of human. So it has nothing to do with the slow drip of information being no mistake. If we had it all at once, it didn't drop all at once. It has nothing to do with, there is no like collusion of like, oh, let's slow drip this, guys. I mean, that's weird to even believe. That's like Grant level crazy right there. All right. It's not about incriminating as many diehard turtle riders as you can by disseminating certain information you knew they would defend and look bad on. No, that's what Aiden does. I think you're confused. You're confused. You're a little bit confused, but you're a little bit confused. See, nobody just goes after turtle riders. I mean, we tell them that they're in a cult, right? Because hopefully that they realize it themselves and they come to their senses and they come out, which many of them have, right? And I've been here to support every single one of them that realized it was and felt really shitty afterwards. They felt bad. They felt ashamed, embarrassed, and I was there, right? Even if they said horrible, mean, terrible things about me, I understood the dynamics here, okay? And they had a soft place to land, all right? So that's just bullshit, all right? Nobody wants to just disseminate information on people for funsies, all right? No one here is the turtle cult except him, you know? Come on, let's be real here. So we're a pile of scum just like the rest of your friends. Got it. Okay, duly noted. I will duly note that everyone's a pile of scum. I am not connected to Jason. I don't know what Jason does or doesn't do. And so I'm assuming that this is, but Carly and Kiki commented. So I really don't know who he is, he, she, Aiden, whoever is referring to. Old past, maybe you can, tell us, I mean, you're not blocked. So like, tell us, shall you? Tell us. Tell us what's going through your mind on why you would think this, because it's just simply not true. Nobody mass reports pro Aiden accounts and plans attacks on them. If they're horrible people, if they're shitty people and they're releasing pictures of people's children, people are going to report it. It's kind of common sense. If you're impersonating someone, people are going to report it. Yes, I urge people to report the fake account Val made of me, because that's a fake account of me. That's kind of how I would never make a fake account of her, because A, who the fuck wastes their time making multiple fake accounts of multiple people that you don't like? I mean, that's fucking weird shit. Like, Val, if you have that much time on your hands, honey, there's a million other things you can do. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. I'm just saying. There's a million other things you could do, Valerie. Come on. Seriously. I don't know how he did that, Moni. I 100% agree with you, darling. I don't know how he could, in good conscience, allow Aiden anywhere near Kelsey. But again, I do not think Bradel's a good attorney, and I think she should have fired him a long time ago. Sorry, not sorry, I mean, you don't want to speak up, old Pats. I mean, I don't get it. You're not blocked. I mean, you had something to say here above, right? Like, if men were allowed in the girls' chat, I mean, Chris is a guy, right? So obviously that answer is yes, but this is the only thing you had to say today? I mean, you had a lot to say on Twitter. I mean, I'm just trying to clarify here, but, to be fair, though, and I'm going to be fair here when it comes to Lana, she gets most of her information from people like me. I'm not a huge fan of hers. And that, it's great that she wants to call him out and everything, but like, do your own research on it and at least give credit where it's due when you're taking other people's information and research, which I try to do. If I get something from somewhere, I show you guys where it is, right? Where I found it. I don't just present it and be like, oh, that's fine. If it is my own experience, and that's one thing, right? Oh, hey, girl. I'll give you company in the new chair that you bought me. Nice and comfy dumpty. Also, Sparkly's not here yet, but when Sparkly gets here, I would really like to thank Sparkly for something that came in the mail yesterday from my Amazon wish list, because I know I'm a simple gal, but it made me super happy because I am just a simple gal. But that's the thing. Moni's exactly right. Nobody's that fucking calculated. Nobody's that diabolical unless you're Aiden and his idiot people. Like that. Those are the people that are that serious. You know what I mean? Like that's, come on. Come on. Ridiculousness. Well, wait, did he get confronted by Jason yesterday, or was it just because some of you haven't read the article. I'm going to read the article for you guys. I haven't even read the article. So we're going to read it for the first time together. I was told this morning by a few people, obviously I trust let's be real, honestly, he is clearly afraid. And here's the reason why. It says, I don't allow him to fucking gaslight. I don't allow him to spin and put the blame on someone else when it belongs squarely with him. I did this bad thing, but I need to blame the person who released it. It doesn't fucking matter who released it. It does not matter who released the recording. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck who released it. That's irrelevant who released it. The problem is Aiden illegally recorded Karen in the same way that he illegally recorded Lindsay and Meredith and fucking Lucky and Scanlon and and Kara and a million other people, all the women he's dated, right? Plus 100 other fucking people. Okay? Like, that's why. Because I don't allow him to just keep spinning his wheels and narrate the conversation. No, Aiden. You want to go by your stupid rules, right? When you scream out, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Even when the evidence has already been posted of what you've done, you think screaming, where's the evidence, is going to make your audience believe that there is none? Because he keeps doing that. Where's the evidence? The evidence and receipts have been posted a million times. Literally. Okay? Yet he still gets on his show, well, where's the evidence? Where is it? Aiden, we've all seen it. Okay? But then, in that same breath where he's screaming, where's the evidence, even though all of the evidence has been posted, right? He then turns and points the finger at someone else, which is usually Meredith these days, or me, or someone like JBrill, or, whoever, or Brandi, whoever, lately, whoever, right? Just point, this person. So my response to him on that space is, whoa, Aiden, well, where's the evidence, sir? You're just screaming, where's the evidence? But we have the evidence that you did because it's been posted, but where's your evidence? We're going to go by your ridiculous rules that you just brought into this space. Where's your evidence? It doesn't exist. There is none. There is none. Isn't it funny how Aiden can't produce one tiny little piece of evidence of anything that he claims is everyone else's fucking fault, right? Sorry, I forgot to turn the volume down on my phone. That's my beat. He can't produce it. It doesn't exist. That's a problem, no? He's already calculated their age difference as if to see if a dating situation could work. Oh my God, that's disgusting. Not that we all didn't call that. We all definitely called that. That's a thing. We all were like, yeah, he's going to try to be the creep that he is, right? I think he needs Sexaholics Anonymous. I'm totally not kidding. That's my opinion, that the man is a sex addict. You can't keep it in his pants fucking one day a week, To me, that's a serious issue. Like you can't even be faithful one day a fucking week, 2 days a week. That's a serious issue. I do not, Michelle. That is a damn good question. And Michelle is asking if, do I think his lawyers will save their own reputations and toss them aside? No, because Bradel has no ethics. He never really did. And Betterow is one of those attorneys that always cared about public persona more than he really did his clients. And we can see that in a review that one of his clients left many years ago, long before anybody ever knew who he was, and long before Aiden's cases. Another one of his clients who had a semi-high profile case in his area made exactly that comment in a review where he ended up firing Betterow because of that behavior, because of his need for attention from the media and giving certain details to the media that the person had said not to, right? Didn't want to harm people, right? And Betterow did it anyway. So we ended up firing him, good afternoon, good morning. It's morning for some of you. It's afternoon for some of you. It's, I didn't wake up until 10:30. My sister was in labor yesterday, and I have a new nephew. He was born last night. Of course I hit a nerve. That's what he does. It's, oh, thank you, Ruthie. I don't have a lot of sweaters. To be fair, I don't own many clothes. When we had that fire in 2020, we lost everything. So I have not been able to accumulate a lot. Amy got me a couple really cute sweaters, thank God. This one actually was given to me by a friend of mine who she didn't like it. She wore it once and was like, it's not my thing. So she knew it would be something that I would wear. So she gave it to me. And it is nice and cozy. Definitely nice and cozy. I love this sweater. But I agree with you on that. I shouldn't have let him anywhere near him, anywhere near him. I know I'm forgiving, but there's a reason for that, right? Because I can understand certain things that maybe other people haven't, and maybe that's my life experience. But you know how I am. You know me in real life, right? Like some people know me in real life. So there are two people Aiden is currently, attacking, of course. The whole point of that is I don't just stand with JBrill or Brandi. I stand with any person that he's going to victimize to blame them for his own bad behavior. Anybody who speaks the truth about him, he automatically harasses and automatically spins a narrative to his audience that they're bad people, when in reality, it's just simply not true, Well, that's the thing. If you ever notice when he does come to say something about me, it's a short and sweet thing, and then he stops, right? He might make one little criticizing comment or something like, oh, don't smoke, like twisted. Yeah, problem is I quit smoking 2 years ago, and that's all he can say about me. Like, dude, your best friend chain smokes on screen 24/7. What? Every person you get on screen with smokes, bro. Okay, Jimmy, Will the Marlboro Cowboy. Come on, Lil Debbie. All these people smoke, so it kind of rings flat, especially because Aiden himself smokes weed, which is actually weed smoke is worse for you than cigarette smoke. I used to tell my husband that all the time because I don't smoke weed, but my husband does. He smokes at night before he goes to sleep. So weed smoke is actually worse for you than cigarette smoking. And not that I give a shit, because I don't care what anybody does. You can smoke all you want. Nobody over here is going to make fun of you for that. No judgment here, my friends. But he throws these little insults out to specific people, right? If you smoke, you're bad. Also, he still can't tell the difference between pajamas and leggings, which is seriously concerning. He threw out that narrative forever ago that oh, well, she smokes cigarettes and wears pajamas to court hearings. First of all, I was outside. Secondly, I wasn't wearing pajamas. They were leggings. They were skull leggings, and I bought them at Walmart, actually, and they were comfy. I still have them. They're very comfy. I love those leggings. They're one of my favorite pairs of leggings because they're super comfortable, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden doesn't know the difference, apparently, between pajamas and leggings. Not that we would expect it. He's not too intelligent, So, just saying. So I'm going to read the article. I haven't read it yet. He did fold like a lawn chair when I dealt with him, too. So I don't know. Did Jason go on his show, or was it just the article? Yep, it's Sunday. We chilling today. No. JBrill, his name is Jason. That's true. But no, Jason is not Haley Walbrecht on X. It's a different person. So there's actually technically two Jasons. Yeah, according to Better, it was all Meredith. Yeah, because that's what. Oh, there you are, Sparkly. There you are. You didn't leave yet, did you, Sparkly? Because I need to. Right? Why'd you run off, bud? Yeah, but those court documents are documents that a lot of us, A, have been through, or B, are waiting to go through on purpose because we have personal knowledge of some of these scenarios. And so, to put everything into context at once, at least for me, makes more sense. She can go through all of Aiden's court documents until the cows come home. But if she doesn't have the context of why X, Y, and Z happened and what things are actual bold-faced lies, then, then you're just fishing for that on other people's channels. And when you're spitting out, and this is my biggest problem, when you're spitting out phrases that other people say, right, then you're kind of giving yourself away that you're watching their content and then taking things from their content, which is fine. You want to do that. That's all well and good. But at least give a little bit of, hey, I was watching, JFK and I learned this, or I, was watching whatever and I learned that. It's the right thing to do, Okay, Moni's explaining it perfect. Yep, two different people. Okay, hold on. Sparkly's here. Yeah, that's his claim. Record over the shoulder. He seems to forget that he told his audience that he recorded it, and that if you call him angry, he's going to record you every single time. He forgot that he said that. And so then he claimed like it recorded over her shoulder or something, which she can prove with her phone and her Google Maps locations that she wasn't anywhere near him. They were broken up already and they were nowhere near each other. Bitch boy. Yep, his name. Don't drop the soap McGee. I mean, not only do I have personal experience, but I have personal experience with his victims, including girlfriends that he targets, you know, right? That man did not ever meet a press conference he didn't love, for sure. It is a fuck, you have no idea. It's more than a full-time job. And don't feel bad asking questions. Not here. I don't know, but I can't speak for other people's channels and whether you want to have questions asked or not of them. But here on this channel, on Untwisted's channel, you're more than, you know, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that I can answer. Obviously, there's going to be things I can't talk about right now, and there'll be things that I'll, you know, be able to expand upon later. But I have no problem with people asking questions. I'm more than happy to answer them. You know, there's no stupid questions. People feel like, well, I know this is probably a stupid. Don't ever say that. There's never a stupid question. You know, growing up, I used to hear people say that a lot. And one of the teachers that sticks with me in my mind that I had in high school, it was an AP English teacher of mine when I was a freshman in high school. And I was in foster care, so I went to 4 different high schools, 2 of which, thankfully, I had already been in school system, so I knew people, 2 of which I didn't. Nonetheless, this one teacher, you know, always said, like, there's no stupid questions. It can sound stupid to one person, but if you don't ask the question, you don't get the answer. Or if you do get the answer, you might not get the correct answer, right? So there's no stupid questions. If you have to ask a question, other people might know the answer, but you might not, right? It's important to ask those questions so that they get the correct answers. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, right? Pug bitch babies, what he's going to be called. Thank you, guys. I'm so excited to have a new nephew. I'm so excited. No, I think it's a magistrate's hearing. So a magistrate's hearing, for those of you that don't know, is just to see if there's evidence enough to even bring charge, which I don't think that you're going to find that it will go past the magistrate's hearing. You know, I just don't think so. Thank you, Rando. I know you are, Freeze. I know you. I know you just go everywhere and check out everything, which is what I respect about you, is that you just check it all out, you know, all of it. I love that. You know, you have to. I think JFK said it the other night, is like he likes to hear the other parts of it. It's what makes it intriguing, and what makes it, you know, engaging is trying to figure out what is and what isn't and hearing all of it, you know? And I loved that he said that, you know? Only watch for a but. Yeah, I bet it was tough. I don't blame you. Happy Sunday, Justice. Listen, girl, I love myself a pair of leggings, okay? Bradle does suck. Put it on 2.0, Julie, and you can catch up. Yeah, JBrill goes by J. Okay, you're still here. Good. Let me go. I need to thank Sparkly. I have to do this real quick. Okay, I can get likes. Well, you guys know that. You know that. Yeah, that's just trash. Celebrating someone losing their job. Let me be clear here. My whole entire show, this is what pisses me off about him so bad, is he doesn't care who he hurts financially or any other way. I am still crawling out of the lies that he told about me. Now, people who know me know better, right? And some of you now clearly know better. But there are still people out there repeating his lies about me, right? There was a lady this morning. We're going to give her a shout out of Life with a Labrador. Shout out to Life with a Labrador this morning, who made a comment on something I wrote and was like, what'd she say? She said, I'm going to call welfare, and I'm going to be loud and tell other people to do it. And I broke down laughing. And I was like, please do. Please, oh my God, when you do, okay, do me a favor, take a picture of your face when you're on the phone with them, when they tell you that I don't receive benefits. Take a picture of your face when you realize that you made yourself look foolish to a government agency because you believed what the sewer turtle told you. I don't get any benefits. I don't get any government benefit, dude. I don't get any. 0. My husband's 20 something, you know, dollars an hour is too much to get any help, which I'm in that middle ground where you don't make enough to pay all your bills, but you make, you know, don't make nothing, so you can't get help, right? So just because Aiden calls people welfare this or food stamp that does not mean they get those things. Sorry to tell you, but I pay market rent. I don't have Section 8. I don't get welfare. I don't get any government money or benefits. What my husband makes and what I make here is it. That's it. So I just started breaking down laughing. Like, and I had to write a whole thing. Like, if you do, I want a picture of your face. Please take a picture of your face when you're on the phone with them and you're trying to, like, I don't even know what you would say to them, but like when you're on there and you're like, oh, I need to report that I don't like this person on social media and I don't like that they are supposedly getting government benefits. So I'd like you to I don't even know what, but do something. My name is Karen Gladys Ethel, right? When they come back and go, ma'am, we have nobody of that name receiving any benefits. I want a picture of your face, please. I mean, share it with the class. To be fair here, share it with the fucking class, you know? I want you to share it with the class. Because when in that moment, when you feel fucking stupid, I want you to remember that it's Aiden's fault, partially. Partially, it's his fault for spewing nonsense and lies just to like try to shit on people, number one. And number two, the other part's on you for just believing the nonsense with no pushback whatsoever. So I want you to take a picture of your fucking face and how stupid you're going to actually feel when they tell you there's nobody getting benefits. Sorry, lady. There's, by the way, I just want to throw out there, there's nothing wrong with someone who needs help or benefits. I live in one of the most expensive states in the country to live in for not just housing, but food and everything else. So there is nothing wrong with people needing help. They paid into it with their taxes. Their entire working lives, they paid into it with their taxes. So when they need help, it's there. That's the whole purpose of it. But I don't get it. So I would love for a picture of your face, lady. Please, for the love of God, share it with the class. I want to be a fly on the wall when you do that, please. And anybody else who chooses to, please. I want to see your face because you're going to feel stupid. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Aiden lying to his minions or him making a fake sock account, because let's be real here, this account has fucking 6 followers and 22 people they follow. I mean, chances are it's one of Aiden's idiot sock accounts or one of his minions' idiot sock accounts, you know? Ooh, shaking daddy, that's a good message for him. I'm gonna read the thing from Jason. Thank you, Justice. He is rotten, just absolutely rotten. I have access to it from different things, but I don't help with his documents right now because I want to do a document dump of all of his documents right before trial because I want to remind everybody all of the things that he claimed in his ridiculous motions and then what happens when the trial comes if he doesn't plea out like the pussy bitch that he is. It is insane, right? Who did have a spaces last night? Okay, I need to go get something to thank Sparkly. Right? For real. Hoodie and leggings. It's like daily uniform for Boston chicks. Where's this dude from? Hey, Brill. You let me know if you want to pop up on here. I would happy to send you a link, my friend. I know you're just driving or whatever. I'm listening. And whatnot. But I want to thank Sparkly real quick and show you guys. No wonders, Moni. Thank you so much for being here. We stand with all of them. All of the, hey, New York. We stand with all of the people who get harassed and just bullshitted by Aiden, right? Because eventually a lot of the people who watch him, it isn't anybody's business, but I want to be a fly on the wall when they call and they tell them nobody's getting public assistance here, right? Chris is right. Aiden receives public assistance with his fundraisers. You took all that money and bought a fucking house. How stupid do you have to be to keep donating to him? You know? And that's the other thing, though. Like, I have no problem with a content creator making money, right? Like, I have one of these to show people how to make money. It's the way that I make money, right? This is my livelihood. But let's be clear. He had no problem making sure that my livelihood went to, like, me being able to pay for groceries weekly to basically nothing. And I'm still crawling out of that hole of lies, that mound of lies that he placed upon me because he couldn't just be honest with people and say, I cheated on 4 women, one of which being my wife. I couldn't do that. I have to put the blame on everyone else and make up lies about them so no one will listen to them. You know, like, come on. It's just ridiculous. It's utterly fucking ridiculous. All right, I have to show you guys what Sparkly got me because, oh, thank you, Jane. I'm so happy to have a new nephew, and he's beautiful. I would share a picture with you guys, but we decided as a family nobody shares. My mother did the last time my sister had a baby. My sister was not happy about it. She wants to share the first picture on social media. So once she shares the first picture on social media, I will show you guys baby Carter. And he is adorable. He is so cute. So cute. Like I said, I have no problem with content creators making money. Some of us, this is our only job, right? I have disabilities and medical, and so I can't work in the prison system anymore. I physically cannot do my career job anymore, right? And I also have other things going on with my own children at home. I have one that's, got a lot of medical, and then I got two others. So I have no problem with people making money as content creators. The problem is when you start lying to people that you need this money for a defense fund, when in reality, you could have just paid for it yourself. If you have the capacity to pay for it yourself, you shouldn't be asking other people for it, period. And Aiden did that. Why? Because he wanted to keep all of his money to himself. He said it many times. He says, I'm very frugal. No, he's not frugal. He's cheap. There's a word for that. He's cheap. All the women he's ever dated have told me he's fucking cheap. It has nothing to do with being frugal. There's frugal, then there's cheap. That man is, SpongeBob cheap. Mr. Krabs fucking cheap, okay? Chasing pennies down the highway cheap, all right? So let's just be honest here. He's literally the ultimate welfare king. Thank you, Jermaine. It's the point, right? I'm so hot today, you have no idea. And I think it's because I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired of him attacking people. Again, I've been almost 3 years crawling out of this hole of lies that he fucking fed people about me. And slowly but surely, some people are figuring it out. But there's still other people like this idiot here just repeating shit that Aiden says about me that's simply just bold-faced not true, right? And that affects my business. That affects my channel. It affects people wanting to come here, to subscribe, to donate, to actually get the truth and maybe stay away from him and his fucking sewer minions, right? It affects me in a big, big way. And so I shouldn't have to crawl out of something that he created to hide his own bad behavior. And it's the same goddamn fucking thing that he's been doing to JBrill and Brandi and anyone else that he wants to shit on, right? It's just gross. Thank you, Ruthie, for correcting people. I have also been correcting people. Hey, Rose, it's nice to see you. Okay, I need to show you guys what Sparkly got me. See, you got to be careful there because a lot of them just want to be your friend to see what you're going to post and send it to him. So be very, very careful. I'm going to show you guys what. Okay, without further ado, I got a package yesterday. And I'm like, a package? My husband brought it up and he's like, those are delivery guys, dear. Because, we joke that he's the room service guy, right? Because they say I live in a hotel. I've moved from my old apartment to this one. You can really tell either one is not a hotel. But since Aiden claims I live in a hotel, we named my husband the room service guy because he brings me in drinks or dinner or whatever when I'm working, and he's home. If he's home for that day, he's not working. So I got a package, and the room service guy brings up the package to me. It's a pretty big package. And I open the package, and the package itself inside is gift wrapped. It's freaking gift wrapped. So it's like a nice big turquoise bag, and it's got a tag hanging off of it. And it's like, it says, enjoy what's inside. It just says what's inside. Love, Sparkly. And I'm like, that's so nice. So I open it. Because now I know what's inside it because the tag says anyway. But it was heavy, so I could guess, right? I open it, and what shall we find inside the box? Well, we find my pink pots and pans, and you might be saying, Elise, how can those be pots and pans? There's no handle on them. Well, these were on my wish list for a reason. These handles come off. and they come with 2, and you can put them on any of them you want. But when you stack them to put them away, and you just press the button to release, okay? But when you stack them to put them away, they come with these guys so it doesn't scratch, right? You can stack them one on top of another. That way, they don't take up too much space, and you can put them in just like this, right? It came with 5 other pieces like this, and then a pink pad where you can put these down and they're not touching your, counter or whatever. I didn't bring them all in here because then I'd have to put them all back later. But I love them, obviously. I love them so much. It's one of the only 2 sort of, I would say, bigger items that I needed for my place. The other one is the couch, and I expect that to stay there until I can afford to buy it in 3 months because it's $300 or $400, $399 plus tax. So thank you so much, Sparkly. I love them. And you can ask my husband, like a little child opening it up. And my daughter's like poking them, like, don't touch my pants. Don't touch my pants. They're pink and they match the rest of the house. And if you're guessing, like, Elise, maybe just your office is pink. Oh no, my friends. Oh no, my toaster is pink. My knife block is pink. A while back, a couple months back, Jen got me a, whatchamacallit, can opener, electric can opener, and it's pink. And this thing that you hang on the wall so you can put, it holds your broom and mop. And then it also has hooks on it so you can, hang things. This is like a bracket for a broom or a mop, then a hook, then a bracket, then a hook. And that's also pink. So that's in the closet, because in this apartment, which we didn't have in the old one, we have a closet that's really tall and just square. So you can't fit, you could put shelves in there, but then you wouldn't be able to fit things like the vacuum. So the vacuum sits in there, and you'd say, why do you need a vacuum, Elise? You don't have carpets anymore. But I did have carpets, and that's why I have a vacuum. And also I plan at some point to get some sort of area rugs just because it's easier. I live on a 3rd floor. It kind of drowns out noise. And also I need one for under this chair because I keep sliding back and forth. I have to keep pulling myself in, which is kind of annoying. But I got to get a couple area rugs eventually for the place. So I just want to take time out to thank Sparkly for that, because that was super nice. It was expensive, and I appreciate that, she took the time to think about me and pick something off my list that she knew that I would love. And so I just want to give a big, big thank you to Sparkly. That was a really nice gift. I appreciate that. Thank you. In fact, he thinks he's better than others and leans more into the entertaining himself. So, of course he does. That's his thing, but pretending, like, it's pretending. That's the part that gets me, is he screams free speech for himself. Like, come on. Hey, Christina. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, even if you're an anti, right? Like some of us, I have a great mix of anti and free Karen Read people who are in my chat and in my community. And I am super proud of that, because we're all civil. We all treat each other the way we want to be treated. And we can all see when something really shitty is happening, right? He does have puppets. That's the problem, though. Yep, Carter. So, I mean, I can't, they do talk crazy. They would never say some of the shit in real life they say on Twitter, I mean, let's be honest. You're 100% right, Ruthie. Like, let's be, JBrill said, I'm beginning to think Rattle Rats followers are infected with Stockholm Syndrome. It is like Stockholm Syndrome. And it is, it is. It literally is exactly like that. He is SpongeBob cheap. I'm so serious. He's Mr. Krabs cheap. All right. Well, that's the thing. I'm not proving. I mean, that's weird for anybody to ask that on Twitter. It's weird. But again, you have to be careful. Thank you so much. You guys have to be careful with anybody saying shit like that, It's insane to me. Well, see, Sassy, we're working on something like that right now. I've been working on something like that for a while, behind closed doors. And that's kind of why, the other day people were like, they know that we were on Spaces, and like, I think it was Deidre, maybe Sparkly, like, they know that I've been working on some stuff behind closed doors for a while now. And it's because YouTube's not doing their part. They're not doing Alphabet. It's not doing their part. I mean, the man has at least 12 at least 12 as a like minimum. He has like 12 terms of service violations per video. You know, I'm going to give him all the love and hugs from all of you. Believe me. Oh my God. I remember MySpace. Oh God, I remember MySpace. You are living in a hotel, right? Ironically, but you're moving out of state. So they are so cute, right? And you could just, I love it. You could take the handles off. It's genius. Okay. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like genius. I believe he does for his channel so that all those pop-up ads, you can pay for one of those pop-up ads on his channel, you know? But yes, he has many ways of collecting income, including all those pop-up ads on his thing. Then it's the merch, then it's the memberships, then he has his turtle chats, of which we have a version, but if they're untwisted chats, of course, you guys can see them there at the top of the screen. It's pinned to the top there, although, again, I am probably 48 minutes in and I always forget to tell people how to donate to the channel, which is probably like not smart on my behalf, considering I'm trying to like maintain a channel here and grow. But I just get so into the actual content that we're talking about that I completely forget until it's like, you know, they say between the first 10 and 20 minutes is when you really should tell people. But I never do that because I am so just ready to delve into what we're going to talk about that I forget. But if you do want to, okay, support the channel, we're more than appreciative and grateful. And there's 100 different ways you can do so. We have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have an Amazon wish list. We have chat at the top. You can click on that. It's in our chat over here on YouTube. It's also in the description of the video here on YouTube. And you can just click on that link and you can put in any amount you want. You can write a comment, a paragraph if you want. And here, unlike Aiden, there's no $5 minimum. And the fact that he still writes that, I saw that, somebody took a screenshot. He's still writing that. $5 minimum to have it read. Like, how ungrateful do you have to be? I just don't understand it, but whatever. Like, he's just a shitty fucking person. And then we have our already, you know, regular options like super chats, super stickers, and memberships and gifting memberships. And all of those are options for the channel. We have an Amazon wish list that's in the description. There's a new one. There's an old one. The new one has the 5 most important things that I need from, you know, I just moved. So 5 most important things that I need here. My wonderful friend said, put the 5 most important things that you want on this list. On the old list, leave all the things, because I like to put like a range of, you know, from cheap to expensive and all in the middle and all different range of different things, like here, there, and everywhere, right? And that's on the other list. But on the new one, it's just the 5 most important things I need for the place. So it's bubblegum pink. Listen, everything's pink, okay? This is for my wrist. This is pink. My mouse pad is pink. My mouse itself is pink. My keyboard is pink. My speaker is pink. My microphone is pink. All right. It's pink. Everything is pink. All right. My Justice app sign that I still have not put up yet. Pink. My headphone, pink. Okay. Although I'm really sad about this. This is what happened to my Beats. Okay. And they're not regular Beats. These are like sport Beats. I've had them for a few years. My husband got them for me for Christmas and they last forever. I used to be able to do a whole show without these dying most of the time. If they were, what happened? I am so upset. And this happened a while ago and I have not remembered to put a new pair on my list. But I love these Beats because they're the sport version. And like when they're around your neck or when you hang them up, guess what happens? Whoop, because there's a magnet. So when they're around your neck and you're not using them, you can't lose them. And when they're hanging up somewhere, they can't fall because there's nothing there. It just poops together, right? And they're broken. And I'm mad about it because they last forever. They're like really good headphones. So that's a sad thing. But nonetheless, everything is pink. Everything is pink because, I mean, hello, I'm a pink kind of gal. I just love everything pink, right? Like everyone else should, right? Like pink, why not? Got my pink little flowers and hair bows and, you know, it's Sunday, so I don't really care what I look like right now in case anybody was wondering. I don't give a shit. It's Sunday. I love them. I love them. I like all different tones of pink. If it's pink, it's for me. If it has skulls on it, if it has bling on it, it's for me and I love it. For instance, this is pink and black and white. One of you wonderful people got this for me when we were at our you know, a while ago at my old place, and we had it up on the wall, sort of here-ish, but on the other wall, of course. And so I don't know where I'm going to put it yet. I'm going to put it somewhere. Oh, that's too high. Can't even put it on like the, whatever. We'll figure it out. It's going to go somewhere near here. All right. Because it has to. But I love it. You know, I love it. It's not rando. That's a perfectly acceptable question to ask, Barb. That's a perfectly acceptable question to ask. Not random at all, actually. I also wish you guys could see my do epic shit sign, but we've tried it multitude of times. Maybe this place being bigger, my office being bigger, I can put it way back there and you can see it. Because I do have a neon sign that says do epic shit, although I wish I had like, you know, an untwisted tragedy sign, like a neon one. But it's too bright. Imagine that. It's so bright that you guys can't see it on screen. All you can see is like light. You can't see what it says. You can't, but it says do epic shit. I mean, so mad that you guys can't see that one because it's one of my favorite, you know, ones besides the bow and the cherries that light up. But I do have the bone conductor headphones. I have used them. Mine are purple. And I have those. It hurts my ear right here, even though it's on the outside of your ear. They're like right here. The part that goes right here, it hurts. And probably because I have psoriasis, so I get it like right near my ears, right back here. But it's like too hard, I feel like. I mean, I still use them, but I can only use them for so long before they start to hurt and I have to take them off. Oh, thank you, Barbs. I mean, I feel like sometimes I feel like a broken record because these are a lot of things I've been saying for a really long time when it comes to the sewer journal, you know? I know you're not, but nobody can ever ruin the color pink for me, no matter how hard they try. It's my favorite color. You girl, you should get some for yourself. If I could have gotten my vacuum in pink, I would have, believe me. It's another reason, Kim, why I kept it, because my vacuum actually does go all the way down to the ground. It's like an option to go all the way down to the ground. You can actually vacuum like floors. It actually does floors too. So also I like to be able to keep the suction to go into like corners and stuff where like, you know, maybe the broom isn't doing great with, you know, and you should get them for yourself. They're amazing. I love them. Dora is amazing. Although I did wake up and she was like crawling on my leg this morning. I was like, girl, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing right now? She wanted to be patted. So she jumped up on I'm a side sleeper. So she jumped up on my side of my leg and was walking up towards my head. She was kind of like, hello, you should be awake by now. I mean, I don't usually sleep this late. I slept till 10:30 this morning. I don't sleep that late. So she was like, give me attention now, please, ma'am. I love me a good Ocean State job lot for sure. I think the problem is I don't drive, so I kind of only get to go to places other people are going. You know, I'm going to read Jason's thing here. Wait, you saw baby pink paper towels? Shut up. Where did you see these, Kim? I need to know. I mean, I have a paper towel holder that's pink and has a bow on it on my wish list, on the old wish list, which is still public and active. But we have one of the turtle riders going over to my wish list and like pulling things off of it by not buying them, but pulling them off so other people can't get them. Like that's their deal, is to do like weird shit like that. Like who has that kind of time on their hands to go into someone else's wish list and like put things in their cart and go like you're going to check out, but don't ever check out with it so that it pulls it off someone else's wish list so other people can't get. Like if you have that kind of time in your hands to do shit like that, you're pathetic, because it takes me about 10 seconds to fix it, you fucking idiots and buffoons. Ooh, plants. That's a good idea. I'm not gonna lie though. They might have to be self-sustainable because I'm not good at remembering to water plants. They may not survive me. They may not survive me. Yeah, I agree. Walking Dead, like the TV show. I don't have a porch. I wish I did. I'm on the 3rd floor. I wish. You know what? That's smart. Unfortunately, with the fact that they give us paper bags only these days, I think that might not work. But that's very smart. Pulley system, I'm telling you, when I have to carry groceries up, I wait until my husband's home because I can't carry all that up 3 flights of stairs. It's a lot of flights of stairs. It's a lot, you know? Right? I need them. If they're pink, I need them. Hi, Matt. Right? We're working too. And Brill's right. We are. Right? Like just because Aiden's out there, like he's working, we're working. Why are we not allowed to cover a case? Only he's allowed to ask questions and cover cases. But if anyone else does it, you know, they're bad. They're horrible. They're terrible. No, we're working too. You know, his problem is that he doesn't live stream when he's outside of a court. And so he believes that you, me, or anybody else shouldn't be live streaming outside of the court and making money because he's not doing it and he's not making money. So that's his problem, right? His problem is he brings it back to his show and does the content there when some of us just live stream it, for the world to see, because the whole purpose of me doing it is because some people don't live in state, can't get down there. They're working and they want to see what the hell's going on. And so it's an easy way to bring everyone with you, right? Like just live stream it. And he doesn't do that. He saves it all for how he can remember to spin it with narrative. Goes home and writes his little diary of a wimpy sewer turtle notes. Today, everyone, I'm going to go after Brandi and JBrill. I'm going to tell everyone they're bad people because they didn't do what I wanted. And simply, Aiden was sending Brandi emails saying, you need to unite people so that people will, rally around me and Karen, and basically like trying to force Karen to accept him back and that they'd be better off together. And he wanted Brandi to push that narrative out there, Yeah, ads on his website, not his channel, but his website. But the channel too, if he's monetized. But no worries. But that's what he does, first of all, I would never make a website with that many pop-up ads. That's fucking crazy. That is just fucking cray. I feel like it would, but I don't think you guys would see it unless I did it like right on the bottom tip there, and it would be a problem, Ooh, that's actually a good idea. I didn't think about that. Like anything black and pink, black and white, black and gray, pink and gray, pink and white, like those are that's all me. All me. Yeah, they get a little itchy sometimes, Okay. You need a new design. He was making fun of my moon photo? Was he? Little Debbie, this picture is powerful, sir. Okay? You need to stop it. Stay in your basement. See, what I love about these people is they have so much to say about everyone else, right? Willie the Marlboro Cowboy and Little Debbie and Jess, they have so much to say about everyone else, but two of them live in their mommy's basements and one pretends that their mom's house is their house. Come talk to me when you adult like the rest of us. I've been on my own since I was 17 and a half. Okay, I've lived on my own since I was 17 and a half. My whole life. My whole entire fucking life. So you know what? Sometimes you might eat ramen. Want to know why? Because we're paying all of our bills, the rent and the electric and the gas, and so there's not much left for food. But Jess and Jimmy and Willie, well, they don't have that problem because all they have to do is go to mommy's fridge, right? Mommy's going to put food in the fridge for herself, so they'll be able to eat, right? And mommy's not going to let the electric or gas get shut off, right? So all they have to do is keep all their money in their pockets. Gee, I wish I could do that. I wish, but I'm adulting. So, this photo, Little Debbie, is powerful. It's very powerful. You want to know why? Because it was a gift, number one. Number two, it shows the moons. Not a beaver moon, okay? But the moons in a totem, okay? This is one of my favorite photos, simply because one of you were kind enough to say, ooh, that looks cool, off to our wish list and purchase it for me. That in itself, no matter how much it costs, no matter what you think the picture says or means more to me than anything. That somebody went out of their way to think about me and say, I think she would love this. This thing off her wish list, I think she would love. And I did, and I do love it, right? So Little Debbie and Will the Marlboro Cowboy can make fun of whatever they want. My turquoise and purple eyeshadow, my pink flower, but I'll say this much. Look at me and look at them. Even on a bad day, today's a bad day, right? Like it's Sunday. I put my hair in a bun, right? I'm all frizzy. This is the Portuguese and Congolesian and Puerto Rican in me. This is how my hair likes to behave when I don't do anything with it. But it's Sunday. I don't actually fucking care, right? Also, my community doesn't judge me when I'm just like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. It's Sunday. I don't give a shit, right? My husband is home. That's the only person I have to impress, okay? And to be fair, he doesn't even like when I wear makeup. So there's that. But look at me and look at them. I love when they make fun of other people, whether it's the way they look or the way they talk. Like, look at me and look at all of you. Let's be honest here for a second. I mean, please. No, not Jess. I'm not going to be like, I'm the most beautiful, amazing person on planet Earth. But I mean, let's be honest here. Look at them and look at me. Like, who the fuck are you making fun of? Are you looking in a mirror when you're doing that? I'm confused. Okay. Did the mirror run away? I don't know. You know, I don't know. I do. I love me a good vacuum. I'm just saying. I love my kitty. You know, Ray-Can earbuds. Never heard of those ones. Ooh, I like that. That sounds cool. You're totally welcome, my friend. I am glad that you got it done. I love it. Yep, weirdo behavior. I love the chalkboard paint. I love that. It's really cool. I am a broken record, but I have to be, though, because there's new people all the time, and so then I have to repeat things, right? Unfortunately, it's kind of the way you have to operate when you're constantly getting new viewers, you know, like you just kind of have to. You just kind of have to, you know? And that is exactly it. It's a mission, a purpose in regards to advocating for other people. And so you kind of have to repeat yourself, you know? It's just sad. Ooh, English Ivies. I love that. Funny paper bag. Yeah, paper. We get paper bags. It's bullshit, okay? He did. He saw Brill and ran away. He ran away. Come back, Aiden, come back. I really hope poor Kelsey just runs away from him next time she sees him, or tells Brady, like, if you ever do that to me the fuck again, dude, make sure he stays far away from my shit. You know? Oh God, he's just as bad as Aiden. I mean, again, he takes his hints from Aiden. Aiden tells him what to do. You know? It's sad. I haven't been on that website and I don't even know how long. I don't even know how anybody does. It is on purpose to force people to like sign up so that they don't have to look at all the ads. Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Not a goddamn chance. You know? I recycle my plastic bags. I use them. I have a little plastic bag holder, although it's got a hole in it. I think it's on its way out. I got to get another one. There's a pink one on Amazon. I've been eyeing for like $7. I put it on my wish list so I won't forget it. Grimy, greasy Debbie. Yeah, little Debbie. I do too. You know, I think it's a beautiful picture. Well, they all do streams about me. I don't give a fuck. See, that's how little I care is I don't even bother to go look or see. I don't care that much. I don't give a shit because they don't know me. They don't know a single thing about me. They know what the turtle told them. And so if they want to repeat lies and look like fucking clowns in the clown parade, all the more power to them. All the more power to them if they want to do that. They can go right ahead and make themselves look like idiots, you know? That's another thing. Like, dude, you're in weird parking lots. If you live in mommy's basement, why can't you do it in your own room? I'm just saying, it's not like, you know, like at least JFK has the respect to do it at night, like outside of his house, because like his kids and stuff, right? Like Jimmy don't got no kids. He lives with mommy. Why can't you do it in your own room, Jimmy? I mean, Willie does it in his mommy's basement. Yes. Oh, thank you guys. They were thinking of me and the room service guy and the little brought me in some Twizzies. Thank you. Thank you guys. They walked to the store and they were thinking of me, so they got me Twizzies. I love it. Zebra cakes, Debbie. Yeah, you know, Azul Machado, you know. I love, Doctor Who, gotta love it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of help. Like, a lot of these people need help, and they're just taking their, like, hate and vitriol from Aiden and running with it, you know? Oh, thank you, Sassy. I appreciate you. Oh, you say that? I mean, seriously, the mirror had to have been running the fuck away from them at this point. I mean, what the actual hell? Like, you know? I love Doctor Who, just saying. Everybody yes, hit the like button. That's very much appreciative. I'm trying to get down to the bottom of these comments. I know I'm really bad at this. I apologize. I'm only 2 minutes behind right now, you know? Ooh, see? Gotta love it. See, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I love to hear from other people and learn about, because if you're not learning and growing, you're stagnant, right? And that's part of some of these people's problem is they're stagnant. They only take their cues from like, okay, Aiden's going after JBrill and Brandi today. Well, that's what we're going to do for the next week. You know, everything is a show. It's all a show, you know, all a fucking show. The whole thing is a show, you know? I love my battery powered operated neon signs. I have cherries and Bo. It's actually in the window right now. I gotta move them, but I love them. I want one that has like a cake. You know, I saw one that had like a little cake on it. My daughter loves Stitch, so I want to get her a Stitch one for her bedroom. Those are good for if you have kids, a chalkboard paint. Don't you worry. I'm gonna go through the whole thing in a second. I just want to get down to the twist. I know, right? Twizzies. Hey, girl. Long time no talk. Just kidding. Talked to you this morning. You and Julie talk to you guys every day because I love your faces. I don't understand how anybody listens to them either, Rose, but you know, yeah, Auntie Deb is a guy. Yep. His name's Jimmy. And he's now little Debbie or Jim Crow Gillis. You know, he likes the N-word, although he's white. Make that make sense, you know? It's debatable. God, I love it. It is debatable. I mean, none of these people are real men or real women. Like, this is the way that they act. It's that simple. Like, they're not good human beings, you know? Oh my God, I love Doctor Who. If you like Doctor Who, you have to like things like Lost, which was such a good show in its time. I feel like they need to do a reboot. Or Haven, that was a good one. I like that sci-fi type shit. Not like alien type shit, but like if it's got like, or The 100, that was one of my favorite shows. I love that show. I wish they would do some sort of reboot for it. Sanchez posted something an hour ago. Let's see what Sanchez said. Viva la Sanchez! Viva! Sanchez for president, okay? He said, one idea to raise $380K for Meredith is to raffle off a signed Sanchez 8x10 tickets. Would be $20 each, with 19,000 followers buying a minimum one ticket each. That's an easy $380K. That's a good idea, Sanchez. I like it. I like it, my friend. I like it, you know? Hey, Turtle Riders, you guys bought this house. You all own part. I mean, to be fair, it's true. You guys bought him that house. Haven is a good one, right, Barb? It's a good one. You know, I feel like Cosgrove should have already revoked his bail, but I love Lost. I'm just saying. I love Lost. I feel like in The 100, all the ones I mentioned I love. And there's more. I just didn't think of off the top of my head. But it's a good point. Mike calls him Uncle Debbie, Aunt Jimmy. Gotta love Mike. Gotta love Mike. Shout out to Mike for giving me a heads up on something yesterday. I appreciate that. And again, if you guys didn't see, Val tried to like invade Nina's space or Sparkly's space by using a fake icon of me and making a fake account of me. Like, dude, get a fucking life, Val. Really. I mean, if that's all you have to do every day, all day, is make fake accounts of people to get into spaces, like you might want to seek some therapy with all that time you got on your hands, darling. At this point, Val, you know, he's already gone after you and made fun of you. If you don't seem to think that he'll do it again, if you breathe the wrong way, you got another thing coming, darling. Also, when he does that to you, I just want you to know, right, that I'm a very forgiving person, that I pretty much would help anyone. But you, darling, you're not on that list. And if you're not on that list, that's a short list of people. If you're not on that list of people, that means you're just really vile. Really, like, you need to seek help, darling. Like, really. I hope you get the mental health help that you clearly desperately need, because there is nobody who is a normal human being that goes around making fake accounts of everyone they don't like just to get into spaces. It's weird, bro. You're going to get booted off in the first 30 seconds anyway, as soon as you open your fucking cum catcher and come out the side of your neck. And yes, put your fingers in your ears, folks, if you don't like vile language, because sometimes it comes flying out of Lisa's face hole, and I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole on a Sunday, okay? I cannot always be responsible. So, you know, fingers in your ears if you have virgin ears, because I think she's a cock-juggling thunder cunt. And I said it, okay? Sorry, not fucking sorry. Not even a little sorry. You're a thunder cunt. You need help. Seek it, please, for the love of God. I mean, you can pretend to be me all you want, Val. Unfortunately for you, you will never be me. You will never be me. I could be the poorest person on planet Earth. I would rather be poor and have ethics and integrity and compassion and sincerity than be a fake ass bitch. So I don't actually give a fuck. You know, they love to be like, well, you're poor and you don't own a vehicle. Yep, and I take that every day over being a shitty human being. Every single fucking day. Every goddamn day. Don't care. Sorry, not sorry. I will check for donations in a minute. I know I haven't yet, and I have to plug my phone in. I also got to find somewhere for our Justice Ab sign. Got to put it somewhere. I feel like over here somewhere is going to be a good spot for it. It's got to go up at some point. Today I'm going to be doing a lot of that kind of stuff once I'm not live anymore. We're going to read Jason's thing. It does look like Fairview, kind of, doesn't it? It's weird. Why would you buy? I mean, whatever. But again, those people, you know, weird. It's just weird. You know, look at those people bought that house for him. You know, it is very Epstein. You got that. You got that. It is very Epstein. Again, Aiden's just a weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. That's the other thing. Why? You know, like you guys might see my husband once in a blue moon, you know, and I'll happily talk about like everyday life because I feel like people can relate to having everyday issues and everyday problems, right? Like we talk about a lot of that kind of stuff. But I'm not a person who gets into the weeds on like other shit. Like it doesn't have to do with hurting. Like I want to help people. I want to stop this fucking horrible human being from doing shitty shit. That's it. That's all. Like, I want him to stop victimizing people. I want people to know that that's what he will do. You know? I'm just saying, you know how I am. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry if that offended you, everyone. I love all of you, but that is what I think that she is, you know? That's the other thing is Aiden is going after Meredith, trying to have her charged with illegal wiretapping. She's got court, I think she said the 30th. But I think it's a magistrate's hearing, which again doesn't go on record. It wouldn't be on court record because it doesn't go on anyone's record until they find probable cause to charge her, which if they didn't right away, what I want to know is what idiotic police station, and I'm guessing it was Holden, but what idiotic police station even put it for a fucking magistrate's hearing? Like who at that police station even allowed that to happen is what I want to know. Because Holden PD has done a lot of his dirty work, honestly. Even the Leominster court clerk was worried about how the Holden PD was used against other people and that he thought that it should be looked into. And I believe it should be looked into. I think that Holden PD really needs to, you know, have a good, the state needs to look into them for the shit that they're allowing to happen when it comes to him coming in and screaming and whining about everybody else but himself. You know, he loves to try to file false charges. Hello, Patty. False charges is his favorite thing. He tries to file false charges on basically everyone and anyone. That's his thing. Anyone he can, that doesn't, you know, like him or speaks out about him, if he can try to get false charges put on them, he's going to. He did it to Lindsay. He did it to Ryan Waters. He did it to numerous people. Meredith's not the only one. And I am hoping that her attorney is smart enough to show that this is a pattern of behavior, especially with ex-girlfriends, that if they watched his crimes and saw the illegal shit that he did and they have a right to speak out, then he automatically goes for trying to shut them up by trying to have them charged with crimes they didn't fucking commit. Now, mind you, he's the one who said wiretapping's not a big deal because, you know, he got caught with the Karen thing doing it. So it wasn't a big deal and who cares? And he records everyone, which we already knew. We knew he records everyone. Blah, blah, blah. It's not a big deal. First Amendment, they're trying to charge me, right? The government. Remember, the government's so mean. They're just trying to charge him for asking questions, which just simply isn't true, number one. And number two, that's his narrative, right? I'm just ask questions, you guys. I just ask questions. That's it. They're trying to charge me with asking questions. First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. But when it comes to anyone else's First Amendment right, yeah, no, he doesn't like it so much, you know? I love that one, Panda. That's my favorite one. When he tries to say someone like me or anyone else who has a show is, quote, begging for money. Sir, I do the same thing you do. I have a channel, except the difference is I don't just spin lies. I don't just tell untruths, and I help people. Behind closed doors, I help other people, and I don't get paid for that, right? I get paid for what people are kind enough to give me on my show. And I think that because he doesn't see a ton of donations come in, or I'm not reading a ton of Venmos and Cash Apps all the time, that like I don't make a ton of money. Well, I don't. Newsflash, I don't. Right? Do I wish that it was a little more to be able to sustain the channel and in normal life? Yes, I do. It honestly hurts my heart to watch how many people are willing to just throw money at a liar. That's someone who's hurting innocent people behind closed doors, and the things that he's doing offline, never mind online, or even worse. So, I mean, it does hurt a little because you're like, why would people want to help him hurt innocent people? Why would they want to do that, right? And then you're like, am I just not good enough? Like, do I need to, because I refuse. I will not start sensationalize lying. I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it. I'm not going to fucking do it for clicks. I'm not going to do it for dollars. I'm not fucking doing it. Fuck off. I don't care. If that means that I grow slower, then so be it. I don't give an actual fuck. Don't give an actual fuck, because I will never be someone like him. I am here to help people, not hurt people. I'm here to go over court cases, missing person cases, and stop him and his minions from continuing to victimize people, using the court system to do it, using minions to do it, brainwashing people. And then the second they don't breathe the right way, or if you're Brandi, the second you don't do what he wants, right? Spin the narrative that he wants. And this goes to him saying he doesn't tell other people what to do. The email to Brandi proves that that's exactly what he does. And we already knew that because he's done it to other people. He tells them exactly what he wants them to do and say. And he'll try to gaslight them into it. Well, if you were really my friend, you would care and you would do this and you would do that. Like, stop it. Stop it. Well, that's the other thing. He needed to be Karen, right? Even getting the same Lexus, right? Your entire existence, Aiden, is begging for money. You bought a house on that money instead of paying your own legal bills. If I'm a turtle writer, I have a problem with the fact that he supposedly paid cash for that house. Where did all the legal defense? If you didn't need help with your legal defense fund, why the fuck do you have one? You know? And yeah, Brill asked all the questions that people wanted answers to. Not that Aiden was going to answer them, but it was putting him under that pressure to show him, you know? It's weird. I think Cosgrove honestly has been waiting for New Jersey to either one of them, because he's got 2 cases in New Jersey for cyberstalking. If one of those cases just has its first fucking hearing, I think Cosgrove would move to have it revoked. But New Jersey keeps moving the cases back. Every month it gets to the point where it's almost here and they move it back another month. Like, enough, New Jersey. I mean, you can only move a case back so many times. And if I was any of their attorneys, I would be saying, no, the court has moved it back enough. Enough is enough. And also I'd say he needs to be here in person. No fucking Zoom. He needs to be here in goddamn person. Okay? In fucking person. He definitely asked the questions that we all wanted answers to. And I stand with him and Brandi because there's no reason for them to be harassed by the minions. I have lived it for 3 fucking years. Okay? I've lived it for 3 years. These people will call your house. They'll call your family. They'll show up to your house. They'll send things to your house. Like, they'll email you and tell you to kill yourself. They'll email you or text message you, get your number and just inundate you with phone calls, text messages telling you your family should die, you should die. These are the ways that you should do it. These are the ways they're going to do it. Like, it's beyond just a little like people tagging you online. It's well beyond that. If people knew the extent of what this shit was, maybe they would change their opinion on what the fuck in hell happens. You know? I do. I have boundaries on purpose because there is no reason that anybody needs to know exactly where I live. I'm not Jess Machado. If you want to send a gift, I'm more than happy to receive it because I, unlike her, I'm extremely grateful for, you know, if you send me pence, right? To me, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's the thought that you thought about me, and that I am extremely grateful for, no matter what it is. Whether it's a $400 couch or a $5 pen, I don't care one way or another, right? Like, these people are willing to give out their entire addresses, where they live, so that people can give them, you know, free trips and free, you know, skincare. And like, that would be nice and all, right? Personalized packages from people, not just Amazon wish lists. But fun fact, when you use Amazon and you do someone's wish list, you can put one thing from their wish list on there, and then you can add a bunch of other stuff from Amazon that you want. Anything you want, you can add to it. And then when you check out, you make sure that it's all going to go. It'll ask you if you want it all to go to the wish list person, like that address. It'll show you like the city and the town. That's it. And so you can sort of send like a personalized thing. And maybe, just maybe, if you start to get to know that person, then you share the address with them. Then you do that, right? Then if you're safe enough to feel safe and have a friendship with that person, then you share it. You don't share your entire phone number and your entire address all over line for everyone on planet Earth to just drop by your home and drop off gifts, because that's how, you know, how much you want to be liked. And I think with Jess, that's what it boils down to, is she has little self-esteem. She just wants to be loved and liked. And just like Aiden, she needs that constant validation. Constant validation. Like, let's remember, right? This whole Meredith recorded it over Aiden's shoulder bullshit. You guys remember, like, this bullshit? Not for nothing, but it came out of Aiden's own mouth on his own show. He admitted that he recorded it, and that who cares? Because if you call him yelling like she did, he's going to record you too. He said that with his whole chest. People seem to forget that. And see, when he puts out a new narrative, his minions forget that he contradicted his old narrative. He already admitted to it. He already admitted to recording it. I don't give a fuck who released it. I don't care if it was fucking Curious George that released it. I don't care if it was fucking Tricks the Bunny or Captain Goddamn Crunch, okay? I don't care who fucking released it. Who did it to begin with? He did. There's no releasing it without the recording to begin with. And why did he do it? He didn't do it to save it. He didn't do it because he's a journalist and he records everything. Let me just throw it out there. If you're a journalist in the state of Massachusetts, you also still have to tell people and get their permission to record them. You cannot just do it. It's not just a reflex. It's a reflex of a psychopath who's going to use it later on to try to blackmail you. Well, Elise, how would you know what he was going to do with it? I'll tell you how, because he's already done that to people. He's already done it. He's already done that to people. He did it to Kara. He's done it to a multitude of other people. He will use the recording and say, I will release this whole thing if you don't do X, Y, and Z. And because Kara refused to get online and disparage me and Julie and Karen, True Crime and Ryan Karen, our friend, because she refused to get on there and disparage us and say mean things about us that he wanted her to, he released the recording that he recorded without her permission because she was like, no. But he didn't play that part, right? He didn't play the part where he threatened her first, right? That's called blackmail, folks. That's a crime. You cannot threaten someone to do something or else. That's a crime. And people are like, no, it has to be something of value. It doesn't have to be something of value. If you are saying, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, I'm going to release this thing that will embarrass you publicly, that is actually blackmail in the state of Massachusetts. And it actually falls under the blackmail and extortion statutes of Massachusetts. It's a fairy tale. Also, Betterow needs to get more purple crayons because, the internet isn't real, he says, but then any chance he gets to talk, say anything on a hot button topic, here he comes on Twitter making a ridiculous fucking statement that's just simply not true. If he had any self-respect, he would have bowed out of being Aiden's attorney a long time ago. I never thought Bradel would because he just has no ethics, in my opinion, at all. Never will, ever. And I just simply don't think he's a good attorney. But I thought Betterow would have a little bit of self-respect and not to bow out of that fucking madness because realistically, both of these attorneys are just going to tank whatever reputation they have left because Aiden can't even be honest with them, And I fully agree with you, Freeze. There are just boundaries you need to have, There has to be. You have to, Well, yeah, he's been going after Meredith for a while now, Oh, darling, we have numerous flash drives with hundreds of hours of those. And they've been sent to Norfolk County. Like, they have them. They have all of them, Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is he has to go after anyone, Rose. That's his thing, to go after anyone who doesn't do what he wants or who can expose him. Then you're bad, then you're a villain, and then he just, lies about you for as long as he can because these people buy everything he says, Oh, thank you. I mean, I have two. I have the one that just has the 5 things on it, and then we have the old one, and I add things here and there because some things will go out of stock, and it'll just they don't know when it's ever going to come again, or it'll boost so much in price that I'll remove it. Because say for instance, something's on sale for $39, that was $70. Then the next thing you know, I look and it's $80, and I'm like, that's not even worth it, and I take it off, and replace it with something that's a little lower, I mean. It's a flip ahead, a turtle, they're not smart people nonetheless. And I mean, here we have Nick going all out bonkers, aka Flipperhead, on Twitter with Crazy Christie. I mean, does that speak to people that are of sound mind? No, they're not. Hey, nice to see you, Jane. No worries. Listen, believe me, I've said all the things that you just said anyway, so don't you worry. Oh yeah, he shut up real quick. Right? Real fucking quick. First of all, calling Alex a liar was one of the most deplorable, disgusting things I've ever seen in my entire life. I think it's the 27th, Sassy. I have it written down. I believe it's the 27th of March. Oh no, sorry, the 23rd. The 23rd is when they start jury selection. So I'm sure that they got to have at least one more hearing before that. I will probably see in the next couple of days. But the 23rd is when they're supposed to start jury selection and the trial. So we'll see when the next one is before that. I feel like they're going to have one more before that that's going to be scheduled. But let's hope he doesn't go, right? Because, I mean, that's all he's going to do is cause problems. Hey, Jersey girl! I wish she would too, but she's not going to because that would open up a whole can of worms of other things that they could use in civil trial, yada, yada, yada. I don't know. Cosgrove's he's older to me, New Jersey sucks. I love you. She's in Jersey. She's from Jersey. She's from Jersey. She say from Jersey, not in Jersey, from Jersey. Yeah, I get that, but there's a lot of other things that I mean, for 6 months straight, I didn't say a single word about him. But what I realized later on was that allowed him to then creep into other people and victimize far too many people at once. So when I sat back and I didn't say anything about him for 6 months, and I just did my cases and blah blah blah, like, okay, it's great and all, but then I allowed, in my opinion, right, I allowed him to then victimize more people because there wasn't enough noise around who he is and what he does. And so he was able to victimize like a big group of people in all of that, you know? Oh, Christina. Christina sends $20 and says, lips of steel, truth will prevail. They will. Thank you, Christina. That was really nice of you. I appreciate that. Why is Venmo the first thing that always pops up? For some reason, Venmo is like the fastest to pop up when someone does something. I have to literally go into like emails to see like Cash App or PayPal for some reason. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that, my friend. Yeah, she was in Rhode Island. So it's like, not for nothing. Also, to be clear here, he was threatening her on those recordings. And so if somebody is threatening you on those recordings, you have a right to record them for safety purposes. And so even if she hadn't been in Rhode Island, he was already threatening her via text message and recordings before that and on the phone before that, which is in line with what he did to Kara, what he did to Lindsay. Like, it is in line with what he has done to a multitude of people. It's a pattern of behavior, you know? 5 years, Jesus. Oh yeah, he demands that the cops do what he wants or he'll keep coming back. And that's what happens, is he keeps coming back until he aggravates them so much that they do something. Well, they're the cops. It's their job to be like, you can come in here every fucking day and we're still not doing something different, sir. You know? Like, come on. She's an admitted thief and con like her daddy. Well, that's true. That's fucking true, you know? Right? Fuck around and find out is fucking right, my friend, you know? I love your Roddy. He is amazing. I love Opie. Opie's amazing. Does he hear me? Opie, bud. Who's a good boy? Gotta love him. Gotta love him. It's not even about whether he wants her to go to jail. What he wants is just revenge. That's it. He wants petty revenge because she can spill the beans on the things that he has done. If I was her, I would already be state's witness. Obviously, I'm not her, and I don't know, all of her circumstances. But if I was her, I would already be state's witness at this point. If I saw him commit a lot of these crimes, I'd be telling them everything I knew and giving them all the fucking evidence of it, because he will never stop. It doesn't matter, right? His gaslighting was a way to be like, if she goes to the cops and she's just trying to get me locked up. That was a whole gaslight. And he's done it before, and this is why I've said this before. It was a whole gaslight to get her to not file charges so that he could try to do it first. I've watched him do this before, and I wish that she had just done it in the beginning instead of being, because that's what he does. He gaslights them into it's almost like a threat, right? Where he's like, well, if they go to the cops, they're just trying to have me taken from my kids and locked up. Like, no, sir, the only one who's having you taken from your kids is you. Your behavior. It's not anyone else's behavior. It's your choices, and your behavior is the only person who's having you locked up is you, Aiden. Okay. So what he did was he tried to mind fuck her out of going to get charges. And I believe, of course, it worked, as he's done many other times. And so then he could try to do it first. It's the same thing he did to Lindsay. I watched it happen. Right. And then even when Lindsay went and tried to get charges on him, he tried to once again have her charged with illegal wiretapping, which did not work out for him. Okay. It's what he does. This is a pattern of behavior, Girl, you come stay with me anytime you want. Put a bed right over here for you. And we have air mattresses. Anytime you want, you just text me and I will happily share with you. You got my number, girl. You got my number. Not everybody here has that. You feel special. Special. It's about revenge, because again, we're dealing with a narcissist. He's a narcissist. He doesn't actually have the capacity to give a fuck about anybody else. He doesn't even think that deep into like going to jail, losing your job, your child. Like, he doesn't even fuck about any of that. He cares about revenge. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's funny that he has anything to say about anybody else's Amazon wish list. Some of the largest creators I know have Amazon wish lists. And the reason that I actually got one was certain people asked, they were like, this is the way I would prefer to support your channel. So put whatever you want or need for the house or the kids or you on there, and that's how I want to support your channel. So if that's the way that someone wants to show their support, that's okay, right? Some of the biggest creators have them. Nothing wrong. I mean, I thought Melanie Little was one of his buddies, right? They're just mad. They're just mad they didn't get pink pots and pans from Sparkly, right? Like that have handles that come off. They're just mad. They're just angry elves, okay? They're just mad. Well, I don't think she's going to press charges because a lot of stuff would have to come out, right? And that could be used in civil. So I just, and I don't think that was ever going to happen, you know? Exactly. He recorded her. To me, it doesn't matter who the fuck released it, you know? I don't know if the word is scared. I guess, yeah, you could use the word scared. I mean, what would happen is that whole recording would have to be released. And there's a lot on there that could be used. So I believe that's why she didn't file charges, is because then the whole recording would have to be played for the court. And a lot of context would have to be given. And I don't think that is something that they would want to do, you know? I think the backlash, if you played the whole thing, there would be backlash for both of them, in my opinion. And it also could be just a waste of time as well, but. Exactly. Who cares? No one cares, right? I record everybody who calls and yells at me is what he said, you know? And that's the other thing is 99%, it's not only women, but it's 99% of women. I mean, of course, he's going after Brill now, right? And he went after Sean the Gull. He'll go after, and he went after Mike for a little bit there. And Mike probably gave him the most sound advice that anyone could have given, and in the most kind, gentle, friendly way, right? Like, no one could have given better advice than what Mike gave him. And yet, he immediately went to attack Mike because he didn't like what Mike had to say. Mike was right, you know? Is right. Oh, see, I'm not a fan of Beto. He just doesn't have the ethics. It's just not there. I mean, the shit he keeps saying on social media after saying social media isn't real. I mean, it just makes you look like a fucking clown. If you're going to say social media isn't real, then don't comment on hot button topics, especially when it has to do with your client being the fucking person that's causing it all and pretending like it's not. Then you don't want to make any further comment on it. If that was my attorney, I would not want my attorney on social media making comments about anything that revolves around me at all. You want to comment on cases that are outside of me and have nothing to do with me? Go for it. I don't want you on social media making any comments about the community surrounding me or the people against me or anything like that, you know? I wouldn't be afraid of him. There's a lot of people who are. There's a lot of people who still are, you know, afraid. I mean, it's crazy to me. Tiny Tim, you know? I mean, there's a lot I feel like that could be used against the both of them if that whole thing came out, you know? A bench trial. I don't think that'd be smart. If Bradel chooses a bench trial, I honestly think, like, to me, I hope he gets disbarred before that, because that is probably the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. Judge is not going to give you a not guilty on that case if you go bench trial. Your best chance is a jury on Kelsey's case. That's your best chance to win that, is a juror, not a fucking judge. You know, I'm trying to do a public service, like shit. Well, no, she wouldn't get her kid back right away anyway. That's a whole different thing with probate and all that, probate court and stuff. I don't know who that guy was. I think someone said it was that guy that dressed up as a minion during Karen's court case, but I don't think that was him. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. You know. Well, I'm doing quite a few things. There's quite a few things. You know. Well, I haven't really revealed all of the things that I am doing for reasons. There's reasons. Yeah, that's sad to me. That's so sad to me. And not because, like, and I can understand that maybe she wanted, like, the civil case dropped. It's like a $2 million civil case. And, like, if you're a low income like I am, you can't afford to keep fighting a $2 million civil case. You don't have the money to keep paying an attorney to do that. Like, you're going to default on it by having to go pro se. And, like, it's just not. So, I mean, I get it. You want to drop the case, or make a deal on it. But then ultimately, you didn't have to choose to go after people who had your back no matter what, even if they weren't talking to you anymore, right? That's the part that I just don't simply understand. That's the part that I just don't get, you know? I just do not understand. Of course he heard me. He fucking hears me. You hear me, Opie, huh? Good boy. Who's a good boy? She cared about his kids. right? So how dare she? Jethro, you hear me too, buddy? Who is that boy, Jethro? He's probably looking at the screen, just wagging his tail, I can imagine. I would be a state's witness. I would, you know? No, that's definitely not it, Matt. I mean, he's got 2 attorneys. He doesn't need to learn how to defend it if he gets charged with it. Not for nothing. He's also argued against himself multiple times on court record just to get other, like, to get a case extended against Kate. He argued against his own argument in his felony cases. The man's not smart. We're not dealing with someone who thinks things through ahead of time. Let's just throw that out there. He is not, that's not why. He's not wanting to learn how to defend himself when he gets charged with it. He doesn't need to know how to defend himself. That's what his lawyers are for. That's what you pay lawyers for, you know? Like, come on. I mean, I would have thrown that fucking thing in a river a long time ago, but if he was threatening her, I'd have kept everything. I would have kept everything. I'd been state's witness. Here you go, have my phone, take it. Or maybe I just give them the things that, like, because again, I would never want something to happen that happened with Lindsay's phone extraction, to have someone's entire life leaked like that. And that's another thing. Here we have Aiden bitching and whining about his phone extraction being leaked, except it's not his whole phone extraction. Number one, I know that for a fact, because I know there's things in there that nobody's seen yet, that haven't been released or tripped out yet. So that's number one. Number two, who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he to complain about that when he happily handed Lindsay's phone extraction over to someone else when he was under a court order not to release anything? He handed it off to someone else to allow them to leak it to the entire internet and shame her and belittle her and make fun of her. Like, he wanted that. He did it on purpose, and now he wants to cry about his own? No, sir, that's not the way this works. That's called karma, you bitch boy. It's called karma. It is a good idea. People asked for it, I did it. The hell? Like, you know, they can make fun of it all they want. People ask for it, I did it. Some of the biggest creators have those, you know? Yeah, I don't think you can add things. There's like a link where you can allow people to add things on an Amazon wish list, but I don't have it set that way, because what was happening where people were making like their own home lists on it, and then it became like 500 lists for other people, and they weren't realizing they were adding it to like my wish list for me. So I like ended that a long while ago. You know? Let's see. Yeah, make one, dude. This is a funny picture of, it's an AI picture of Aiden in front of the new house he bought. But Mike gave him the best advice he could give, you know? I don't know. I think it was something like she would never be able to talk about it. So to me, that sounds like an NDA. Sounds like he would be signing a non-disclosure or some sort of deal where you wouldn't be allowed to talk about X, Y, or Z, you know? I would hope that people would stay away from those lawyers. I would not hire them if they were the last fucking lawyers on earth. You know, not even a little bit. That's what I'm saying. Like, his whole, let me see if I can pull it up as a matter of fact. His whole fucking, oh, there's clown fucking DUI guy, idiot. Bedwetero. I mean, Bedero. I can't even remember what the dude's fucking handle is. Mark Bedwetero. I love that one. It's got to be somewhere. Did you like block me and so I can't find him? Like, isn't it Mark, right? Where is it? How about, you know what? We'll just type in his fucking name and we'll hit search, and then it'll give me all the people who have the latest on it, and it'll tag him. Where is it? Did better. Oh, better law. Here it is. Okay. So, no, he's rallying people for himself. Make no mistake about that. If he tries to rally people for Kelsey's court date, that's ultimately so he could try to make more connections so these people will show up for his court dates. Make no mistake, there is always a reason behind it, and it's always for him. Okay? Tie his shoes? Never. He needs Velcro, folks. Okay? Aw, Jethro. Yeah, he talks about a lot of his indiscretions. And a lot of it is just simply revenge, you know? It's revenge. It's a revenge. He has, I mean, he's done revenge porn multiple times. Hey, YB. Curious if a bunch of show up for Kelsey's next court date. I mean, they're planning to support her, just maybe hadn't taken the time at work to go. Well, that's the other thing, is people are working during the day. It's hard, you know. I'm sure they'll show up, and, you know, the people who are at least wanting to. He doesn't. No. Does he keep? Well, he does keep certain things private, but they're not ever private because then he shares it with 72 other people, and those people share it with 72 other people. You know, he likes to brag about horrible things that he does to people. Honestly, I'm not kidding. He actually likes to do that. It's fucking sad. All right, hold on. I'm gonna find that tweet that we. Shut up. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here's the one. Oh, let me also pull something up there. Oops. Why is it doing that? Come on, computer. All right, so this is what he says, right? Clown machine, dude. These people are just clown machines. All right, he says, idea for Twitter fighters. Okay, this is what he says. Idea for Twitter fighters. This is Betterow said. Okay, yeah, Melanie Little definitely still sides with him like a fucking clown. Idea for Twitter fighters. Stop publicly discussing suicide. I'm sorry, sir. First of all, who the fuck are you? I will discuss suicide anytime I want. I lost my dad to suicide. You can fuck right off. I will speak about it every day of the week if I want. Trying to silence even that subject is deplorable. We're talking about a very sensitive subject that people don't often talk about, and really they need to, okay? Because there's a reason why there's a stigma, and especially men, why they don't come forward to talk about it is because there is a stigma and people don't talk about it. So I will talk about it any fucking time I want. And unless you have, you know, dealt with it before in your life, I'm sorry, but you should actually shut the actual fuck up. But, you know, here we go. He said, idea for Twitter fighters, stop publicly discussing suicide, including who has threatened to do it in the past or who you think may do it in the future. And once again, now he's just speaking on Aiden's nonsense. And let me be very clear here, Mr. Betterow. Many of Aiden's victims have felt like they wanted to end it all because all it was lies, 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 lies. Their families are being harassed into oblivion. Their finances are being fucked with, right? Their livelihood, I've lived it. I'm still living it, right? Their livelihood is being fucking attacked. They're losing jobs. They're losing money. Their family is being attacked. People are calling their family members, texting them, threatening them, sending mails, sending emails, sending things to their home. Like the whole, like it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Who the fuck do you think you are is what I would like to know. Okay. Your client is the source of all of that. All of it. None of it would even be an issue if it wasn't for your idiotic client. So for the love of God, don't tell people what the fuck to discuss, okay? Definitely don't people, including who has threatened to do it in the past or who you think may do it in the future. And let me say it again with my whole chest for you, Betterow. If your client keeps going down the path that he goes down and harming innocent people to hide his own bad fucking criminal behavior and just deplorable, vile behavior in general, someone eventually somewhere is going to either hurt themselves or one of his minions is going to hurt someone else. That's a fucking fact, okay? That is what's going to happen eventually. It is my biggest fear, but it is exactly what's going to fucking happen if your client doesn't go where he belongs to prison. All right? That's like common sense at this point. Sorry you don't want people to discuss it. Maybe because your client's a piece of shit. Who are you to make this statement on Twitter? Didn't you already say Twitter's not real, right? Twitter's not real life. Well, it becomes a very real life when the people on Twitter who believe Aiden start harassing your families. Just saying, okay? Just fucking saying. Let's be clear about that, all right? Let's be very fucking clear about that. So then he goes on to say, it's inappropriate and irresponsible, just stop. You know what's irresponsible? You trying to tell any other grown adult what they can and can't do. I've experienced a suicide. I lost my dad to suicide. Who the actual fuck do you think you are? You're nobody. You want to simp for your client, dude? Do it in the fucking courtroom where it belongs. You're just mad because people are pinning it directly where it belongs onto your client. He causes that kind of harm in people. He does. Nobody else, him. That lies squarely on his shoulders. So you know what's irresponsible and inappropriate is you making a comment about it. You know what's irresponsible and inappropriate is the fact that your client can't even stop lying to you, so he makes you look like a clown in the courtroom. maybe have some self-respect and walk the fuck away, because your whole reputation's already in the toilet at this point, right? If you think for 1 second that Aiden hasn't lied about a lot, that he hasn't handed you fake evidence to bring into court, that you're going to put your name on and claim is real, then you have another fucking thing coming, my friend. And when that happens in court, and when they then have to file against you as a lawyer for bringing fake evidence into court, you will have nobody to cry to. No one. Not fucking anyone. He said, if you seriously think someone is at risk, have a private conversation and seek assistance. Do you think we don't do that? I'm sorry, but do you think we don't do that better? Do you think that that's not the first thing that we do if someone's feeling that way? Of course it is. But then to not talk about it, to not talk about what kind of harm your client causes people or could cause people with the fucking shit he does is A, a mistake, okay? And B, who the hell are you to tell people what to talk about and how to talk about it? Why don't you work on your client's case? Get the fuck offline because it's Twitter and it's not real, like you claim, right, Mr. Betterow? And work on your fucking client's case. Do that. Shut the actual fuck up. Really. So my comment was actually the first one here, apparently. And it's simple. It says, because he starts his off by saying, idea for Twitter fighters. Idea for Twitter fucking lawyers, right? So I said, idea for Betterow. Social media isn't real, you say, so shut the fuck up and focus on your idiot client. It was just that simple. That was my simple comment to him. And so Sanchez, Viva la Sanchez, Viva la Sanchez, does the hard work here. Gotta love Sanchez for this. He does it amazingly, by the way. I fucking love Sanchez. And so he does the work for Mr. Betterow and his lying ass client. And he starts posting all of the snippets of Aiden talking about fucking suicide and who's going to hurt who and why and who's suicidal and when and, you know, all of these different things, you know? Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot about the well-being check he called on Brett. That was so long ago. I forgot. But Sanchez does the work, right? He's talking about someone else's mental health, saying they pretended, you know. He's talking about exactly how someone said they were going to harm themselves in this one if he didn't stop coming after them. And what did he do? He didn't stop. He kept going, right? Because everyone's a liar about their mental health. Everyone but him, right? And said Sanchez put this one and said, here's your client on video making unfounded accusations that his ex is weaponizing suicide. Can I post hundreds of more examples? What examples were you specifically addressing, Mr. Betterow? You know? So Sanchez asked him, are you trolling us? Your client's the main actor behind the suicide chatter. Like, you know, like, come on, stop it. Like, stop it, really. Here's your client creating a conspiracy theory about his ex-girlfriend and suicide because he and apparently you have no foundational knowledge or formal logic. Boston is the kid he told off himself. Yeah, I've played that one before, and it's hard to hear. For me, that one was really hard to hear because you can hear the angst, you know, of the person. But the fact that Betterow would even make this tweet just goes to show his lack also of self-awareness, just like his client, you know, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Also, Mr. Betterow, while we have you here, you know, oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry, Pat. I'm so sorry. That's awful. I would not. But let me point something else out while we're here with Mr. Betterow here. Okay, Mr. Betterow, I'm going to need you to, oh, thank you, Susie Annie, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to need to have you, Mr. Betterow, and Mr. Bradle as well. I mean, might as well throw you in this conversation as well because he's also your idiot client. But I'm going to need you both to do me a favor. Right? I'm going to need you to do me a favor, and I'm going to need you to have a little chat with Aiden. I'm going to need you to have a little chat with Aiden and tell him to stop claiming to people that because he is a defendant, that magically makes him a witness, because it doesn't. Okay? It simply does not. You cannot be a witness and be witness intimidated while you're a defendant in your own case. That's just not the way it works, folks. Okay? If you are a defendant in your case, you cannot go around being like, you talk to me or ask me questions. It's witness intimidation in my own case. That's not the way it works. You're a defendant. You're not a fucking witness. Defendants do not even have to testify on their own behalf. They don't have to put on any case at all, right? You can't be witness intimidated as a fucking defendant in your own case. So for the idiot minions that keep repeating that he's a witness in his own case, and therefore anybody who says anything to him is witness intimidation, the fact that you didn't take 5 seconds to actually do your own research, the fact that you actually believed that is fucking hilarious, number one. Number two, it should show you, now that you probably got, nervous when I said something and you actually did the research and were like, holy shit, she's right, he's wrong. Maybe now you can understand why everyone says like you're in a cult, because you are, because you just buy whatever he sells you, no matter how stupid it sounds. Anybody from the legal field is laughing for him saying that, just laughing. Why are his attorneys allowing him to say something so ridiculous? Why are they allowing him to claim that asking him any questions would be witness intimidation because he has cases and he's a witness in his own case? You're not a fucking witness in your own case. You're not a witness in your own case. You're a fucking defendant. It's not the way it works. You can't do witness intimidation against the defendant. That's not a thing, okay? It's not a fucking thing. So the fact that he keeps running around claiming that, and the fact that the minions, the followers of his, repeat it, they actually type that out, goes to show you the level of intelligence that we're dealing with some of these people, and also the fact that some of these people actually just buy whatever he says and then they just retype it and parrot it. Well, he's a defendant, so he's a witness in his own case. By design, he's a witness. See, this is the problem with trying to be like knowing the law via Google, right? Or not knowing legalese, right? You're a defendant, not a witness. Those are two different things. Just because you can testify in your own case doesn't mean you have to. A witness gets a subpoena and they have to testify, right? Unless they take the fifth, like whatever. But they have to testify. They don't have a right to not testify. You cannot witness intimidate the defendant in a case. That's not a thing, okay? The whole purpose of witness intimidation is because defendants were sending people or doing themselves witness intimidation against the people who are going to testify against them, right? That is not the case for the defendant, all right? That's not the case for the defendant himself. That's not the way it works, or herself, okay? So the fact that anyone buys what the fuck he's saying and then repeats it is beyond me, right? We watched what he did the other day with JBrill, okay? We have sat here and watched what he did with, and I think Meredith might have put it up. Let me see. I think she put up the vid. We do have like it from multiple angles, but let's see. Let's see. Is this it? No, it's purple fucking idiotic. Okay. Yeah, for reference, anybody calling anyone 5150 is actually fucking disgusting. Okay, it's weird. I'm not understanding it at all. You know. All right. Where the hell? I know that she posted it. I don't know if it might be, hold on. Well, that's the other thing. Do you remember him saying like he couldn't cover Kelsey's case because Bradel was a conflict of interest? And do you remember me saying to all of you that's bullshit? There's no such thing as conflict of interest because your lawyer is defending someone else. If you're supposed to be an independent media journalist, there is no conflict of interest. You're supposed to come to every case and take your bias out of it if you're reporting on it. And you're supposed to report from both sides with the facts, not with your innuendo, not with your narrative, but facts, which he does not know how to do. So there's no way he can be a journalist, never mind an independent journalist, right? There is zero. There is zero, and I mean zero conflict of interest, and there never was. There never was. It was his excuse to not cover the case, okay? He didn't want to cover it, and when he realized he was getting a little more traction than he liked, right, then he wanted to cover it. He was like, oh, I can get some attention and money over here if I just go and cover this case now. So now there's no conflict of interest. There never was. It was an excuse for him to not cover it, right? Any case he doesn't want to cover, if one of his attorneys needs to say, oh, there's some conflict of interest. There's no such thing for him, for a journalist, for an independent journalist or independent media. There's no such thing as a conflict of interest because your attorney is representing someone else, because your attorney cannot have conversations with you about what he talks about with his client. It's attorney-client privilege. So you wouldn't know anything inside on that thing at all anyway. All you would know is what the public is told. That's all you would know, unless your attorney is a criminal and is breaking attorney-client privilege. He can't discuss with you anything he discusses with his own client on that case anyway. So where's the conflict? There is none. He simply didn't want to cover the case, right? Then he got a little bit of attention, and he was like, "Ooh, I need in on this attention. I'm going to cover it. I'm going to do it." You know? Come on. It's ridiculous. Oh, that is horrible. I am so sorry, Sassy. See, that's what I mean. Like, those of us who have had to deal with it, it's awful. It's awful. Yeah, Bradel did proffer the wiretapping of Lindsay, right? They didn't want to give the original audio because it was a video, and Aiden had altered the one that he brought to the court, and Bradel proffered for that. He proffered for something that was altered. By the way, while they had Courtney hiding Aiden's phones and Bradel going up there and telling the judge they don't know where they are. He threw them in a river, essentially. They're gone. He knew damn well Courtney had it. They were hiding Aiden's fucking phones. Does that sound like something a lawyer should be doing? No, it's unethical, okay? Unfucking ethical. Completely unethical. But why does Bradel care? He's probably going to lose his license anyway for the Ellis case, so who gives a shit, right? Like, come on. It's crazy to me. Yeah, but these were all things, Turtle Rider, that he was doing long before all of this. Like, these are things he has been doing for over 10 years, right? He had no problem using other people's children as some sort of weird fucking harassment against them. At one point, he actually tried to like say that my child might not be disabled, might not be sick, maybe that's just a lie. And then immediately he got inundated with people who were like, no, people have known her family since that kid was born, and that kid was born with her disease. Like, she's lost all her hair, she's blind, she uses a wheelchair. Like, no, Aiden, like that's, but he had no problem trying to use my child at that time to push out a lie. In the same way that he tried to go after James Jackson by claiming some innuendo about James Jackson and his girlfriend that passed away, which James had nothing to do with. She had like liver issues. But he had no problem pushing out that lie, knowing it was a lie. In the same way that he went to the courthouse and JBrill was just there and claimed that he assaulted a 16-year-old. The 16-year-old was never assaulted. No assault happened. And by the way, just for future reference, if one of you guys go to a courthouse, right, and you put your phone in you approach someone else and you put your phone in their face and they do this, if that phone then, smacks your hand or hits you in the face, or it gets knocked out of your hand and hits you in the foot, you committed a crime, not the other person. You entered into their space. You approached them. They have the right in defense to put their hands up. And so none of that even happened. JBrill put his hand up, barely touched it with even a finger. Okay. And the girl immediately turned around and went and high-fived someone, all right? And then as soon as people turned their cameras towards her after the high five, then she wanted to do the pretend crying. So if the court officers came out, oh, the poor little girl. And so Aiden was standing right there. He saw there was no assault. He knew that. But he needs to narrate everything, right? He needs to narrate everything. So you put your hand up and the phone bumps back a little, right? Boop, that's it. It's all right. Boop, boop. Barely even touched it, right? That's not assault. You approach someone else, number one. That little girl, if anything, and she's not, not little, obviously, but like that 15, 16-year-old, like, you would have been charged with assault as a minor. You approach someone else, right? First of all, the fact that your mother let you go there or even let you be involved in that is beyond me. No chance in hell I would allow my children to be involved in a grown adult speaking, especially grown adult men speaking to one another. Never mind being in a circle of people who are trying to defend a little weasel. Why do you need to defend this man? He's a grown-ass man. Why does he need to hide behind, middle-aged women? That's fucking weird, okay? That's strange, all right? Well, he can block people, Turtle Rider, but he can't do anything about it, right? We can just keep talking. So he can block us all he wants, but he just makes fake accounts so that he can pretend he has us blocked and go and read all our stuff because he's so nervous about what we're going to say. He makes fun of all sorts of people, You know, I don't know how half the people who watch him. He said teen cancer the other day and he hopes cancer kills Lisa. That's fucking disgusting. I know a lot of people affected by cancer. My grandfather died of pancreatic cancer. My only living grandmother is dealing with cancer right now. She lives in Florida. She had a mastectomy many years ago and beat breast cancer and now has another form of cancer. My sister is 32 years old and has cancerous brain tumors that she now has to have removed. She just had a baby yesterday. So in a month, she's going to have schedule a brain surgery at 32 years old. Who the fuck is he to talk about? He lost his own mother to cancer, yet he has no problem saying shit like this. That's half of the problem that we have here, is if it fits his narrative, he'll say it, right? He needs to narrate to you what he wants you to believe. And in that moment, he was outside that courthouse with JBrill. He didn't fucking care about what was true and what wasn't. JBrill was asking him questions he didn't want to answer. And because he didn't have a whole big, crowd behind him, he was looking at his feet. He was, tipping back and forth. When he did pull out his phone to pretend he was doing anything, his hands were shaking. He knew he couldn't answer the questions. He knew JBrill wasn't going to let him sit there and spin and narrate, right? And so he got angry, right? Because that's what narcissists do. He got angry, got angrier and angrier and angrier. So when these little 4 or 5 women came to pretend that they were going to save the turtle, all right? Turtle doesn't need saving. The turtle's going to prison, regardless of how many times you try to save him, ladies, all right? We need to stop, Gladys Ethel. Knock it off, all right? The bottom line is he needed to narrate something bad about JBrill because in that moment, JBrill had him. He had him looking like the stupid, idiotic buffoon he is. And so JBrill asking him questions in the same way that he pretends that he asks everyone else, he didn't like it. He didn't like it. Let's point out the fact that he says it's perfectly okay to ask people questions, right? But when JLR came during the first Karen retrial and stood on a public sidewalk outside of his parents' house asking him questions, he called the cops. Right? So again, First Amendment for him, but not anyone else, right? If it's First Amendment and it's you proving he's a liar and that he's a vile, disgusting human being, well, then he doesn't like the First Amendment. He's got to call the cops, right? About his missing shoe, trying to file false charges on people. They're on speed dial, right? They have a turtle protocol nowadays. The police are like, oh, this fucking asshole again. All right, let's just yup him to death until he leaves. He leaves and then they laugh about it. Right? Like turtle protocol, put in the turtle protocol. Here comes this fucking clown again. Like that's essentially what happens, right? Like he's worse than a paparazzi though, because paparazzis don't go home and use their followers to harass people and their families and call them and text them and stalk them and send things to their home and tell them to die. And paparazzi don't do that. They take some pictures, they follow you publicly, and when you're gone onto private property or whatever, they leave. That's it, right? It's worse, 10 times worse, He doesn't want people on Twitter on purpose because he knows there's a lot going on there that he can't control, and he likes to control everything. And that's the other thing. He's turning nobody wants you there, bro. We knew you were trying to use it for some clout. In that picture, he cornered her to take that picture. Kelsey wanted nothing to do with those cameras were on. We watched it go down, dude. He walked right over there like he wanted to be a part of it, and she was hugging her family and friends, and he walks over there and interrupts like an asshole, and she smiles and shakes his hand or whatever, and then backs up, and you can see, because we can see the corner of her face, the side of her face, and you can see she's looking out the side of her face waiting for someone to save her. And at one point turns her full head around behind her looking for someone to come over and get rid of this fucking dude. And he's standing there and he's trying to smile and he's trying to make laughs, and then another guy stands in front of him and kind of cuts him out of the circle, that guy understood the assignment. And it still took Aiden a good minute to figure out you're not wanted here, bro. You're making it awkward. They're just being polite. Go the fuck away. And instead of leaving her alone, what does he do? He goes outside and then comes back in so we can try to corner her to get a picture. And because she's trying to be polite and not trying to be an asshole, what's she going to say? No, fuck yourself? Of course she's not going to say that. She's going to be polite. She's going to give him the stupid fucking picture that he asked for so that he goes the fuck away, dude. Instead, what does he do? He posts it directly to Twitter. Look, guys, I'm so important. See, she likes me. She really, really likes me. She didn't need him nor want him there. And I would be highly surprised if she didn't fucking tell Bradle, keep him the fuck away from me. Okay? Keep him away from me. For the love of God, I don't want his shit. I don't want his nonsense. I don't want his drama. Keep it away from me and my fucking case. Please, for the love of God, keep it away from me. But again, Bradle will just do whatever Aiden tells him because he's like a walking piggy bank, right? Aiden keeps racking up his own legal problems. And so why not? Why not just keep being his counsel? Because he's going to keep having to pay you more and more and more and more, Yeah, he made fun of a Holocaust survivor. He said she was a child, so that doesn't count as a Holocaust survivor. You know, you can't say you're a Holocaust survivor if you were a child of the Holocaust, which is disgusting to say anything like that. That's fucking gross. It's gross. But he's gross, so there's that. Hey, Leah. I mean, he is disgusting. It's what he does, you know? Oh, for fuck. Now she's on the spectrum? Okay. My nephew's on the spectrum. Okay. I know plenty of people on the spectrum who don't behave in that manner and know how to behave like that. So that's not even an excuse. Do not give me the excuse that my child's on the spectrum. So, you know, they jumped into an adult thing without me doing a damn thing about it. And, you know, they spew vile shit online, but I still allow them online. And, you know, it's because they're on the spectrum. I mean, that's a cop out. Just like, oh, I homeschool is a cop out. You can homeschool without dragging your child all around to different places and selling Kelsey Fitzsimmons merchandise. And then after people pay you for this merchandise that you made, then you give them a QR code and tell them that they have an option to send it to her fund. Why not make it clear before they buy it that none of that money is going to go to her fund, right? Why not make it clear? Like, this isn't going to her fund. Like, this is just stuff that I made, you know, because I support her. Like, instead, they assume, right, like it's going to help her in some way, and it isn't. And then later on, they give you the QR code at the end of the sale. Like, if you want to put more money in, donate to her, this is how you do it. Like, it's just very bait and switch to me, you know? Deceptive business practice, right? If they want to pretend to know the law, they should know these things, you know? Carm, yes, her name's Carm. I love her. Love her. I mean, that's just a cop-out. It's a fucking cop-out. Let's not pretend like people on the spectrum don't know how to behave. My sister is 29 years old, my younger sister, and she has what's called AP deletion. So instead of extra chromosome, it's a missing tip of a chromosome. My sister-in-law has an extra one. She has Down syndrome. My sister-in-law has the brain of a child in the single digits. My sister has the brain of like a preteen in double digits, so 13, maybe 12. Both of them know better than to behave that way. My sister-in-law with Down syndrome knows not to behave like that in that manner. And she has the brain of, I'd say, maybe 6, 7, 8-year-old. And she knows not to behave like that. That is a fucking cop-out. Oh, yeah, Glare hates JLR because he came onto a public sidewalk and asked the turtle questions, and the turtle called the cops. He's got the cops on speed dial, you know? She did. It's a boy. It's a boy. You guys remember that commercial? It's a boy. It's about a baby boy. It was like a collect commercial. I remember that commercial. Oh my God. Imagine if someone had said that to him when his mom was dying of cancer. He would have lost his mind, you know? Yeah, exactly. He would have lost his mind. But it's no problem for him to say to someone who has cancer, right? It's ridiculous. You know? It's because they love to play games. You know, they cry about corruption while they support the main corruption. Aiden is corruption. Just like JBrill said, he is fucking corruption. Okay? He is 100% corruption. The dude is corrupt as all fucking hell. It's horrible. Like, you're supporting corruption by supporting him, you know? It's, you know, that's another thing. You're going to call him a druggie and dangerous, but you run up in his face. If he was that dangerous, let me tell you something. He probably would have knocked you the fuck out. He has more patience than I do, because you want to get that close to my face, do it at your own risk. Do it at your own risk. It is no secret that I have been sober almost 20 years from opiates, okay? You can call me whatever name you want. I went from being someone who sat in a prison cell for, you know, having drugs to someone who worked in the prison system as my career. So you can call me whatever the fuck you want. Right? I was very young at that time. I was very abused, and I was just lost and broken. And I've had this conversation 100 times before on this show because we've talked about it, right? Because someone was an addict or got caught with drugs or sold drugs does not mean they are the same person that they were in their early teens or 20s. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm almost fucking 40. I'm 39. I'll be 40 this year. It's utterly ridiculous to use those things against someone and try to use it as some sort of gotcha. JBrill has more patience than I will ever have when it comes to what happened there. I don't have that kind of patience to deal with stupidity. The turtle riders can tell you from Lindsay's hearing how much patience I have with dealing with fucking stupidity, okay? Julie was there. I don't know if she's still here, but Julie was there for that. There are witnesses to that. But I mean, come on, that's all you could come up with? It's like calling me Marlboro Red. I never smoked a Marlboro a day in my life. I didn't even start smoking until I was 21, and I smoked a Newport. So it's like, that's all you can come up with? Like, that's it? That's all you got? It's all you can do is talk about smoking when your best friends in the world smoke. It's fucking amazing to me, you know? Autism. I have an autism awareness shirt, puzzle piece shirt for my nephew, who is also autistic. But to me, that she's using that right now, it's a cop out, you know, to make an excuse for what she allowed to happen herself. You know, it is. It's horrible to lose anybody, but to lose them in those kind of ways, it's just it hits different. You know, it's gross. Stood up to him. Yeah, maybe it does go back far, you know, farther than that. I have no idea, but I do know that he got a little angry when JLR was asking the turtles some questions from a public sidewalk. What's the problem? You know? Yeah, but do we know if it's real? You know, or was she just being polite because Tim asked her to? You know, that's that. Don't worry about it. I make typos all the time. We are not the, you know, we're not the typo police over here. A lot of people said that rando supporter, that there's a lot of just bad shit going on with that person, you know? It's exploitation, you know? Like, dude, you can homeschool, but maybe start homeschooling instead of doing field trips every time there's a court hearing. Also, I'm sure there could be mundane court hearings you could teach your kid law in where you live, right? Like, you don't need to bring her to like murder trials at this age. Like, maybe you do some more of the mundane things like I did at my age, restraining orders, you know, go into arraignments, things like that, going into civil sessions, sitting in for that shit. Take some notes. She does not need to be involved in the outside shit that adults are doing. She doesn't need to be there, you know? And again, the adult's giving her a high five, and then you want to cry afterwards. I'm sorry, it just doesn't sit right with me. The fake crying was just like the cherry on top. You know, no one tried to console the crying child. Like, come the fuck on with it. You know, I fully believe Kelsey was just trying to be polite when she took that picture because it's in a fucking stairwell. It's in a stairwell. Clearly she was asked right as she was already in the goddamn stairwell, right? Like, come on. That's kind of common sense if you look at the picture, you know? I was looking at the witness intimidation law, just curious. Also, when JBrill, to get in trouble, I have a question. Would Turtle, no, I just answered this. No, he's a defendant. He is a defendant. You cannot be a witness when you're a defendant in your own case. The witness intimidation statute is not for defendants. It never will be. It is not the way the law works. He's not a witness in his own case that he can file witness intimidation charges about anybody who says anything he doesn't like to him in public. He's a defendant, not a witness. He doesn't even have to testify if he doesn't want to in his own trial. So this is what and you probably just popped in, Becca, but this is what I was just saying a few minutes ago. For him to be claiming like, oh, I'm a witness, it's witness intimidation, I'm a witness in my own case. No, he's not. That's a lie. And I don't even know why his attorneys allow him to say such stupid fucking shit, because it reflects on them. It reflects on why are the attorneys allowing him to say something they know is untrue, because it's going to make it look like they gave him that advice, right? That's what it's going to make it look like. Not that he's just saying it, but that they must have given him that advice, and that's why he's saying it. So I don't know why they wouldn't want to correct things like that. You guys want to correct other shit that shouldn't be corrected, that has nothing to do with anything, right, Mr. Harold and the Purple Crayon Betero? But you don't want to correct the things that he lies about. You cannot be a witness and file witness intimidation charges against someone when you're a defendant in your own case. It's not the way it works. Not even close. And also, I'll throw out that Meredith is a witness against him. So the things that he has done to her is already witness intimidation, right? She doesn't have to be like on a list of people who are going to testify against him at all. If you are a potential witness, as in you saw him commit crimes and you might have information about his crimes, which any normal person would assume would be someone who's dating you, right? Then you're a potential witness, and anybody trying to hush you up or smear you is doing it to intimidate, right? That's what the law assumes. So he's already committed witness intimidation against Meredith, whether she called the state or not. She's a potential witness. So, I mean, again, he just shoots himself in the foot over and over and over, you know? Listen, when my kid was younger, she was making all this, when my 21-year-old, when she was, you know, she couldn't, physically she's limited with what she can do with all of her medical, but she used to make all of this slime, right? And they would just sit in these like endless amounts of little, you know, cups, jars, things that we, like, you know, plastic jars we bought for her to put them in. And at one point I'm like, honey, why, if people love slime so much, why don't you just start selling the ones that you make? You have so many of them. That's what she did. She got on Etsy and she started taking orders of what people wanted on colors, and like she put a glitter, not glitter, like she would make them and then sell them for cheap on Etsy. Like she was able to do something. Like, that's what you want to teach your child, business skills, right? But you don't want to teach them bait and switch. And what they are doing is fucking bait and switch. Like, bait and switch. That's what you can't, no. No, no. It's just gross. Like, just fucking gross. You know? I guess it goes back. I didn't know that. Oh, well, I did know that someone had talked about that, so maybe that's what it was JLR. Because let's be honest, the Blair talking about anybody else with his own record is really just fucking gross. You know? Stuart Turtle takes the term as a sucker born every day to his heart. I agree, Jimbo. I agree. You know? I agree. Well, JLR does like all kinds of news, right? Like all the breaking news and all the breaking, cases he does. And Will only grew from the Karen Reed case because, again, just like, Machado, just like Machado, Ethel Machado, he's holding on to the back of the Stuart Turtle's wallet like it's running away, right? Like they have to just do what he wants. No worries, my friend, no worries. And that's exactly it. They approached him, Oh, congrats, Pat. I love that. It doesn't matter to me if you're 1 minute free, 1 hour, 1 day, right? It's time under your belt, and it's extremely hard to get through an addiction. Most people have had a lot of trauma that are in addiction. To try to use that as some sort of gotcha, almost fucking 10, 15, 25, even 5, or even 2 years after they've been sober, it's just gross, number one. Number two, it's just simply a way to rile people up against them. I don't need to live forever with I used to be an addict, right? I don't need to live forever with that. That was when I was much younger. It feels like a whole nother lifetime ago for me. I was a very broken person. I was a very abused and broken person. It's just sad, It's weird. Shadow's a fucking weirdo. Speaking of her, I watch Queen Bee once in a while. My good friend B Tim goes on with Queen Bee a lot. I need to wait for a book driving reverse and be a best like OJ. Well, that's what they are, hanging on his coattails, right? So let me see here. I'm going to read Jason's article because I haven't read it yet. And so it'll be a first with you guys here to read it. I know. Oh, here it is. It says, what if everything you believed was a lie? The truth about the Karen Reed recording by Jason Burrows, a.k.a. not Haley Walbrecht. The recording that changed it all. Integrity, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that you refuse to change. Gee, I wonder who has that and who doesn't. I wonder. I just fucking wonder. At One Surf, we're not here to talk about the Karen Reed case. That's not what we're talking about, actually. Here, sorry, if you want to hash out that case, this is not the place to do it because we're not going to do that here. Thanks, room service guy. As many as I can get, please. Thank you. Granny's watching this. Another woman streamer Claire harassed in the past. Karen will want to be able to speak, and maybe she'll speak one day, write a book, and then she'll be able to tell everybody the way he tried to control her and keep her doing what he wanted through 2 trials, and the way that she had to appease his tiny little ego. But we are not here to talk about rehashing all of that. We're not doing that. I choose not to because I spent hundreds of hours talking about that case, hundreds of hours, right? And it's not something I want to just rehash over and over and over and over and over until the cows come home, right? We do that on Spaces sometimes and all. He is a demon. He is a fucking demon. I know. I was just sorry talking to the family, but I got these. They were supposed to be smaller, and we ordered them for dinner the other night. And they were supposed to be not 2 liters, 20 ounces, and they brought me these crazy 1.25 ounce Sprites. I gotta go. I desperately have to go to the store. Okay. Possessed. I mean, he is a demon. He's a demon. You know, it's only a label. It is only a label. I feel like I am way more than we've done plenty of other cases, obviously, but like that's not something we're going to rehash here. I have a mix of both free Karen Reed and anti-free Karen Reed, and we can agree on 100 other things besides that case. My ring just totally got stuck in my hair. Okay, ready? I'm going to read. See, it's this piece that keeps driving me nuts, and it's just like it keeps going over my flower. Like, can we not here? Can we not? I mean, I know it's Sunday, and I'm just like in my I don't care era on Sundays, but like, can we just do what I want you to do? Just stay put, please. All right. Starting to get hot in here. Hold on. All right. Also, while I am, let me see if this is charged enough. While I am going to read this, I think it's a long article, I believe. I think someone told me it was really long. So while I'm reading this long article, if you want to support the channel, there are a bunch of different ways to do so. And we're an independent channel, so we don't have a cult like Aiden, and we don't run on the backs of like, Ethel Machado's fans go over to Willie the Marlboro Cowboys and they help support those channels and so on and so forth. We stand on our own island by ourselves most of the time. And so we're an independent channel. And so the only way that we cover the costs and get by are with the kindness of all of you. And so if you do want to support the channel, there are a bunch of different ways to do so, including hitting the like button. That's always helpful. Sharing and letting other people know we're here. So many more people are finding us, which is great. It's amazing. I love that. I love seeing new faces and new icons and people that have been watching for a while but never jumped into chat. I love when that happens. It makes my heart whole. I mean, I know that there's more of you that watch from X. There's over 400 of you watching from X, which is, I don't know why more people watch from X than they do from YouTube, but nonetheless, if you want to share the video, that's super helpful. When it's not live anymore, you can hit a hype button. You can do it 3 times a week, which is great, and it's super helpful. And then there are the most direct routes, of course, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link at the top of our chat here on YouTube. You can click on it. You can enter any amount. You can use any credit or debit card. There's other options like Chime and Revolut in the description of the video here on YouTube. And then we have, the basics like memberships and gifting memberships and super chats and super stickers. And, why did they, that's a good point. But while I'm reading this, if you want to help support the channel, we would greatly appreciate it. And we can read them when we're done reading the article. There's a good point made here, right? That the turtle riders look like demons surrounding JB. I agree with you, Missy Minx. I agree with you. And Magic said that JBrill was asking him questions. Why did the others feel the need to get involved? There was no screaming. He was talking calmly. Well, they feel the need to get involved because it's a cult, right? They feel like they need to scream and yell on his behalf. He can't handle anything himself, And yeah, it was always women. If you didn't notice, there was actually a big group of people behind those 4 or 5 women that felt the need to get involved that kind of backed away from the whole thing. They were like, I don't want anything to do with any of this. Like, you guys can do that over there, and we're going to go way, way over here. So it just tells you, like, those people wanted nothing to do with Aiden. They wanted far away from whatever the fuck Aiden was going to do or be near, Yeah, there was one little guy that fought with another taller guy and tried to, like, get in, stand in front of JBrill and sort of block him. And JBrill's like, bro, you're way down here. Like, you'd have to grow about 2 feet to try to block me, buddy. I'm over your head. Like, you're just standing in front of me like a weirdo. I think that's kind of weird, bud. Like, weird. All right, so this is what the article says. Okay, here it is. Hold on. It says, this is a topic that I've tried not to write about. I've previously disclosed that at some point in September until the 2nd week in January, I spent countless hours. Sorry, guys, my lip is like wicked dry and I don't know where my chapstick is. I had a chapstick, but of course, oops. My little loves coming in here and like touching all of my stuff and going through my drawers. I found one. I even have my own. And yes, it's pink. So when you go to a standout or something like that and someone gets super close, JBrill, I might let you borrow this. You can put it on your keychain. you know? And then when the turtle gets too close to you or is acting very erratic, you can spray him in the face with it. You know, it's a mace and it's pink. So, or like a mace, exactly. It's, yeah, it is mace. It's mace. It's pepper spray, AKA pepper spray. So, you know, keep it on your keychain. If it gets close to you, you know, just that's what it sounds like. Spray right in the face of the sewer turtle, and you can run back into the sewer, come crawl out of the drain later. Jason Broyles wrote this, AKA not Haley Walbrett on Twitter. He didn't want to get involved in all this. He had said a while ago, I think in a tweet, and Aiden, essentially, he was, you know, supporting Aiden for a long time, and Aiden wanted him to basically choose a side between Aiden and Meredith. And he didn't want it. He's like, I'm not going to choose a side. I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to choose a fucking side. Like, there's no reason for me to choose a side. I'm not going to choose a side. I'm not going to publicly speak about it. Like, this is, you know, between you. Like, there's no reason to publicly speak about it. But Aiden did this to a lot of people. He wanted a lot of people to choose a side, to pick a side, right? Choose a side, pick a side. You're either against me or you're with me. Like, that's what he wanted out of people. And that's not fair. To ask anyone to pick sides about anything is just not fair, right? I don't want to pick sides on anything. If I'm not involved in that direct thing, why do I want to pick a side, right? If I like everyone and I have no problem, like, or even if I don't want to publicly talk about something and I know it's going to rile people up, why should I be forced to, right? And I think maybe that was the point, right? And so Aiden wanted him to ride for him, right? You're either, again, with me or against me. And so this is the result of that, okay? So this is what Jason wrote in the article. Okay. This is a topic I've tried not to write about. I've previously disclosed that at some point in September, until the second week in January, I spent countless hours almost every day to attempt to mediate various issues between Aiden Kearney and Meredith O'Neill. I've said many times that as part of those efforts, I laid out several ground rules. Those rules included I would keep the contents of those discussions confidential and not discuss them publicly. I would not take sides. I would not judge anyone as a result of information disclosed during those efforts. And most importantly, I would not ever be used as a weapon against either party by the other. One of those parties has consistently attempted to get me to abandon my principles to achieve some benefit for themselves. The other has sat by, despite my silence potentially being detrimental to them, and never once asked me to compromise my integrity. See, the only problem that I have with this article itself is Aiden did this exact thing to Lindsay. And you don't have to like Lindsay because she went back to Team Aiden for whatever reason, and those reasons are her own. Maybe we'll never know, right? Maybe it was to get the civil case thrown, whatever it was. We may never know, right? But Aiden did this exact same thing to Lindsay. Whether you like her or not, this happened, right? And in a way, Jason sort of helped that, right? Helped Aiden sort of do the same thing that he's trying to do to Meredith right now to Lindsay. And so it's like, I tried to warn everyone, like, he's not a good person. He's not. He doesn't care about anyone. He cares about trying to get revenge on people he knows that know the truth about him. Regardless of whether you believe Lindsay or not, I was there for some of this, and I watched him try to do things that were not only illegal, but really disgusting and vile. And are people supposed to just sit there and take it, or are they going to try to fight back at some point? Why should they just sit there and take it? Why should they have to? And then as soon as they fight back, people want them to go away, shut up, you shouldn't have anything to say, you're obsessed. Why? Because you fight back against him. So you have to be obsessed with him once you fight back against him. Once he starts attacking you and other people and making victims out of people, you should just shut up and go away. Otherwise, the narrative is you're obsessed. That's not the way it works. It's not black or white, dude. Okay? There is a gray area. And the gray area is, why should people just shut up and go away and take his shit? I don't think we should, right? And for far too long, people have. And that is how we've gotten to this point, is he's gotten away with it for this long by keeping people afraid to speak up, because then he's going to come for them. Well, some of us are not afraid. I can tell you I'm not afraid. I can tell you that JBrill's not afraid. I can tell you there are many people who are not afraid. I mean, come on. He went after Brandi and tried to rile her up so that she would, fight back a little, and then he could be like, look how crazy she is. That's what he does. It's called reactive abuse. He did the same thing to Lindsay, did the same thing to Meredith. Like, look how crazy they are. Why? Because they fought back. He did the same thing to Kara. She wanted to be left alone. That's it. Just leave me alone. Nope, not going to leave you alone. You know, not going to leave you alone. I hope he gets lots of jail time, Michelle. You know, I've talked to Alex and I have given him my full support, along with a couple other people who, you know, during all of those discussions, came forward for the first time in their lives. Some of them in their 40s, some of them in their 50s, some of them in their 60s. They'd never told a single soul that they were, you know, went through childhood sexual abuse until we had talked about it on my show. And when those people came to me, I was humbled and I was happy to help them along that path of healing, because it was hard for me when I first told someone, and it gets easier and easier sort of as time goes on. But some people take that to their grave and never tell a single soul. And so I thought Alex was brave. And, you know, I spoke to him and he seriously still wasn't, he reminded me so much of me. He still seriously wasn't worried about just himself. He was worried about future victims that could be children. And it just rang in my head because like that's the way I'm last on my own list, right? So it's like I want to make sure what happened to me can never happen to someone ever again. And it's what I've been trying to do when it comes to Aiden for a while now, that he can never harm an innocent person the way that he did me or anyone else that I care about that he has done since then. Because it doesn't matter what he has to say or do. He'll lie. He'll make up receipts. He'll make up emails. He'll make up text messages. He will spin, twist, copy, paste, make up fake accounts, make it pretend to be you, spoof your number. Like there's a million things that he'll do or one of his minions will help him do to try to harm you. Okay. And it's all a lie. And so it's like, why should someone like that be allowed to continue to do this shit? They're going to keep hurting people. I want to make sure that what happened to me can never happen to someone else. Right. And so Alex had said to me, like, it's about the kids. Like, I don't want this to happen to someone else, you know? And so it's like, we are stronger together than we are fighting alone. And I think the more people that speak out, the more people that come forward, it makes more people comfortable to be able to tell their story, how they were victimized by him, how he had been threatening them, blackmailing them, telling them what they can and can't do or else, right? One by one, people are coming forward publicly. Now, there are still a lot of people privately that are afraid to say anything, and I don't blame them. I really, really don't. It's just sad. Yeah, I mean, usually he'll answer anyone, you know, which is good. It's just my one criticism is like, this is what he's been doing for a while. And a lot of people helped him in that aspect. And it's like, I hope that every person that helped him harm other people, no matter how much you like the other person or not, realize that it's not okay. It's not okay. And it could have done a lot of psychological damage and mental, emotional harm to people, right? Like, it's just not okay. No one should feel like that. But I will tell you this much, Quit. If you are a victim of Aiden's, almost every single one that I've spoken to, and again, you have to remember that I went through this too. I still deal with it because I don't shut up and go away. But that's the level it gets to. That is the level that it gets to. It's not just one person. It's all of the victims, right? Like, and I've had to sit there on the phone with other people and cry with them, or listen to them just weep, just wanting to be left the fuck alone, to want the lies to stop. And there's no way to stop them, right? There's no way to stop them until, in my opinion, I started to fight back, right? Like, that's the way to stop them, is to, and then all people are like, just don't pay attention, just don't care. Well, that's really fucking hard, to not pay attention or not care. They're, you know, making it into your real life. You can't just log off. You're sending things to your home. They're calling your phone. They're texting you. They're texting your family. They're like, it goes well beyond the internet, right? And people criticizing or saying something stupid. I mean, the more lies he tells, the more they buy it. It's crazy. It's bananas, you know? He has been like this for years, you know? I think a lot of people don't really know who he is when they step into this. They find him randomly, and they don't know what they're about to deal with. And then he makes it so easy for them to just say, like, oh, there are those people who are saying things about him are just haters. They're just jealous. They're just obsessed with him. Like, that's the narrative he puts out, is everyone's just obsessed with me. Those are just haters. They're just jealous. When in reality, really, it's just people trying to stop this from happening to anyone else, right? Like, oh my God, I loved when the Glare said that, like, oh, he's on bail, he can't defend himself. Hey, listen, Marlboro Cowboy, the dude has no problem committing other crimes like blackmail and wiretapping while he's out on bail. So please don't fucking use that as some bogus excuse that if he wasn't on bail, he would do something. No, he wouldn't. He's a bitch. He wouldn't do something anyway. Like, him being on bail has nothing to do with anything because he has no problem committing crimes while he's out on bail, sir. So that's the weakest fucking excuse I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Like, stop it. Well, he has to, Eden, because guess what? That's how he makes his money. He makes his money by making fun of people and insulting people and inciting people and people just sending him dono, super chat, dono, and that's how he makes his money, is by harming other people. And that's part of the most disgusting part of it all, you know? It's just gross. It has been like that for years, you know? And yes, no one should feel like that. And I've said that, again, I feel like a broken record. I've said that so many fucking times. I feel like if I had a penny for every single time that I actually said that I'd be fucking rich. That's for sure. So let's see. Sorry, I lost my spot. I wanted to read it and try to get it over with, but my problem is I like to commentate on it, but I should probably just read the whole thing and then go back and commentate on it. All right. It says, one of these parties consistently attempted to get me to abandon my principles to achieve some benefit for themselves, aka Aiden. The other side has sat by despite my silence potentially being detrimental to them, and never once asked me to compromise my integrity, aka Meredith. The attempts to get me to do so have ranged from begging to intimidation to insults and more. Again, I'll tell you guys that the begging and intimidation and then insults, that's what he does. He tries to play nicey nice at first and try to like coax you into it. And that doesn't work. Then come the threats. And if the threats don't work, then comes the like bullying you like publicly and then trying to shame and like that's his pattern every single time. Literally every single time. You know, I agree with you. Birkenstock, that this is going to be the wrong person one day, you know? He says, they desperately need me to validate their status as a victim, but only selectively. They want to use me as a weapon without regard for the fact that their own actions during that time period would challenge that victim status they so desperately cling to in almost every situation in which they've repeatedly embroiled themselves. I've struggled with a balancing test between remaining silent on principle and watching someone, also a friend, be destroyed by the lying and scheming narrative web of deception and victimhood being spun by the other. I have not and will not abandon those principles now. This has left me with a moral dilemma as my silence itself has been used as a weapon despite my best intentions. It has been used as a weapon against me and against my friends. If only there was a way for me to not have to compromise on one set of principles to satisfy another and keep my integrity intact. It turns out there is. It has occurred to me that before I entered into that agreement, I already knew plenty of relevant information on the topic. I have no moral or ethical dilemma discussing that information now. Before I get to that, though, let's explore the question I ask myself every day. How the hell did I get involved in this mess to begin with? I've heard people opine about how much I love drama and have to be in the middle of everything. I've heard them say that I was trying to be popular and wanted the notoriety. The funny thing is that as a result of my participation in this, the opposite has been true. I haven't written much of anything. I've sat silently while putting the best interest of others ahead of my own. I've never asked for anything in return, but even I was surprised that Kearney's way of expressing his appreciation has been to publicly release private messages between us and fling insults while sounding the dog whistle for his followers to do the same. Yeah, right? Run, Kelsey, run. I actually couldn't care less about that aspect because Kearney himself seems to have cornered the market on having an exterior shell about as sturdy as an egg that's been dropped. But it still sent a very clear message. Every single one of Aiden's relationships are transactional. How many times have I said that? You know? How many? How many? You either serve him or you don't. He doesn't care about anything other than what he can gain. And if the answer is nothing, you get nothing in return. You can imagine that when people tried to say I was trying to be the next Turtle Boy, my reply has always been that nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, I wouldn't wish being Turtle Boy on my worst enemy. The truth is, there was absolutely no benefit to me, and no one would ever have known my involvement at all in any of this if it weren't for others, including Kearney. The person most responsible for all of this, both directly and indirectly, however, is Christy Citroni. Oh my God, crazy Christy. That's not a shocker to me at all. Because again, I haven't read this yet. I'm reading it with you guys for the first time. Back in the summer, Christy, who I naively believed was my friend, to be fair, these people got full warning about exactly what she did and how she was, and they didn't listen. So, came to me and asked me to be involved in determining the identity of the John Barron account, which, to be fair, I think she's still obsessed with. I agreed. It didn't take long for me to realize that Christy was not much different than Aiden. There was nothing genuine. It was all transactional. It turns out that when Christy was pretending to help Esty with both the Barron and Esther Reed account identities, she knew the entire time who was behind the Esther Reed account and withheld it from her friend, all while pretending to help her. What really shocked me, though, was how far Christy would go. Anyone who was around saw Christy publicly blame at least 50 different people for being the Barron account. Everyone knows how Christy pretends to be so loyal to Aiden, but until she suspected that Jen Altman was John Barron, a suspicion she blamed on me, despite my having dozens of messages to her that it was not Jimmy or Jen, she never disclosed that Jen Altman had shared Aiden's private messages about his relationship with Meredith, including the infamous Apple Watch message. In fairness, I now know that Jen had shared that specific set of messages with a content creator who is a healthcare provider and claims to be a mental health advocate only to ask for advice. Gee, I wonder who that could be. I think it was Nurse Kim, if I believe correctly. Short of sending them to Christy, who was her best friend, and that creator, I have no information that Jen sent them to anyone else or ever had any nefarious purpose. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for the content creator who sent the messages to several people and joked about doing dramatic readings of text messages Meredith sent to Aiden with Auntie Deb, aka James Grow Gillis. She specifically shared them around, joking about them behind the scenes. Little Debbie, that's what I'm using from now on, joined in and shared a voicemail Meredith left, tearfully apologizing to him for not defending him more to Aiden back when Aiden blocked him last year. Again, all of this months before recording date. All while pretending to be her friend and all. Disgusting. What you see on YouTube and who these creators are is often two different things. Once I found out these things were occurring and that people like Christy were pretending to be friends with them while not saying a word about their private information being shared, I determined that this problem was much larger than the identity of John Barron and switched gears to determine how bad the problem was. How much of their information was leaked and who was doing it. That started with having to inform both Aiden and Meredith towards the end of the summer that they had both been betrayed by people claiming to be their friends. It was this and this alone that led to me being involved in everything that occurred since then. As an aside, we often see Aiden saying that despite him recording Karen Reed, it's Meredith's fault because she released it. Pro tip, she didn't. In August, I told him that it was his text message that he forwarded to Jen that were the source of the Apple Watch pictures becoming public. He said that Meredith was responsible because she had taken the screenshot, so everything that happened after that point was her fault. Rules for thee, but not for me. Yeah, see how that works for him? The recording, there's a timeline. So 8:26, Aiden texts and calls Meredith for advice about Howie Carr. This is their last communication until September 1st. On 8:29, so August 29th, Aiden speaks to Karen Reed. This call is the one that was illegally recorded, okay? So then on the 30th, the next day, Karen Reed speaks to Will the Glare, Marlboro Cowboy Will, and accuses him at least one other creator of hearing the call. Then on the 1st of September, Karen Reed confronts Aiden by text and accuses him. Aiden calls Meredith for advice, okay? So she had already accused him, right? Again, so right here, right, on the 29th. So he talks to Meredith on the 26th. 3 days later, he records Karen Reed on the 29th. Now, he hasn't spoken to Meredith in this time period from the 26th to the 29th. He's not spoken to Meredith, all right? He records the conversation on the 29th, where he's not talking to Meredith at this point, right? They haven't talked in days, all right? He records it on the 29th. Karen knows about it by the 30th, by the next day. Why? Because Aiden shared it with multiple people on the 29th and the 30th. So then Karen calls Will to ask him and accuses him and another content creator of hearing it and not saying anything to her, right? Then the very next day on the 1st, she calls Aiden and says, I know you recorded me, right? The recording was sent to Alan Jackson and I know that you recorded me, right? That's, on the 1st. So after Karen calls him and accuses him, then he calls Meredith to ask her for advice. I wouldn't put it past either Jess Machado, Nurse Kim, Joe, Jim Crow Gillis, or Marlboro Cowboy to have shared that with Karen for clout. It seems to me, though, that it couldn't have been Will. Well, it could have been even after she spoke to him. We only know what he claims, right? And he's a liar, so there's that. But, I mean, to me, it seems like there's 2 people who heard it. There's 4 people who heard it right away. There's other people that heard it as well. But, like, out of the content creators, there seems to be one person that stands alone who hasn't sat there and bashed Karen. That's just my theory, right? All the other ones have said, like, shitty things about Karen after being on the free Karen Read money train. There's only one that hasn't. So wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe that one person was the one that shared it with her? Just saying. That's my thoughts. That's my opinion. Okay. So, but Jess is one of those people too. But again, she said shitty shit about Karen. So it's like, that's my theory on it. Right. So nonetheless, Aiden calls Meredith on the 1st of September for advice. Karen's already accused him of the recording that he did 2 days prior. And he has not spoken to Meredith since the 26th of August until the 1st, after Karen accuses him. So then on the 3rd, 2 days after he calls Meredith, September 3rd. So 2 days after Karen calls and says, hey, you recorded me, Aiden. And he, lies. And she says, well, it was sent to Alan Jackson, so I know that you did. Then he picks up the phone after he hangs up with her and calls Meredith for advice. 2 days later, after that, on the 3rd, Karen receives a text from a burner number with a short clip from the call and a secure email access to the rest or more of it, right? 5 days after that, on the 8th of September, okay, Meredith hears the recording for the first time while she has lunch with Aiden. So she hasn't been with him or talked to him from the 26th until he calls her on the 1st for advice after Karen accuses him. Aiden records her on the 29th. So that's 3 days after his last interaction with Meredith, okay? Meredith doesn't see him throughout this entirety of this until he has lunch with her on September 8th, okay? Yeah, it was the spaces where he was screaming, didn't record her. On the 8th, and he plays it for her while they're at lunch, right? Does not set it, plays it for her, all right? Plays it so she can hear it to ask for advice, right? Jason Broyles wrote this article. So, I mean, I already knew this timeline, and I think Meredith has sort of put it out like in writing, but this is, we've talked about this already before, but I think it's easier for people to like look at and see, right. Well, Panda, if you even knew how many times that I told someone, do not answer his calls. Do not, because what will happen is he will call incessantly 40, 50, 60 times in a row. If he gets frustrated enough and you don't answer, he will put some things in writing. He'll go to Facebook Messenger, Twitter, or text message, and he'll put some things in writing. If you don't respond after that, he gets angrier and angrier and angrier until he can't help himself, and he puts like vague threats in writing. He'll do it. He's done it a million times before because he's so angry he won't pick up the phone. Because what he wants is for you to pick up the phone so he can threaten you via the phone. So that like, well, if you recorded him, that would be illegal, right? So the way he likes to threaten people is in person or on the phone. But if you don't ever answer that phone, the only way he can do it and get his point across is if he texts it to you or sends it to you in a message, So, I mean, I've given that advice a billion times over. Do not fucking answer his goddamn calls, I'll go over like a shortened version of it after, but this is like the timeline of events. So when he blames Meredith for it, she had nothing to do with it. He didn't record, Aiden did not record Karen Read until the 29th of August, okay? Meredith stopped talking to him on the 26th and had not talked. She didn't have any contact with him between the 26th and the 1st until he called Meredith after Karen accused him. So between the 26th and the 29th, when he recorded Karen, they had no contact. They weren't near each other. They had no contact at all. So she wasn't over his shoulder because she wasn't there. They had no contact. Okay? They weren't anywhere near each other. They were already broken up at this point. Well broken up at this point. He was way over here in Holden and she was way over here in Boston. They were completely separate and apart from each other. Okay? So, you know, it's easier to blame his ex-girlfriend because she knows all the things he did. And if she starts talking first, he's going to look real bad. It's the same thing he's done to numerous people, you know? Well, I mean, this is what I'll say. Jason wrote this, but what I can say about the timeline is there's evidence to back this up, right? I'm not at liberty to give anybody anything, but this timeline has evidence to back it up. Let's just put it that way. There is evidence to undoubtedly prove where people were, all right? And Meredith and Aiden were nowhere near each other, right? Literally, nowhere near each other. So, well, yeah, to be fair, they do. They accuse everyone. Do you know how many sock accounts they've tried to claim are me? It's like, dude, I have one account. I don't need a sock account. I need to pretend to be a sock account. I say everything with my whole ass chest. I don't need fake accounts. I want you to know it's coming from me. I want you to hear that it came from my fucking mouthful, okay? I said it. I did. Because everything that I say with my whole goddamn chest. If I have something to fucking say, I'm going to fucking say it. Period. End of story. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right. On we go. Is everybody understanding so far? Right? Meredith hears it for the first time on the 8th of September when Aiden asks her to go to lunch with her. Okay? That's the first time she hears it. Oh, thank you, Valleys girl. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right. Moving forward. Now that everybody understands that part, right? It says Aiden likes to say Meredith was responsible for releasing the recording to Karen Reed. He claims she hacked his Facebook account where he foolishly admits he recorded and stored the gains of his felonious wiretapping and provided it to Karen Reed. It's these claims that he has used as the basis to defame and attack Meredith and try to signal to his followers that they should do the same. Let's look at why that can't possibly be true. I have direct knowledge to some of these circumstances from Aiden. Every time he writes Kearney, I'm just going to say Aiden because so everybody understands. I have direct knowledge to some of these circumstances from Aiden himself. But in keeping with my rules, I am only sharing information I independently obtained. The last time Aiden and Meredith had any communication prior to the recording of the call was when Aiden reached out to her by text and phone for advice on the Howie Carr situation on August 26th. Even prior to that, they had barely communicated in weeks, having already broken up. You may remember that Aiden was systematically burning bridges at the time and ridiculously choosing to get all of his advice from content creators that relied on him for table scraps, who would simply say everything he suggested was a great idea instead of helping him see the pitfalls he was walking into at the time. There was no voice of reason that Meredith had previously been for him. Jess Machado is the best example in this mix because of her own personal feud with the Carrs after having been unceremoniously dumped by them. Instead of moderating him, she encouraged him to attack Carr, a universally dumb move. Yeah, it was fucking stupid. Yeah, attack someone whose channel who has supported you. That's definitely smart, especially when they reach out to radio. Clearly, he does not know how to use like networking skills, right? Like that's very clear to me that he just does not know how to do that, right? Okay. The reason for establishing the last pre-recording date of contact between Aiden and Meredith, so the date before Aiden recorded Karen, is that some have tried to claim that Meredith herself recorded the conversation with Karen while with Aiden, which is impossible since they had no contact. The recording was made on August 29th by Aiden and sent by him to a Facebook Messenger account that was previously owned by Meredith as a means of transferring the recording between devices. It consisted of 3 separate audio files. Meredith had let him use that account after his own account was permanently suspended. She told him he could have exclusive use of the account and repeatedly asked him to change the password and remove her from the account. Okay? The very next day, Karen reached out to Will the Glare, aka, as we call him here, the Marlboro Cowboy, 50 and frail, confronted him on the fact that she knew she was recorded. She knew that Will had heard the recording, and she knew that other people had as well, including at least one other content creator. Okay? We don't have to really go any further because this alone absolves Meredith of being the source, given that Meredith had no contact with Aiden and the Facebook Messenger account didn't indicate any of the people he played the call for or that he played it at all. It would be impossible for Meredith to know who he played the call for and relay that information to Karen by the next morning. While I won't reveal anything Aiden said directly to me about the matter, beyond that he did from my other sources, I can definitively say that Karen was correct in some of the names that she was able to correctly ascertain and had heard the call, including Will. This was information that Meredith couldn't have known. There were initially 4 people identified as having heard the recording, but now we know there were more. In a bit of breaking news that I've never revealed before, I myself was told about the recording on a 3-way call, either on the 29th or 30th, from one of the 4 people that were in the initial list of people that had heard the call. This was all before Meredith was aware that a call even existed. So Jason Broyles is saying someone told him, one of these 4 people that originally heard it, told him about it the same day it was recorded or the next day it was recorded. So he was told about it. He was told that there was a recording, and this is before Meredith even knew there was one, okay? Yeah, Jess, Will, Jimmy, and Kim were the 4 original people that heard it. I will point out all of which at some point or another denied or still denied that they heard it, even though we know that they did, right? Because they knew that would look very, very bad for them. None of you idiots, but it was more, right? So that's the thing, is it was actually more than 4 people. There are people who haven't been publicly named yet, and I told you guys this a while ago, that there are people who haven't been publicly named that heard it, but there's a multitude of other people that it was sent to, not just the content creators, you know? Well, she lied at first. She lied at first about all of it. She had to come clean at some point and be like, no one's asked me if I heard it. So, yep, I heard it, right? She had to sort of wrap herself out because nobody was giving her the attention that she wanted on it. So she had to be like, yep, nobody asked me if I heard it, but yep, I heard it, right? Like ratting yourself out in public because you want the attention isn't exactly like, why didn't you say it right away? Why didn't you tell everybody right away that you heard it? What day? What time? How? She lied about it. She lied about Aiden sending it to her in Proton. She lied about Aiden not asking her to release it. And the flip audio, like, come on, you know, come on. She's not honest about fucking anything, you know? There are, and he keeps group chats with people, and so he sends them to people he trusts in his group chats. You know, I'm not gonna name names, but the point being is there's plenty of other people who knew the shit existed. So onward we go, right? It says, in fact, it wasn't until September 1st that Meredith became aware of a call, because the morning of September 1st, Karen called Aiden to confront him on the fact that he had recorded her. Aiden called Meredith later that evening to get her advice regarding how to handle it, and revealed to Meredith for the first time what happened. Karen first received an audio clip of the call on the 3rd, so September 3rd, with instructions and a secure email address if she was interested in hearing the rest of the recordings. Meredith never heard any audio from the call until the 8th, when it was played for her in person during a lunch with Aiden. Right? So in person, he played it, okay? The public never heard any audio from the call until it was procured and widely distributed by Joe Flipperhead, aka Nick Miller, who sent it to several people in order to ensure it was made public, despite Karen's wishes it not be released. Then it shows one of Chris Koala's tweets that say, bottom line is here, Karen asked you not to post it according to you, and you repay that request by sending it out to at least 6 people, me included. Oh, you always screenshot it if he sends anything to you. Time, date, fucking metadata, all of it. You know what I mean? 100%. All the Erica's owns Lauren. So that's the thing, right? Jen Altman never got it. So she never got it. I wouldn't deny that maybe Erica got it and Lauren, but I know that Jen Altman didn't have it. So, okay, so it says, why now? It's no secret that recording has been a hot button topic in the past 2 weeks, right? We sat and listened to Aiden decry Meredith and say that she's the reason Alan Jackson had to fly in for the Karen Reed hearing because she released the audio to the public. Okay. Now we know that the first person to receive audio of the recording and widely distribute it so that it would come out is Joe. Flip ahead. A small child who claimed he was in this to stand up for Karen Reed turns out to be the one who betrayed her in much the same way that Aiden did. In his quest to be a victim, he chose to get what he wanted at her expense. In the secret world where content creators play Game of Thrones and act like a pack of hyenas behind the scenes, the truth doesn't matter. And I have watched that play out with these people. There's a reason why, like, my channel stands by itself, why I'm an independent channel, why I rely on all of you to make donations to the channel for me to survive, you know, to cover the cost of the channel, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, make maybe something on top of it, is because that kind of shit is disgusting. That kind of behavior, stabbing each other in the fucking back, plotting against one another, not my jam, dude. I would rather lift people up than sink people down. I would rather a decent people, you know, pull each other up and rise each other up and push each other for better than knock each other down and just plot against one another. Like, I don't want any part of that Game of Thrones, pack of hyenas, you know, and he's right. The truth doesn't fucking matter. It just simply doesn't. It's who can get the most money on a stream is the most important, you know, and it's fucking sick. It's sick. Okay. He does it. He does it to use them, to get them to do what he wants. You'll do this or I'll release this. You'll not do this or I'll release this. I mean, I've watched it play out. I've seen it with my own two eyes multiple fucking times, mostly against women. But yes, this is something that he has done for a long time. Karen's not the first or last victim of it, by the way. Let's just throw that out there, okay? So the rest, it says, why now? Okay, we got to that part. While you're hearing talk of heroic creators standing against corruption for the First Amendment while they try and silence anyone who doesn't agree with them, Aiden and his minions, and that they see as a threat, again, Aiden and his minions, they're creating conflict to try to pressure victims like Karen to sign documentary deals because if she gets a taste of the other side, she'll surely come running back. And also because if she signs with Aiden makes more money. That's why. He doesn't give a fuck about anyone. If Karen Reed signs a deal with Aiden, he makes way more money than if it's by himself. He's not as relevant by himself. Nobody really wants to deal with just him. They want Karen with it, right? Like, and so if he can't get that, then he don't get those deals. That's why, you know, that's it. It's just gross, you know? Oh yeah, there's lots of people who aren't content creators, who aren't mods, that are just like people who aren't streamers, that are just people, right? Like it's just like, yeah, local people who like have been there for a couple years for him, big donors, things like that, you know? Okay, so they're creating conflict to try to pressure victims like Karen to sign documentary deals because if she gets a taste of the other side, she'll surely come running back. That's, you know, Aiden's thought. They're creators who champion mental health while privately doing dramatic readings of text messages of people they're supposed to be friends with in private and comment how they can't wait for them to go crazy. There are creators who think they get to decide how the declining eyeballs at the end of the Karen Reed trial will be split up and set out to destroy other creators in the space by starting their channels with lies and how others promised to help them and didn't. Worst of all, there are creators who want you to sit there and pretend you didn't hear them publicly discuss the fact that they committed a felony. Repeatedly give details about the call and who heard it, and then unironically post comments like this on my timeline, somehow thinking that they're going to shame me or my silence on one thing is going to prevent me from calling out absolute bullshit like this. And what it is a tweet from Aiden. And what does it say? 1, it was never played for anyone. We know that that is a lie. 2, therefore, it could only come from someone with access to Facebook Messenger. Number 2, we know that that's a lie. 3, she claimed she wasn't in the Facebook Messenger. We know that she wasn't. She showed proof that, like, what day was logged out for her and that he had it after that. Okay, those receipts were shown. 4, in late December, she released a BLT recording that was also in the Facebook Messenger. Nope. 5, she created the Facebook page and was still logging into it in late August. Again, he recorded her August 29th, and she had no access to that at that point. Okay. On August 24th, she received an email after I removed her email from the Facebook account. Yeah, which she called you and told you to change your fucking password, right? So again, there's more evidence to that, right? There's receipts to that. So again, he tries to spin that, alerting her to a login in Providence, a VPN, which she wouldn't be alerted to if she was no longer accessing the account. Aiden, you didn't take it off properly. So of course she would receive that. Like, you fucking idiot. That's how it works. When someone tries to sign into my husband's Gmail, I'm the backup Gmail. So if you don't take that off, right, it sends it to me to say someone's trying to access this account. Then Aiden, of course, spins more. You know she did it. You know she released my phone extraction that contained naked pictures of innocent women. You want to talk about innocent women, Aiden? You and the gaslighting are really fucking gross. You know what I mean? Like the innocent women like me where you just couldn't simply tell the world that you're a fucking serial cheater, right? Couldn't tell the world that. Could not admit that you did something wrong. It was because I'm bad because I didn't lie, right? Couldn't tell the world exactly why you were angry. It was something personal, right, Aiden? The personal part was you just couldn't take responsibility for your own bad, shitty fucking behavior, right? He said, just like she sent you LG's phone extraction, you make excuses for her, you're just as bad as she is. So, I guess Jason's going to go point by point. Let's go point by point, Aiden. 1, you're a fraud and a liar. Oh, didn't I just say that? I did. You're a fraud and a liar. Everyone has heard you speak about it. They heard Jess Machado eagerly add her name to the mix. Oh, God, yeah, I just talked about that. Oh, nobody asked me if I heard it, right? My advice to you in that first space on the topic when you acted like a raving lunatic was to get the fuck out of there and stop publicly discussing the felony you committed. It was to tell Jess Machado to shut the fuck up and stop talking about the recording if she was your friend. You guys remember that call? He kept calling her during her live stream to the point where he was screaming and yelling at her, and so she had to shut down her entire live stream. But he doesn't tell her what to do or anything, right? She says that all the time. Nobody tells me anything what to do, even though we know that that's happened a multitude of times. Aiden calls and screams and yells. She even talked about how he was screaming and yelling at her and how Jeffsty got a little upset. Well, Jeffsty didn't do shit about it, so I guess he wasn't that fucking upset, you know? Oh, Birkenstock, we're totally going to get into that. Don't you worry. We haven't got there yet. We haven't got there yet, you know? We've not got there yet. All right, so this is funny. Your need to destroy your ex-girlfriend you are hopelessly obsessed with overrode and still overrides any macodium of common sense or advice from your attorneys. You can't shut the fuck up about the recording. And should the Commonwealth decide to charge you for it, instead of blaming yourself, you'll tell all your listeners about how you're the victim. Karen Reed's the victim, she's your victim, and subsequently Joe Flipperhead's victim. Even after reading this, you'll probably still be okay because the consolation prize is at least it's still about you, right? He's someone who was friends with both Meredith and Aiden at one point. Definitely followed Aiden, definitely supported Aiden at one point, but was friends with Meredith too. And Aiden wanted him to pick sides, basically. I mean, Aiden does this to everyone. Pick sides. You defend me or else, essentially. That's how Aiden operates. You defend me and do what I want or else. Oh, LTG, that's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Who gets them? Nikki T, Nancy, Jilly Bean, SD, and evidence pending weather. Congratulations, guys, for getting your memberships from LTG. Thank you so much, LTG. That was so nice of you. Oops, now I off. Damn it. It's my space. All right, here we go. It's my bad. Okay. She's blah, 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 blah. All right. 2. Is this patently untrue that if it came from someone with access to Facebook Messenger, it couldn't have been Meredith because she would have had no knowledge of who you played the recording for, see point 1. That leaves a couple of other possibilities, and your name is at the top of that list. Maybe it's the person who told me that you played the recording for them on the 3-way call. Maybe the threat of Karen's angry voice coming out was your tactic to get her to agree to appear in your own documentary which almost certainly at this point is going to feature you as the villain, and you're just too stupid to see what's happening. I fully agree that it should be a mockumentary. I don't know how any documentarian does any documentary with him and his behavior at this point and tries to paint him as some sort of good person. Okay. I don't think you could do that in good conscience. I don't think Jeff over at Compelling Pictures, I believe it is, or whatever. I can't even remember if that's the name of it. I think it is, but I can't remember. Whatever it is, Jeff from his thing. I don't think that he has any other choice but to make it a mockumentary at this point. If you want to sell it, in which they couldn't sell it to a company at this point, nobody wants fucking to touch it, right? Then you have to make it a mockumentary. That's your only choice. Your only choice is to make it about this horrible, horrible person that he is and throw in all of the evidence of his badass crimes and the fact that he lies, because there's a ton of it to go around, right? Yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago. You're totally right, Quit. So basically it says, right? It says, maybe the threat, I'm going to read it again, of Karen's angry voice coming out was your tactic to get her to agree to appear in your own documentary. And that's what I believe. I believe he was going to use that as a, you either sign on to my documentary or I'm going to release this for the world, because that is how he has used many of his other recordings. You do the X, Y, and Z, or you don't do X, Y, and Z, or else I'm going to show everyone, quote, who you are by clipping out pieces and making it sound like you're, crazy, whatever. That's what he does, right? And so Jason goes on to say, which almost certainly at this point is going to feature you as the villain and you're just too stupid to see what's happening. I can concur with that. I've said that many, many times. He's just too fucking stupid to realize it's going to be a mockumentary at this point. 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are my favorite ones. You claim Meredith posted another wiretapped phone recording that you made and stored in what can only at this point be dubbed your illegal wiretapping respiratory in December is evidence of her being guilty of the Karen Read audio, without mentioning that the recording in question was recorded months earlier when you were still sharing access with her because it was her account. What you're saying is that you committed yet another felony and stored the evidence of that felony in your girlfriend's Facebook account. Do you even have a lawyer at this point? Do they want you openly writing shit like this on the internet? The best part, though, is where you say on August 24th, she received an email after you removed her from the Facebook account, alerting her to a login in Providence that she wouldn't have been alerted to if she wasn't still accessing the account. Let me ask you a question, genius. How did you know she received an email alerting her to a login? Again, I said she called him. That's why. The answer to my question is that after receiving the alert, she was annoyed because she repeatedly asked you to remove her email from the account. So she reached back out to you to tell you to do it again. Are we supposed to believe that she reached out to you to confess out of the goodness of her heart when she literally could have said nothing to you at all? August 24th for a call that was recorded August 29th, 5 days later, of course. 5 days later. He didn't record Karen until the 29th, so the 24th is 5 days before. Everyone knows that you're a boomer. We've all sat here for months and watched while you can't even change your passwords or remove Meredith's access to your legal team's Google Drive. To be fair, he knows how to do those things. He just doesn't want to. He needs it to feign ignorance and pretend he doesn't know how to do things. He does know how to do things. He just doesn't want anyone to know he knows how to do things so he can keep claiming ignorance, to be fair on that point. It's fucking embarrassing, frankly, and this is your big evidence. Why not mention how I repeatedly sent you instructions on how you could very easily find the evidence to prove your claims, and you repeatedly refused for months. You said people have been convicted of murder for less. Do you even remember my reply? It was not when the prosecutor has all of the available evidence right in front of them. The truth is that Meredith was completely cooperating. She was willing to provide her Facebook access logs so we could compare not just the IP addresses, but also the device signatures of every device she ever logged into Facebook with. 10 minutes to prove the case. I asked you to do it dozens of times. She was all for it. You refused. Was it because you already knew she didn't do it? But like in the DMs from your State Street Mayor burner, you thought it would be better to just blame Meredith? I mean, yeah, that's exactly what he thought. Literally. Oh, God, I don't know why Bradle allowed that. Once again, I think Bradle should have been fired a long time ago. That's just my opinion, you know? No, they just want to keep collecting money from him. And if he can, keep giving them money, why shouldn't they keep collecting it, right? Like, fuck it, right? They don't give a fuck. So it says, so you know that I know all of this, and you have the nerve to gaslight me with that reply to my post. You say, you know, she did it. Like, that's a true statement. I know she didn't do it. The kicker, you say, you know, she released my phone extraction that contained naked pictures of innocent women, just like she sent you LG's phone extraction. Well, I don't reveal my sources. She's already revealed herself. She did so along with messages that indicate that you directed her to release the extraction to me after Judge Krupp had issued a sealing or protective order. Should we get into how I got Lindsay's sealed probate documents too? Boy. All of this, and I still didn't get to any of the things that happened while I was mediating between you because my integrity is intact. You don't have an ounce of it. You finish your comment with, you make excuses for her, you're just as bad as she is. Nah, I made excuses for you, and I never will again. Much like the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain is a little old weak person. You're nothing without your turtle riders, but a weak-ass bitch, lying piece of garbage, and one by one, they'll all see it too. You have the nerve to tell me what I know? I know that this entire thing was invented by you as a reason to attack your ex-girlfriend and have an excuse for your own bad behavior. And you dragged thousands of inept morons who followed you right into it, even though it was a lie. God, do I feel like I said this for the last 2 years? Does anybody feel like I've been saying this for the last 2 years? Does anybody feel like I have said all of this? Just replace Meredith's name with Lindsay's, right? Does anybody remember me saying he does all of these things and then some? Does anybody remember me saying, like, all these people who are backing him are blind as a fucking bat and are in a cult because, like, this is just bad. This is just bad. Like, he is just horrible, right? Does anybody, please raise your hand if you remember me saying all this, right? Because all my videos are still up. I've said all of this a long time ago. As a matter of fact, I said when him and Meredith first got together that it wasn't going to be an if that he was going to do everything he did to Lindsay to Meredith. It was going to be a when, right? It was going to be a when. And shame on people like Lauren and Deanna who pretended to be Meredith's friend. They're just turtle writers who pretend to be anyone's friend who's close to him. The next girlfriend they'll pretend to be friends with too. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And the next one, and the next one. I could never fake being someone's friend or pretend. It's fucking weird. It's weird. I'm sorry, it's weird. Shame on them. Shame the fuck on them. You've watched Aiden lie. You helped lie for him. You both have blamed innocent people, including myself, and watched people come after me for your behavior, Deanna, and your behavior, Lauren. And all I tried to do was be a decent human being. I felt bad for Lauren. I thought what Aiden did to her was really fucking shitty. Right? I felt bad for Lindsay. I felt bad for all of them. For Kara, for his ex-wife, for all of them. Right? It's horrible. Nobody should have to go through that. And instead of having any integrity or conscience, you two cooked up a way to blame me so that you didn't have to tell Aiden what you did. You didn't have to tell Aiden, Deanna, that you took a picture of Lindsay and sent it to Lauren during that Halloween party because he was so enraged and angry about it, you couldn't just be honest. You were too afraid of what he would do to you. So instead you blamed me, an innocent person who had no knowledge of it at all, other than Lauren saying something about a picture to me and me being like, what does that have anything to do with anything? You know, that was it. I mean, I'm just saying. Those who like to pretend that they're not in the mix, they're not in the drama, they're not going to get involved, or they're just decent people. No, they're not. They're both shitty human beings with no fucking self-esteem, and they're just as bad as Aiden. You have no problem blaming innocent people. You have no problem lying for Aiden in affidavits, in court, to other people. No problem. No problem getting involved with trying to coax one of his ex-girlfriends, Kara, into giving you things that you want, right, Deanna and Lauren? You guys had no problem doing any of his dirty work, right? So let's not pretend that either one of you are good, decent people. Which one of you reached out to Meredith after all this went down? Or right before it was about to go down, and you saw it coming from a mile away? Neither one of you did a goddamn fucking thing. Not a goddamn fucking thing. You guys sat back, watched, and you still watch. Where's your self-esteem? Where the fuck is it? Did you lose it somewhere? Can you go back and get it? Just wondering. You know? Weird. I mean, it's weird, right? Isn't it fucking weird? Like, weird. It's fucking weird, dude. Well, that's Bradle's fault. And people don't seem to realize that. They're like, oh, it's the judge's fault. It's the judge's fault. It's Bradle's fucking fault. He was not prepared, dude. You can't argue two different things that contradict each other. Like, he's not a good lawyer. It's his fault. It's his fucking fault. I have no idea about any of that. Eyes Wide Open Forever. I have no clue. I know nothing of any of that. Somebody still hasn't explained the full thing to me, so I don't know. I have no idea. Conclusions. Okay, this is Jason's conclusions. Ready? Aiden Kearney is a fraud and a liar. Well, excuse me. He is likely to go to jail because he somehow can't stop himself from committing additional crimes while he's out on bond, despite repeated advice from his attorneys and from me, and subsequently openly posting about them and discussing them online. Thousands of people were sold on the idea that Meredith leaked a recording that the timeline proved she had no access to and couldn't have had the information that was provided to Karen by the very next day when she called Will. In fact, there is only one person in the world who could have been the original source of the information that Karen received about who heard the call. If anyone, as each individual would have no idea who else heard it unless they were told by Aiden. So back to my original question, how the hell did I get involved in this mess to begin with? It's easy. I recognized what was happening then, and I offered to mediate simply because I accurately predicted exactly what was coming. Despite knowing Aiden was an asshole, I wanted what was best for both of them, and that was for their private business to remain private. The mediation started because he started blaming her for something she didn't do, and the only choice he gave her was to admit that she did it. Every escalation after that was simply a battle of Meredith wanting to be left alone and Aiden insisting she take the blame for a crime she didn't commit. You can all have your own opinions about what she did, or you can say she went too far, but you better do so knowing that much like Aiden Kearney likes to claim, she was framed. I myself have no problem giving her grace for feeling like she needs to fight back or protect herself from the mob. While I don't agree with everything that's happened, I damn sure understand it. She's not evil. He doesn't get a pass, and a whole lot of you should be very fucking ashamed of yourselves. Finally, with my integrity intact, I still won't discuss what happened during that mediation publicly, but like I told Aiden the 3 times I had to talk to the Holden police, I will always tell the truth. Ooh, ouch. What that means is if he's called to testify, Aiden, he's going to have to tell it all under oath to the court. But definitely keep poking people who can throw you in jail. It's probably very, very smart, right? That's like super smart thing to do, Aiden, right? Right. That's a good idea. Yep. If you have questions, you can ask them. You know, in my opinion, he's not a prepared attorney. He's really, really not. I know, right? Duh. He's a bad person. Like, we know this, you know, fraud and a liar. Like, we already knew this. This is something we knew, you know? Oh, he definitely will. That's exactly what he does. He's a bad human, right? Like, that's him and his little minions try to do this. Let's check out some of these comments here. Amber said he's a moron. Don't burn bridges to the ones that know where the bodies are buried. How many times have I said that? Oh, Sanchez, but I told Aiden the 3 times I had to talk to the Holden police, I will always tell the truth. Yeah, see, that's the part that gets me, you know, like Aiden, like, understand what's being said there, you know? Natalie Diana, love it. She said, oh, and not only should Aiden go to jail, but Flip needs to get charged. I think he's already being charged for his own shit. Lindsay, too, and anyone else had a part of getting her fired. Well, I don't think Lindsay had anything to do with getting her fired. Tortured her and others, doxed, brought kids into it, called DCF, all need charges brought against them. I hope he gets no sleep tonight. Aiden never gets sleep, let's be honest here. Jermaine, gotta love it. Thank you for speaking out. Being a true teller comes at a devastating personal cost to some of us. Yes, it does, but that's what separates us from them. When you possess integrity, morals, and empathy, it's if doing what is right is the only choice. They choose not to. Well, you don't have another choice. What choice do we have, you know? Like, oh, Amber said, I didn't think you were ever going to print an article. You proved me wrong. Nobody signed a non-disclosure before giving you information. Probably not, you know? It's ridiculous. Like, that Aiden has to actually come into any of this claiming he's a victim. He's not a fucking victim. He's never been a victim. Like, oh boy, this is apparently where the old Pats said, Aiden, come on, Aiden. We know it's you. I mean, come on. Like, really? We know that that's you. I mean, no one else is going to be going that hard for him like that, you know? Like, come on. It's ridiculous, you know? It's ridiculous. Conclusions. Aiden Kearney is a fraud and a liar. Well, we knew that. He's a fucking con man. You know? He is an actual fucking con man. You know? It just is. It's that simple. Did a box truck make an appearance in the parking lot at Ethel's gathering? That's a good point. You know, if I was that guy, I probably would have went to that very public event, right? If I was Ethel. I'm just saying, like, why not go to that very public event? It's like, you know, why not? I'm just saying, you know, if I was them, that's what I would do, you know? Let's see. I'm trying to see if, oh God, they found a body in the water at Whitman Town Park. Jesus. Adult male unconscious in the water. Oh God, that's no good. And that was way earlier. Let's see. Yeah, that was not okay. That was just weird as fuck. Like, for him to do that. It was weird as fuck, YBE. I feel like living in a world filled with snakes and liars and news is very hard to find a good friend. If you have one good friend you can trust, you're a bitch. I honestly think, like, you don't need 100 friends, right? You just don't. You don't need 100 friends. All you need is one or two good ones. You know? That's all you need. That's all you need. Let's see if we can check out the disgustingness that is Ethel Machado's ridiculousness. Let's see. I've seen some snippets this morning of it. And I'm like, is this real life? Like, is this real life? Is this like what happens really happen? I do know probate law. But again, I'm not an attorney. Not an attorney, but I do know probate law, at least here in this state. It's different state to state. Remember that, you know? I can count the number of people that have said Meredith is not responsible for sharing the recording or the phone extraction, and no one will listen. Yeah, you can lead a horse to water. I mean, I've said it too. Like, I mean, there is evidence to prove, you know? You know, there's evidence to prove, you know? Here we go. Oh yeah, Jess is going on vacation, you know, 8 hours ago. She's talking all about her vacation that she was gifted, I guess. I don't know if it was like just a hotel or whatever, but Ethel's all excited about vacation. You know, she's pretty excited. Then there's this. I met most of these people for the first time, felt like I knew them all, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for listening to me talk, gossip, rage. I can't believe you all showed up. Bunnies forever. Okay, great. People actually wore bunny ears. It's a whole shit show. Weird. One of the best gifts I received were new magnets for the Horizon social chart. That's fucking weird. To put pictures of people, okay, on these as some sort of like, here, let's make fun of people and put them on some weird chart at fucking 50 years old. Like, that's weird. I'm sorry. It's fucking weird. You don't have to like people, you know? So essentially, I want to know, you know, at this event, did they bowl bunnies down the, I mean, were any bunnies harmed in the you know, meet and greet here, you know? No, it was Aiden. Aiden shared them, Patricia. He shared them with a bunch of people. A bunch of fucking people. And then when those people share them with other people and other people and other people, okay, then it gets out. And then he has to have someone to blame. It's something he has done for the last 10 years when he blames someone else. It's what he does. He has to blame anyone and everyone, except that he cannot take any responsibility for any of the things he has done. He's got to have a way to explain it away to his followers because he's too afraid he's going to lose his platform. He's going to lose his donations. He's going to lose money. So he's got to have a way to explain it away. Has to. Absolutely has to have a way to explain it away. Hey, Marcia, to everyone else. He just has to, you know? And yeah, he knows how offensive he is. Come on. It's ridiculous. But that's, I mean, this is the same pattern of behavior he's done over and over for a long time, you know? Well, they don't, right? They don't. But the problem with it is they, of course, they don't have to know about his last 5 exes to know all the lore. But once you start learning about it, you start to realize, like, holy shit, this man has done a lot of fucking damage. A lot of fucking damage to a lot of people, a lot of innocent people, and it's the same pattern over and over and over and over. It goes on and on and on and on, you know? Yeah, his fake pearl clutching outrage and pretending to be the victim is one of those things that, like, you're just never gonna, like, he's always gonna do it. It's only when you start to see the patterns and when you get evidence that shows that, like, it's just a lie, he's just a liar, like, that's just what he does, right? That people start seeing it. I wish that people had started seeing it a long time ago. I wish they would have listened, right? Because I feel like we'd see a lot less victims if he did. Oh God. $6,000 home with terror money. This is apparently his new house and address that he's, you know, people are joking about doing rolling rallies at, and it's like, what did you, you know, he buys the house, then he might go to jail, and also it's just fucking stupid. It's just dumb. It's stupid and it's dumb for him to buy a house. Also, it's a slap in the face to the people that sent him money for his defense fund. Because if he could have paid for it for himself, why is he asking other people to do it? You know? Come on now. They told the press to get closer to the story, so now the Jake Bunny is literally riding the journalism drone like a tiny judgmental sky cowboy. I can't. Some of this makes me crack up laughing. Some things that people put up make me crack up laughing. I can't. Oh my, stop it.
We have desires, but one is that way. Okay, we're okay.
I got Scott. I can't. His stuff cracks me up. Did you guys see the and now crumbling down? Oh, is this a new one? Is this one that we didn't? Okay, hold on. We shall check it out. You know? No, I don't think you're going to see Cosgrove use that to revoke bail because he wasn't charged with it. I think what you're going to see Cosgrove use to revoke bail is anything that's going on in New Jersey, or if they choose to get him on any of the stuff he's done to Meredith. If she ever goes to the cops, and or if she has at any point and reported his ass, then if he gets charged, that's going to revoke his bail. And she could have him charged with witness intimidation, blackmail, threats, like a lot. A lot, let's put it that way. And then on top of anything that she could have possibly seen that was a crime, right? So just saying.
Feel the walls keep closing in, scared more now than you've ever been. Reaching out but no one there. All alone, nobody cares. And the clock keeps ticking, ticking on that wall. The shadows moving up and down the hall. There again, that ticking, ticking, tick-tock, spinning in your mind. Hands on that clock, hold it in. It's too late, can't face the facts that it's your fate. Everything is crumbling down, your world is crumbling down, but it's too late. Can't hold it in, it's too late. Can't face the facts that it's your fate. And everything is crumbling down, your world is crumbling down, but it's too late. Locked in a world you built with no escape. Burned every bridge and now it is your fate. And that clock keeps ticking, ticking on the wall, knowing that you can trust, that you can call. Tick-tock, can't hold it in, it's too late. Can't face the facts that it's your fate. And everything is crumbling down, your world is crumbling down, but it's too late.
Oh my God, I'm fucking dead. To be fair, Scott does amazing work. His songs, his videos, his puppets, I love it. I absolutely love it. He does amazing. After battling himself while running, I, shouldn't I? Demons Inside said, do it. Releasing crumbling down video today. I love it. And for those of you who didn't see, quick wonder of mine who the daddy is.
See the Dallas back here on the East Coast. A man whose name's upon the lips of insecure men the most. Jealousy, animosity.
You're welcome, buddy.
Call it what you will.
Hashtag I stand with JBrill. All right. Hashtag I stand with Brandi. Just saying. Scott does. I love them. This one is pretty good. If all of it, I mean, I'll play this one for those of you who weren't here yesterday. You know, or sorry, I think it was Friday because I don't work Saturdays. It's my only day off. I had so many. Kev on the drums was amazing. I had so many people asking me yesterday in my inbox, like, when are you going live? When are you going live? I'm like, bitches, Saturday is I was asked to join Spaces, but Saturday is literally my only day off. My only day off. So I don't get any other days off of the week. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Saturday is my only day off. And so I'm like, for the love of God, people, I love all of your sinking faces, and I would love to like be able to, but like, it's my only day off, so I will not be on any Spaces. I do live stream on a Saturday. In certain circumstances, I'll change it to a Saturday and not do a Sunday, but usually our Sunday streams are pretty good because it's more of like, we talk about what you guys all want to talk about. We go over some shit that happened, some new shit that happened overnight, like whatever, right? But I love my Sunday shows. And so I was like, I love all of you, but I hope you all come Sunday, right? It's Sunday now. And I know, you know, we have different time zones, which is why I try to do like, you know, around 11:30 or 12:30 my time, Eastern Standard Time, because then it's like 9 in the morning California time, and it's like then people have a chance to like jump in after that. So it's like, you know, I try to give a decent enough time where everyone can join in. So I'm gonna play the one that Scott made on the 13th, which is fucking hilarious, by the way. So pee if you already haven't. You don't want to pee yourself during this, or it's pretty funny. And Scott does amazing work. So if you haven't checked out his stuff, you should definitely go, you know, follow him on Twitter. All right, while we're playing this, if you guys want, please make sure you hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. The like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed to the channel. We appreciate you. I see that we have somebody here who is popping in who didn't realize that Aiden was a liar. I'm glad that you made it out. I'm sincerely glad that you made it out of that cult nonsensical crap. We do have a soft place to land when you do figure him out, because I'm not a shitbag person who just shits on people, even though they might have said some of the most awful, horrific lies and just repeated his bullshit. Like, I understand coercive control. I had an abuser once upon a time, and I understand the way Aiden brainwashes. I understand the way he narrates. I understand the way that he says, you need to see it my way by telling people what they saw and what they heard instead of allowing their brains to understand what they saw and heard. He has to tell them what they saw and heard because he has to narrate it. And no, LTG, it's not normal. It's not normal in my state. I have never seen anyone in the state of Massachusetts be allowed to break their bail and term conditions and make crime after crime after crime after crime and not be immediately charged with it. So to answer your question, no. And this is why I often bring up like Norfolk County, you know, his county, like they need to do better. They need to do their fucking jobs at this point, because for every minute he stays out and his bail isn't revoked for all the crimes he's blatantly committed in public, another victim gets hurt. Another innocent person has to deal with what I've had to deal with, and it's unfucking acceptable. Unfucking acceptable. Oh my God, I love them, Moni. I love them so much. Well, thank you, Sparkly. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you so much. And if you want to support the channel, there are a ton of different ways to do so. Our Amazon wish list is one, and Sparkly got me these beautiful pink pans, and I love them, and I love that the handles come off. It's amazing to me. I love that the handles come off, and you can just put the handle on, and then you can stack them, so the handles aren't getting in the way. I love it. I love them so much. Thank you, Sparkly. And then we have the basic ways. Make sure you get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships. You can do sticks, you know, super stickers or super chats, or the most direct routes, which are always the best ones. Things like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Those are all in the description. We have these right here. the Cash App, the Venmo, and the PayPal are right here on the screen. And then we have a link in the chat pinned to the top, and that specifically is for any credit or debit cards. If you don't have the payment apps, don't worry. We have that for you. You can write any amount you want. You can write a thing that we'll read. We don't read anybody's names, anybody's real names. You don't have to worry about me reading your real name or giving it to anybody. I don't do that. You don't real people's real names. It's your government name. You don't need the cult coming for you. Believe you me. All right, let's play this shit. It's funny as hell.
12 of them looking over me, whispering, wonder what could it be? Did they see me, or maybe they were told? Of the many I'd wish died in a hole, or juror 3, did she lie on any answer? Thinking that son of a bitch is on Team Cancer. I can't go back, I won't survive, but I'm too scared to wanna live. I wish right now I could take everything back, 'cause I can't go back. Sure, 12 won't stop staring. Think he knows I recorded Karen, and this one here in blue right in the front hasn't taken her eyes off me. Again, she looks so goddamn angry. Hope she can't read minds, 'cause I think she's a I can't go back, I won't survive, but I'm too scared to wanna live. I wish right now I could take everything back, 'cause I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back, I won't survive, but I'm too scared to wanna live. I wish right now I could take everything back, 'cause I can't go back.
God, I hate you, Muppet Man.
I'm sorry, that was fucking hilarious. Do we all need to remind where I Can't Go Back came from? Because I made a song about it. We have a song called I Can't Go Back that I made as well, but do we need like a reminder of like where it came from?
Can you please not? I can't go back. Can you please not? I can't go back.
After all the people, all the innocent people he has harmed, that will never not be fucking funny, all right? It will never not be funny. Because if he actually gave two fucks about going back to jail, he wouldn't consistently keep committing crimes and blaming innocent people and trying to tear people's lives apart, okay? Most of us wouldn't still be trying to crawl out of the mound of lies he placed on top of us because he couldn't be honest about the shit that he has done, right? Meredith losing her job, it was the equivalent of me watching my livelihood dry up in days from his lies. I went from at least making decent enough money to be able to pay your basic bills and get groceries in the house to it dropping immediately because he couldn't take responsibility for himself, for his own shit. I didn't lie for him, therefore I'm public enemy number one. That's all it took. Don't lie for him, don't do what he wants, and boom, he shall rain down hell on your life. It has been since the winter of 2023, so a little over 2 years, and I am still fucking crawling out of a whole amount of lies that he placed upon, in the same way that he has done to a multitude of people. Lindsay Meredith, you can go on and on. Cara, you can go on and on. What he did to Jen O'Donnell, he did it to he's doing it to Brandi, he's doing it to JBrill. There is no line that man won't cross. There's no lie he won't tell. There's no place that he won't try to, there's no responsibility or accountability that he will not try to place on someone else that belongs squarely with him. Because if he can sort of wiggle his way out of it and blame someone else, then he can just make money off of that, right? Of telling lies and making fun of people and insulting people. The problem is more and more people are waking up every day, and I thank God for that. And I thank God for people like JBrill who who are speaking out. I thank God for Brandi putting him in his fucking place because he's got to hear it. Of course, we heard that he didn't want to talk to me on Spaces after I asked him a multitude of questions when he was trying to blame Meredith, blame this one, blame that one. I kept reminding him that it was him. It all goes back to him. And he didn't want to talk to me after that. After that, I was like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm only going to talk to Sparkly and I'm only going to talk to Nina. Or I'm going to leave. Tried to throw us a little fit. Or I'm going to leave. So I had to then remind him, nobody cares if you're here, Aiden. You're the one who asked to come up on our Spaces. You can fuck right off. You can fuck right off. Nobody actually gives a fuck what you have to say, sir. You have no, and I had to tell him, as you guys know, what control freaks and coercive control abusers do not like to hear. You have no control here, sir. You have none. Zero. No control in this Spaces at all. And he didn't want to hear that. He didn't like it. He did not like to hear that he had no control. You know, he did not like it. I know abusers like that. I know people who coercively control in that way. He isn't getting one over on me. YBE basically handed him handed a boot right in his ass, and he didn't want to talk to her either. You know, he couldn't talk to anybody that could challenge him. I mean, that's pretty pathetic. The fact that Valerie has made like a fake account of each one of us, like, Valerie, get some help, sweetie. I mean, it's a little concerning at this point that you want to make fake accounts of everyone to get into Spaces where you're not wanted. That's fucking weird. Okay, that's weird. He's always the common denominator, and that is why people are waking up to it. It's like you want to run back to your abuser, like Valerie or Flipperhead. Like you're running back. It's Stockholm syndrome. You're running back to the very man who wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. And in about, T minus however much time it's going to take him, you're going to do something he doesn't like, or you're going to say something he doesn't like, and eventually he's going to come for you again and again and again and again and again until you figure out that little thing clicks in your brain that goes, oh shit, he's a bad person, right? Until then, you can keep simping for him all you want, but you just look like a fucking clown, It's weird. It's sad. He's going to drag you again. Don't come crying to me when he does. You're on that short list of people I would never fucking help, Sorry, not fucking sorry. There should be a link. It should be, I don't know, I feel like there should be a link in the description. It should be clickable, but to be fair, I haven't went there to make sure it was clickable. I know the new one just has the most, it automatically has my address in there. So like it doesn't show it to you guys, but it on a wish list, on anybody's wish list, it has the address in there. This is the new one. The new one only has, the 5 most important items for the house on it, of course, but I'll also give you the old one because that has a multitude of price ranges on that one, where the other one is like very more, I don't know. This is the old one. I call it the old one and the new one, although it's not old. It's just, we made the new one for like the 5 most important things at the time. I'm actually so happy for the people who are finally waking up. But I wish I didn't have to sound like a broken record to do it. I feel like, thank fucking God, finally. To me, it feels like, damn, finally, right? Like, finally, people are figuring it the fuck out. Right? Finally. I wish they had figured it out sooner. That's for sure. I'll tell you that much. I definitely wish that they had figured it out sooner, because it's hard to watch him hurt other people and continue on and continue on and continue on, knowing what I know, knowing what I know. It's hard to know that he's going to keep hurting people. And there's not many of us who are willing to stand up and say something. If you stop talking about it, then guess what? Then he wins, because people will forget. People forget, and then they're not informed, and then new people come and they're not informed, but there's only one, I have a vacuum. I do. I had carpets at my old place, so I have a vacuum, thank God, that I love. I was just talking about my vacuum earlier, but I do have a vacuum. I do, thank God, because my whole last apartment was all rugs. It was rugs everywhere except the kitchen and the bathroom. So thank God for that, because I got to get a rug underneath this at some point, because I don't know,
house must be a little like off kilter because it rolls me backwards like tiny bits at a time. So I find myself having to pull myself in. Yeah, rugs can be vacuumed. Those ones can be vacuumed. I also have like there's like a handheld one too. So for smaller ones like that, I would probably just take the handheld thing and get on my, hands and knees and vacuum it like that instead of using like the whole vacuum to go back and forth. Because I feel like that's just easier with like smaller area rugs is to do that to make sure you get like every, crevice. But I love myself a good vacuum. To be fair, if my vacuum had come in pink at the time, you can bet your friggin' behind I'd have got that one, That is what it's going to take. But I feel like, Special KML, it's been 2 years that I've been doing this, right? 2 years. And I'm only now in the last 6 months seeing people, not that I haven't seen smaller amounts of people sort of figure it out, but it's only in the last 6 months that I'm starting to see a larger amount of people figure out what the fuck is actually going on here. And I'll see people here or there sort of pick out that he's like coming for Meredith, but they don't make the correlation in their brain that like, hold on a second, right? If he's doing this to Meredith, could it be a possibility that this is what he has done to all of these people that he has made out to be villains and bad, right? They don't make that correlation. The correlation is, oh, he did this to Meredith. So this is just like a one-off. This is not just a one-off. I have sat on the phone with these victims as they cry. I have spent countless hours helping them, right? I don't get fucking paid for that, dude. I don't get paid for that, right? I happily do it every day of the week, paid or unpaid, because who was going to be there for them, right? You have one side of people, turtle wires, who are going to shun them. You have the other side of people who don't agree with them if they're free Karen Reed on the case, so they're not going to talk to them, right? Like, where do they land? Who do they go to? Who do they have that's going to say, like, I understand what you're going through, I'm sorry, and what can I do to help? Like, there isn't that many people that are going to put their neck out or give a helping hand. Like, before my channel, I did volunteer advocacy work for over a decade, and I continue it to this day, right? Because people still need help, right? And so I'm equipped to be able to help these people in that way, right? I can do a multitude of things in a multitude of ways. The only thing that I physically can't do is help financially. I can't even help myself that way, right? Like, again, I'm still trying to crawl out of the turtle hole mound of lies, right? So I can't even help my own self financially. I am scraping pennies, right? That's the only thing that I can't help them with. I can help them with a multitude of other things with the knowledge that I have. And so I do. That's what I give them, everything that I can give. If they call and there's a problem, there's nothing that we can't solve together, right? If I got to call in someone else or someone a favor or someone who, knows better than I do in something and call in a friend to help, like phone a fucking friend, like, okay, we get a friend on the line and we figure it out, right? There's not many things that I can't figure out or help with. And so, giving these people an understanding that, like, when you make it out of the cult, when you figure out that you're fucking in a cult, right? And all it takes is looking at the people who did make it out to say, it's a cult, right? Like, nobody in a cult is going to admit they're in a cult. They're just not, right? Look at the people who made it out of it. How many of those people publicly have been like, it's a cult? Like, I hate to say it, it is. It really, really is, right? If you don't do what he wants or say what he wants, you do what I want, you do what I want you to say, or you don't do X, Y, and Z, or else. And if you're like, oh, I have nothing to hide, you can or else yourself into fucking kingdom come, right? Like, I basically was like, and go fuck yourself. Like, there's nothing. What are you gonna do, Aiden? Share with people that I used to be an addict almost 20 years ago. Like, I've shared that with everybody already. I'm proud of where I came from to where I got to, right? I share that openly. What are you gonna? And so my advice to these people is, you can say that, but like, he'll just make shit up. Because when he has nothing else, he instantly goes into, let's make up a lie and let's make a receipt up to go with that lie. So if he's got to make a fake account, spoof phone numbers. It doesn't matter what he's got to do or get someone else to do. He will get them to do it and then send it to him and pretend that he found it or pretend it was sent to him, or he's done this a billion times. So he'll come up with a narrative and then he'll make the evidence or quote his receipt to go with it. I've watched him do this a billion times over. I have watched him alter people's real texts. Like I'll have the copies and he'll post and he's changed it. Or he's taken out this part of the conversation and this part of the conversation and taken out his whole pieces. So a part of a conversation about this and a part of a conversation about this, and then put them together as if they're one conversation, take his pieces out, pieces he doesn't want people to see, and pretend that this is about the specific thing he wants it to be about. I've watched him do this. And people just don't get it. They're like, why would he do something? Why would he take his time to do that? Why? Why would he do that? Why? Because he doesn't run on what makes sense. A narcissist runs on pure emotion. All they care about is winning, revenge. That's it, themselves. They're greedy. They have no capacity to give a fuck about anyone else, including any innocent people they drag into it. Any innocent person they drag into it, if you don't do what he wants, you're going too. You know what I mean? Like, he's going too, you know? So it's like, I've been doing this 2 years. I feel like a broken fucking record sometimes, you know? I can't. And that's so many of them. So many of them left social media, had to just shut up and go away. But that's how he's been winning for 10 years. People shut up and they fucking go away. And I refuse to do that. I remember the very first thing I said about his attacks on me. I said, I'm not going to respond to an adult tantrum, because that's exactly what it was. Ooh, I love me a good cordless vacuum. I don't have a cordless one, but I would love me a good one of those like hand vacuums. I have the hand part that goes to my big one that I use, but I don't have one of those like little hand ones. I think on my bigger list there's like a pink one for that, but it's like a rug cleaner now. But I'd love me a good small vacuum too. You know? Yeah, I made sure that like when I went through like the pictures and the reviews of some of them, that they were thick enough to be vacuumed even with just like the hand vacuum. And if they weren't, you can actually put them in the washing machine if they're like smaller like that, you know? And I also have those like things that I already have those things that you like stick on the rug so that they stay on the floor and they don't just like slide back and forth, thank God. Well, you keep having those conversations, right? Like Bradle never had my respect, so he couldn't lose it, you know? My house costs less and I have more property and it's quieter, I would turn that house down. I don't, again, his viewers paid for that, you know? I am a good secret keeper. That's true. Because nobody's secrets are anybody else's business. Right? Even if I don't talk to you anymore, I don't like you anymore, or you are part of the cult and you think I'm the devil, I'm not going to out your secrets. It's not, if you're telling me something in confidence and you're telling me something in confidence, right? Then it doesn't matter if we're friends anymore. It doesn't matter if I don't like you anymore. It doesn't matter. Like that's not for me to tell, right? That's for you to tell, not for me. Unless you're coming at me, and in that case, I have to defend myself. That's a whole nother thing. But I'm very careful about what I do and don't do, you know? Well, yeah, he needs a whole family house for part-time daddying, you know? He needs to make it look like he's, rich and amazing. Like that's what he wanted. Let's be honest, he couldn't get a smaller house with just enough bedrooms for the kids and himself. Couldn't do that. Nope. Why would he do that? It would make it look like he's poor and broke. He can't have people thinking he's poor and broke, but on the same aspect, he has to make people see. That's the thing. He doesn't think these things through. He wants it as a brag because that's what egomaniacs do. But at the same time, he still wants everyone to donate to his defense fund. He doesn't realize that even sharing that he bought a house is going to lower those donations, because why the fuck would you be buying a house if you desperately needed money for your legal defense fund? I mean, let's be honest here. These people didn't help a legal defense fund. They helped them buy a house, you know? And that's okay. If you're making the money and you buy a house, okay, fine. No problem with that. You made the money, you bought the house, fine. But if you are making the money and then crying that you need the defense fund money because it's going to cost a lot and you could have paid for it yourself, you just don't want to, that's called a con artist. That is a grift. And it's funny because he calls everybody else a grifter, a scammer, a beggar, everyone else but himself. The problem with that is people, like, no one here is forced to donate to the channel, right? You do it of your own free will, right? Yeah, that is the most pushback he's gotten in like a long time period. I mean, he's definitely gotten a ton of pushback from Kate before that. But I mean, like simultaneously, like the pressure on, I feel like it's probably one of the most longest periods of time that he's had that pressure on all at once to keep going. I mean, I know Kate put a lot of pressure on back in the day. But I think like constantly, yeah, I mean, who else is going to give him nobody else wants to do it, you know, no one else wants to do it. So it's like, if you support there, he didn't make, let's be clear, he didn't do any work in the Karen case. She told him everything he needed to know. There was no work done. He didn't do anything except repeat what she told him. That's it. And put his own spin on whatever he wanted, you know, like, come on. He did zero real actual work. There was nothing like that going on. That's the thing, you know? It's crazy to me. Oh, he definitely was trying to hide assets. I believe that Meredith already said that he did that he hid it from the court so that he didn't have to pay as much child support, right? You know, not a shocker to me at all, you know, not a shocker. Oh no. He was keeping her in line in the way that he wanted to so that he could make the most profit and money off of it by using threats and coercion to get you to keep him around. It's something that he had been doing for a long time. And to be fair, I called it out then and I'll continue to call it out now. That is something that I said way back then, and it's something I'll continue to say now, you know? Well, I mean, but that wiretapping though, that's one instance. That was one of many. And for multiple years before that, he had done that to a million different people over and over and over again. And because I'm a bad person, you know, no one would listen. No one would even bother at this point. So it's like, at what point do people start taking what I said seriously? Well, apparently it's in the last 6 months that most of these people have started taking it seriously and saying, holy shit, she was right. She was fucking right. I've gotten more apologies in the last 6 months than I've gotten in the last 3 years put together. Like, you were right. We're sorry. Well, I know that. I tried to warn you. I tried and I tried and I tried and I tried in every way that I knew how. There's only so much, you know, only a few people can do. And that's why I think it's very important that JBrill asked him those questions. And I think it's very important that Brandi told him exactly who he is and what she thought of him. Because if people don't speak out and people just say one thing and go away, he wins. It's how he's won every other time. He waits for the quote news cycle to disappear and people to stop talking about it, and then he wins. Well, at least for me, that news cycle keeps going. I'm not a 24-hour news cycle that just goes away when it's convenient for him. I will never stop putting the pressure on until he goes to prison where he belongs. In every way possible. Publicly, privately, I don't give a fuck. Everything that I can do within the legal bounds of the law to do, I'm going to do it. You know? I'm going to fucking do it. Of course he did. He loves doxing people. It's his favorite fucking thing to do, you know? Yeah, Vetero's not, again, Harold in the purple crayon's going to need to, you know, sharpen his crayons because that mega motion that Aiden's so excited about is a dud. And I would be shocked if a judge didn't speak up on that and be like, you put a fake medical term in this. I mean, that's highly inappropriate. Highly fucking inappropriate. Highly inappropriate. You know, come on, man. I wouldn't want my attorney doing that shit. You know, I just simply would not. You know? Yeah, because he had to run back to Aiden. He had to make a deal. Let's make something clear. Flip made a deal with Aiden. In the same way that Aiden tries to make everyone make deals. In the same way that he sent an intermediary to come to me and my friend Julie way back over a year ago and offered to take down everything he's ever written about me. And I still have those messages. And my response was, why? Why does he magically all of a sudden want to take down everything he's ever written about me? And she was like, I don't know. And she obviously knew. I'm just the messenger. You'd have to talk to him. And my answer is the same then as it is now. Go fuck yourself. He can keep it up for all I care. The damage has been done. I don't actually give a fuck what he does with it. There is zero probability that I will ever speak to that human fucking oxygen thief. No, thank you. You are an oxygen thief, sir. You're stealing our oxygen. Take several seats at the back of the fucking DMV and go away. There is zero reason to talk to or wheel and deal with a narcissistic psychopath. There's nothing to deal with. He can leave it all up. I don't give an actual fuck. The damage was already done. Taking it all down now because he wants something from me. No, fuck off. Fuck all the way off. You know, and I don't think he ever had heard, no, go fuck yourself up until that point, to be honest. At least not from multiple people, because me and Julie both were like, yeah, no, go fuck yourself. These were separate conversations, separate intermediaries that he sent, but at the same time, of course. And we were like, yeah, no. Fat fucking chance in hell. He has a better chance of seeing God right now than that happening. Nope. Oh, Eric has always been tried to be his bestie in the same way that fucking Deanna and Lauren crawl up his ass and follow him around like a puppy dog. I mean, they feel special. They get a pat on the head from a YouTuber, so they feel special. Newsflash, anybody can contact me and I respond to everyone. Newsflash, it's not special because I take it seriously and I'm grateful of everyone that comes to this channel. Unlike him who thinks, well, it's got to be $5, guys. You got to send $5 or more for me to read your comment. That's his thing. Remember that. It's got to be $5 or more, right? He won't read your comment out loud unless it's $5 or more because he's entitled to that, right? It's not worth it, he said. I'm sorry, what? Like, what? What's going to happen to his house, Daniel? What's going to happen is somebody's going to take it in a civil case. That's what's going to happen. He's going to have to forfeit it. That's just going to fucking happen. He's going to lose it. I answered this earlier, actually. I don't know. Maybe to get the civil case dropped. Maybe we'll never know. My best guess would be to get that civil case dropped and away from her. She doesn't have the money to pay out something like that. And she also doesn't have the money to keep paying a lawyer to fight it. So eventually, if you run out of money to pay a lawyer to fight it, he's going to win by default. And that's forever just sitting there, waiting to take anything that you might get. So, I mean, my best guess is to get him to drop the civil case, I guess. I don't really know. I don't think we'll ever know. I mean, that's I can only guess on that, you know? And I would hope that at least if she did do that, that she just fucking hightailed it out of there after that, you know, just away from him after that, you know? I mean, that's all I can hope for her, is that she gets far fuck away from him as she can, you know? He didn't have any inside intel. All of his information came straight from Karen. There was no inside intel to give, which was funny because he got so angry when me or Sean actually did get inside intel that he didn't have. When we said it first, he'd get all jealous, send people messages, flip out on he didn't have it, and how dare we share it without telling him, you know, trying to gatekeep everything and everyone. It's what he does. And then he's telling his audience, like, everyone needs to talk about this. But the second other people do and get information, he's all mad. You know, I broke the story about Natalie having immunity. He got all pissed about that, told his entire audience, there's no way she got immunity. There's nothing for her to have immunity from. Well, lo and behold, guess who had immunity? She did. And guess who broke the story? I did. And he was angry about that. Same way that he said Sean was wrong, right? And Sean didn't have the information because he didn't break it first. He was jealous and he was upset. So he told his entire audience it wasn't true and it couldn't be real. The problem with that was it was and it was. So once again, his credibility in my eyes has been shot for a really long fucking time. All he does is lie, you know? But they'll take it. They'll take his house in civil cases. He'll be sued into oblivion and he'll lose it, you know? I mean, she's more than rude. She's fucking vile, just as bad as him. It's again, they have to be just as bad as him or they don't think he'll give them the pat on the back, right? Like, and also they're afraid. They're afraid if they don't do what they think he wants them to do, that he's eventually going to come around for them. And they'd be right, because eventually he will, you know? Yeah, they helped him by donating to his defense fund. So he didn't have to pay for that. Instead, he paid for a house, you know? Shannon K is right. House built on sand will eventually sink. And I think you see that happening now, you know? No worries, Freeze. No, my delivery. Can't help it, okay? JBrill comedy video, which one? This lady put out there. Where would he work, though? Can you picture it? No, he would. I mean, he's not employable. I know a narcissist is never wrong, and they always have to flip victim and offender. They always are the victim, and everyone else is the offender. Remember that, you know? Like a tiger doesn't change their stripes, you know? Yeah, exactly. He told everybody they were pretty rainbows, and they were not. You know, I gotta love Amazon. They really have anything you could think of. You know, and I don't shop much because you know, I honestly can't shop. So it's like all my money really goes to like basics, food, toilet paper, things like that. So like one of these days, maybe in a good year or two, I will actually be able to buy things that I want or need on Amazon, and it's a good place to shop. That's for sure. I need to get a coffee table, and I've been looking everywhere for a pink coffee table that would match my pink couch that is on the wish list, but I haven't obviously got because I can't buy it right now. But and there wasn't really one on Amazon that would like go with it, and so I looked all these other places yesterday. I saw a pretty cool one on Wayfair, but I kind of want one of those that like you can like put the top part up, or it has, or if the top part doesn't go up, it might has like maybe drawers or places you can put things. I like that space area, you know. 600K is a lot in Colden. He could have gotten a house for 400K. He didn't need a $600,000 house. You know what I mean? You know, he can't. He's unemployable. You know, he's unemployable. Let's be real. He's unemployable. He just is. Yeah, it's just not smart, bro. Right? But he also, Freeze, does not make real life relationships. He'll see some of these people in real life, but he never bothers to ask them how they're doing, how are their families, like what's going on with them, like send a birthday gift. Like I take the time out with making relationships with people to do things like that. Like, you know, talk to them, answer them, you know, they're texting or calling, like make sure you go out of your way to read everyone's comments and like build that sense of community. He doesn't care about a sense of community. He doesn't care if every person in his chat leaves today, as long as they send him a donation and new people come in tomorrow. As long as he can replace them with new people, he doesn't give a shit about any of them. None of them. Not a single one of them. He's not grateful for anything they give him. He thinks it's owed to him, you know? It's just sad. The whole thing is fucking sad, but everything is projection. Everything he says someone else did, it's something he is currently doing or already has done multiple times. Just know that every time he says someone did this thing, he's done it or is doing it. You know, I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, there's lots of nuances. You know, his projection is something I've seen narcissists project, and this is crazy. The amount of projection is crazy. You know, of course he gave nothing to anyone. He doesn't give a fuck about doing anything for anyone else. You know. Yeah, of course he did. And has he ever shown that money, by the way, that he sent it to Karen? No, of course not. Of course not. You know? No, he doesn't. That's why he burns all of his bridges. If he was smart, he would have never burned that bridge with M. William Phelps. You know, like he does. If he doesn't get his way, he stomps his feet like a baby and does exactly what he knows how to do.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
You know? Yes and no. If he is sued civilly and found liable, the money that he used to buy that house, they can take it. And they will take it. Like, you know, he made a large down payment and I heard it was cash. So, I mean, there's no exemption to like, if you're civilly sued, right? And they found you liable, they can take your assets. You know, they can take your assets. Doesn't matter where the house is, you know? He did turn on Nan, and he couldn't give her the basic common courtesy, you know? Like, come on. The common courtesy, they can put a lien on his house. Even if he doesn't own it, they can put a lien on it. That's what they do. They put a civil lien on the house. A civil lien. And Massachusetts is not too great. Like, when it comes to like civil, taking your shit civilly, like your assets, like they'll take that. They absolutely will take it, you know? I think he thought mistakenly that JFK had no assets because he thought he was Hoodberger, but he has assets. So that's the thing. Like, why just assume? But that's what he does, you know? That's what he does. It's crazy to me. It's insane to me. Well, that's the thing, right? Which one was it? They'd have to go through all of his money, right? All of the statements. They would subpoena every record. That's not going to be good for him, you know? It's not going to be good. That was such a weak argument. Well, he's on bail, so he can't do anything, you know? Like, Nobody's going to pay his mortgage if he goes to jail. The fuck's going to pay his mortgage? Also, I have no doubt in my mind that they will freeze a lot of his bank accounts and assets. You know, I have no doubt that he will be charged with a multitude of other crimes at some point. I don't know when, but yeah, bail is always an excuse. He has no problem though, you know, committing other crimes while he's on bail. You know, it's weird. It's fucking weird. But here's the thing, if he lied, and he did, we know he did, if he lied to get the mortgage, to tell them he didn't have any criminal cases going on, that's a huge problem. That's mortgage fraud. You know? Mortgage fraud. That's a whole nother problem. Tax fraud, whole nother issue, you know? There's a whole lot of shit that he, you know, has going on. I mean, yeah, but who's gonna rent it? You know what I mean? Like who's gonna rent it? You know, I don't know. You know, there's a lot of different things that go into some of this, especially when it comes to him, because he just can't. He's not smart enough, A, to know what the fuck he's doing. B, yeah, he put a lot of cash down, I'm sure, for a smaller mortgage, but Turtle Night. Oh, I can't. Oh, this one's a good one. I forgot about this one. This
Our
one
fire department took
is a good one. We all knew he was going to go to Kelsey's hearing and then try to like claim some sort of credit for like him just being there means like something awesome happened and it's all because of him, right? And he did. He got on Twitter and proclaimed.
As many of you are now seeing with my involvement in this case, things are happening. I walked by the judge yesterday, so everyone would know I'm on the job. North and Over Fire Department took notice.
Who knew this was coming? Scott says. I mean, we all did. Everyone called it. You know, we all knew it. It's fucking strange to me. You know. Oh my God, this one was good.
No one questions the turtle.
Whoa.
Believe what you will. JBrill didn't do shit. The turtle cried. Keikla, nice to see you. My member, thank you. This one. Sanchez! Gotta love it. Sanchez made a song, but I don't know if I can play it because I think it might be copyright infringement. But so Scott said, tell me who the aggressor is. Top pick is JBrill filming, asking questions. Bottom pick is Aiden doing journalism. He's doing journalism, guys. He's journalisming. I mean, sad. I almost bought into the narrative that Meredith couldn't take no for an answer until Sanchez not only uncovered this communication, but a song that TV was in the process of sending to Meredith of basically the same communication, touching on this part, but clingy. Oh God, it's a soapbox.
Post on X about suicide, it did. Let me be clear. When I put a post on X about suicide, it did not apply to my client, who can say and do without any repercussions. God, he pays me a lot.
Yeah, must be a little better, oh. Scott, you gotta give him his purple crayons. You gotta give him the God Daddy. Oh, I can't.
God Daddy. Fall in line or disappear. All you had to do was denounce my enemy, but you refused. Make it look like an accident.
Make it look like an accident. I can't, but I mean, it's true. It's all fucking true, man. It is all goddamn true, okay? It's all fucking true. How he is. Be better, oh. I gotta love it. He's not a journalist. Or Pablo Cowboy will. Muppet Boy. That's Mike. Oh, it's funny. Scott does a great job with these. He really, really does. Like, how do you not love it? As I said, I was wrong and don't know how afraid he was till I listened to court. I'm sorry. I dedicate this song, I'm Afraid, to Aiden.
I was wrong and I apologize for not seeing the warning signs to know just how afraid Aiden was. He was afraid.
I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that. I think that the process...
You may think that I'm a man that's strong, a man of courage, but you would be wrong.
It's my job.
I live in fear, I wish that I was brave, but I'm afraid.
I understand the public's concern.
You see me taking on men from the street, but inside I'm scared to death if we should meet. Been times my underwear a mess I've made, 'cause I'm afraid. The little girl in me won't stay inside. You've watched me break, you know I've cried. Blame everyone for decisions I have made. God, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I wish I was a man with thicker skin, but it's tough when I was born so feminine. Women always treat a bully me, 'cause the woman that they see I am, they're never gonna be. The little girl in me won't stay inside. You watch me break, you know I've cried. Blame everyone for decisions I have made. God, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
I can't. I can't. I mean, he is a scared little baby, you know? Here on X, as I say, a cesspool. Maybe we can all just leave it on X. I wish that would be great, you know?
But I promise I'm still here, wondering. Boys, here's a sign. God's enough.
That was enough. Yeah, well, I wish that was the case and we could all figure it out, you know? If any of you missed what the Supreme Leader thinks of his supporters, a prior video tells you. All you ever did was tailgate. You were no more than spectators in a parking lot before a game, eating hamburgers and drinking beer. That's what he thought of you and how he still views all of you. Even those of you fighting content creators on his behalf, let that sink in. To be fair, I said this a long time ago. You know, I literally said this forever ago. Okay? For forever ago. So just saying. Like, I tried to tell people in his personal messages, he literally calls them names. Okay? Free Sanchez! This is what Sanchez was blocked, I think, or was on a timeout. On X put him on a timeout. You did. You got a membership, I think it was yesterday, Priest. You were gifted one. I think it was LTG as well who gifted some, and then there was a couple other people that gifted some yesterday. Sorry, Friday, my bad, wasn't yesterday. You owe it all to him. Don't forget. It's amazing to me, Free Sanchez. I love it. Viva. Keep burning bridges. Someday there'll be no way to cross. Well, there isn't no way to cross anymore. Like, his only way to cross is hope that his minions do his dirty work.
Screw you, the Brandis, Timma, all of you. You were nothing without me. You rode my coattails. Screw you. Hi, Brandi. It's me, Aiden. I need your help. I need you to use your platform to tell my story. You know, I've always supported you.
I'm sorry, you must have the wrong number. Goodbye!
I mean, realistically, that's exactly what he would do, right? Come crying back and saying someone needs to help me and tell my story, First Amendment, the fucking government screwing me, blah, 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 blah.
As another attack dog, watch me prove how evil Meredith is. 20 burner accounts, 28 hours a day. They're proven she is the Antichrist.
I fucking can't. I mean, it's pretty funny because it's like on point, you know? Oh, it's the key fob. I love the key fob. That Aiden didn't know there was a key inside the key fob, folks. And not everyone knows this. I worked in my dad's shop. My grandparents owned a shop, and then my grandfather owned a shop, and my dad owned a shop, God rest his soul. And I worked at my dad's shop, my grandfather's shop. I grew up in shops. And newer cars have a key inside. So even the push to start cars have like a key inside the key fob. So if something goes wrong with your key fob to push to start, right? You can actually, there's a manual key in there that you can use to start the car. And so he at one point said he had to call a tow truck because the key fob batteries died. And the problem with that is Aiden has a fucking key inside the goddamn key fob, you absolute clown.
If this world goes all to hell, then let's agree the cause of it was definitely not me. No matter what I said or what I've done, remember that it's never me but someone who is hell-bent on making me look bad. When I think of how they've hurt me, makes me sad. And this is now the ending of my song. Daddy never does anything wrong.
How could he do anything wrong? It's everyone else's fucking fault. Didn't everyone know? You know? Oh my God. Burning everything down. That's what Aiden does. Oh, look at McCausey Bear. People don't realize how much time and effort go into making a production. I do. Thank you, McCausey Bear. Is somebody blowing their top?
I'm prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. I'm special Robert Cosgrove. Why can't I say it? Ah!
Poor Cosgrove, dude. What's this one? I want to thank Robert for talking about it. Jem Henson got me thinking of a new character, McCausey Bear. Oh, this is Sanchez. Finally, someone is going to bring attention to just Kelsey. Even pretending to do that. Got it.
Attention, attention! Give me your attention! We are here for just Kelsey, not for me! And now that Crawford has been covering it, I'm jealous with no material. Hey, boys! I'm on fire! I'm Turtle Boy! Kelsey's Turtle Boy! It's all about her!
If that is not the exact thing that he does, then I don't fucking know what is. You know? Like, I mean... I think you might be right, to be honest. I mean, he bitches and whines about the extraction, but to be honest, I honestly think like he gets a kick out of it. It hurts him, but also it's content for him. He can just keep denying it until the fucking cows come home and make content out of it, right? Like instead of ever being honest with anyone about anything, you know? I don't know. Oh my God.
He was granted to take down the woman who almost saved the boy.
So, Scott says, breaking. This video fell into my hands and it seems to suggest that Turtle Boy may have had to deal with the Commonwealth to intentionally wiretap Karen Reed. I don't have any more information at this time. Obviously, guys, this is satire, but this is funny.
I have come across some disturbing material that my son was working on for his article of Mutt Boy Weekly News. Because of this, I am having his case re-examined.
If anyone is watching this, my biggest fear has come true. I'm on the verge of releasing my most in-depth Muppet Boy Weekly News, in which I am exposing a secret meeting between the Commonwealth and a blogger in a possible secret deal.
What was that noise? Who is that?
After what I've seen and uncovered, it may be a possibility that the wiretap was intentional in coordination with the Commonwealth, that perhaps a deal for immunity was granted to take down the woman who almost single-handedly took down the Commonwealth.
I've got a call log that my son called the Commonwealth and has notes that say, ask why the blogger hasn't been charged with wiretapping yet.
I think she
Has he, as has been rumored, signed a secret deal of immunity?
So I'm gonna, now that you asked, I might as well. All right, let me just, I'll give you guys, Meredith did about a half hour live stream, and so got her fired, okay, from her job. And what happened was they admitted that it had nothing to do with social media. It didn't have anything to fucking do with social media. What it had to do with, I know it is. That had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that Aiden was using the burner accounts to keep tagging her work, and they didn't want to deal with the liability or reputational damage to State Street. That, my friends, is also called illegal termination. You cannot terminate someone for that. And also, to be clear, and I'm going to be very clear here, her job was well educated and knew that in a situation where someone is dealing with coercive control, aka abuse in the state of Massachusetts, that you are supposed to give that employee help. You're supposed to give them help. You're not supposed to fire them. You're supposed to give them help. That's what they're dealing with. And instead, they fired her. And so she did say she had an attorney, and now he's trying to take her to court for illegal he's trying to put a charge on her for illegal wiretapping. Now, I believe it's for a magistrate's hearing, which isn't on court record. It doesn't go on your record or anything. If you go to a magistrate's hearing and they don't find probable cause, then it just gets tossed out and that's the end of it. My biggest problem is Holden PD themselves, and I believe that Holden PD would have been the ones to even send it to a DA or a magistrate's hearing to begin with. Why the fuck is Holden PD keep doing his bidding? Number one. Number two, they should have told him to get the fuck out of there. There is no illegal wiretapping. Sorry, buddy, we can't fucking help you. Enough is enough with your crying to the fucking cops and having us go on turtle protocol for it at this point. Okay, you can't keep having people try to have people or ex-girlfriends charged. It's a pattern of behavior with wiretapping that never happened. That there's no illegality to it. And I'll also point out that even if she recorded him and she wasn't in Rhode Island, where she was at the time, even if she had been in Massachusetts, if someone is threatening you, that is when you do have the right for safety purposes. And Aiden was threatening her on that phone call and before that phone call. She had every right to record him under the law as it stands. All right, let's just throw that out there. But there's going to be a magistrate's hearing on the 30th. And so she did this live stream. It wasn't even 30 minutes. It's not even 30 minutes long. She was very upset. I don't blame her. I remember when Lindsay was this upset when this was happening to her, and he tried to have her charged with illegal wiretapping, which was fucking just crazy to me. It was absolutely bonkers that he was attempting to do this shit, but he did nonetheless. And he didn't succeed in that case, and I don't think he'll succeed here either. But she has so much shit on him, I would assume, that he tried to get revenge already, basically. And that's just sad. It's just sad, It's just sad. I just don't understand why the Commonwealth hasn't charged him with these multiple crimes that are not only publicly facing, but they're also in his phones already. They have those. Why not charge him? Why not? Anyone else I would have known would have been charged, and I'd be definitely civilly suing him. That's 100%, but I'll share with you guys what she said. I don't think she wants people there, LGT, to be honest. I think she because it looks funny when you bring in a whole horde of people for that. It just looks funny. You know what I mean? It looks like you're bringing all these people for exactly what Aiden does for. It's like a mob of people, you might want your family there, but it just doesn't look great in front of a judge to bring a bunch of people. Now, if you're a witness to it or a witness to the things he's done, that's one thing. But it's another if you're not. And so I would hope that her attorney would bring up the fact that it is a pattern of behavior. This is something he has done a multitude of times over and over. It's a revenge tactic. It's a coercive control tactic. There are other people, including myself, that speak to many victims of his where these kinds of tactics are something he's been doing for a long fucking time. So it was done before the Wilbur show. It was done on the 29th of August. He did it. The 29th of August he did it. So she found out about it. I think it was the day after the Wilbur. I did the timeline earlier. I have to go back. But I'll play this real quick. It's about 26 minutes, and I know when to end it just before the end of it, and just go over the stuff that's important to her at least. But I'm just going to tell you now, like, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad for anyone to have to go through this. And because I've watched so many people go through this, including myself, like it's more emotional, right? And this is what I don't want to happen. And this is what, him going after Brandi and JBrill and anyone that speaks truth about him, including myself, like this is what you end up dealing with, right? And it's not just one quick thing or people running their mouth on the internet. It's far fucking beyond that, way far beyond that at this point. So without further ado, I will give you what she said.
No, I just want my chief computer because for some reason my camera didn't pick me up. So I don't know. If you want your phone, you go to the tips channel. You go to the video stream. You go right here on it. It's like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. She's on there. Yeah. But if you want to play things, listen to the talk and go on track. See what you have to do. Her boobs look big in there. Like give them boobs. She's a dressy girl. She looks like she's snapped in there. Snapped her up. You have to realize that one and six. Okay. They take they just need something, just a little something. And they can push and shove, and they can make it look like something's not. Just nothing we can't know, but she looks like. But that's great because I'm going to need content to stream it. So I will definitely do that. That's on the agenda because, as I said, I'm going to do a stream every single day. I'm going to put her name in the title every single day, maybe for the rest of my life. Like if she wants to fuck around, like let's fuck around. Okay, no problem. Like you want to be banned from Twitter because you're a piece of shit and you're weak and you can't like people doing the same thing to you that you do to other people. Fine, I'm just going to double down. I'm just going to ramp it up 10 next time. And so that if anybody ever Googles your name, it's that's and you know he has nothing but stamina. He is titling his videos. He is titling his videos Meredith O'Neill CPA because YouTube is owned by Google. So now when you Google Meredith O'Neill CPA, it's the first thing that's going to come up. So he's doing that on purpose. So it comes up on Google searches. And he's just shitting all over her, exposing her, blah, blah, blah. Why is he doing that? Because she's unemployed and she needs a new job. And he knows that people are going to search her name and he's doing it to fucking make sure that doesn't work. Fucking all. Keep fucking with me, bitch. Keep talking about my fucking kids. Do it. Do it. Do it, bitch. You want to fuck with me? We're not fucking your ass, too. We haven't even talked about your job yet, Jen. Yet. You and Meredith can stand in the unemployment line together if you fucking want. Keep fucking with me and see how that fucking goes for you, bitch. Dude, you're such a badass. Look at that. You're such a badass. No, she's not. She's unemployed.
Well, Meredith played it to show these who these fucking people are and what they do.
Bullied around by some blonde white bitch from Milton.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Who does this bitch think she is? In the
Meredith played this to show people who he is and what he does.
You are. I'm gonna put you. It would be a shame if your name out get there. Yeah, it would be a shame.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Your fucking job, wouldn't it? Which you did.
And everybody should report them. Not that YouTube's going to take it down right now, but
the 5115. Yes. We'll see what happens. I talked to an attorney about that first, to be quite honest with you, because it's part of my problem. I don't want anybody to say it's like harassing. So I have to talk legal about it, to be quite honest with
You don't have legal, Ethel Machado. Knock it off.
I do have a 5150 hoodie.
Stop
No,
it.
I mean,
With
5150
Ethel.
could be a 5150. It should be. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Aiden's never been honest with his attorneys. Not ever, not once. He can't be fully honest because it makes him look like a douche nozzle. And he's stupid. So that's that. It's a very sick nickname because mental health is not a fucking joke. I worked
All
in
right,
mental
can
health
everybody
for a
hear
long
me? Can you
time.
just comment in the chat? I couldn't find the mic I was using before. I just want to make sure before I get started that everybody can hear me okay. Someone can just comment like yes or no.
It was the
Yes,
video
okay.
audio that was a little wonky, not her audio. I think
All right,
probably
so
'cause it
thank
was
you,
coming
everybody.
through
I'm gonna keep this pretty short,
computer.
and I don't really have the energy to do a full on-camera show tonight, but I did just want to address a few things. So there have been a lot of rumors floating around, and I'd rather just put the truth out there at this point. So first thing, yes, the rumors are true. I did lose my job about a month ago. I was told directly that I didn't violate any specific company policies. I was told that the online activity and the reputational risk from Aiden and his followers tagging the company daily, posting about me, and writing out the company's name and dragging the company into the drama, it simply became too much for them. I received my personnel file this week, and it showed nothing but just glowing reviews over the 5 years I spent there. Nothing speaking to any policy violations or any of that. So contrary to one of the lies that are being told by the blogger and by Jess Machado and others, that I'm not the reason I lost my job. That's all I'm really going to say about that right now, because there are some legal issues I'm dealing with that that are involved. So I just have to be careful about what I discuss publicly for now. But since Turtle Boy has been bragging about it for weeks now, yes, that part is true. And going forward, I won't be referring to him as Aiden. He's not Aiden to me anymore. I don't know who he is. So I'm just going to call him Turtle Boy when I have to address him at all. Unfortunately, getting me fired apparently wasn't enough. He's since been encouraging people to report my CPA license and pushing others to make shows about me using my full name and my full job title, so that I never find a job again. As you saw in that intro video, that was just one example. So I guess
that's what he does.
Now his end goal is to make sure I'm completely unemployable. My life is completely ruined. And as I mentioned on my last show, somebody had texted me last week. They said, Meredith, he's not going to stop until you're dead. And I know it sounds a little dramatic, but I mean, it feels like it's true. There's just no end with him and his followers and his band of YouTubers. So the second thing I just wanted to address is the legal fundraiser that was set up this week.
Just to put this into perspective, like his band of YouTubers, and that's the part that like sits, right? Because that's what it is, right? It just gets, Eden spits it out, and then, you know, Jess, Jimmy, and Will, and the Brokeback Baker, and all these people pick it up and spin it out, and Purple, and all these insane fucking people pick it up and spin it out, right? And you don't just have to deal with it from one person. You have to deal with it from a multitude of fucking idiots, right? So that's why I say it's so important for other people to step up and speak up, you know? You have to speak up, because if not, this happens to someone else and someone else and someone else and someone else and someone else, right? And I can't be one of two people speaking. I mean, I can't do it alone. I simply can't do it by myself. And it in order for it to have a bigger impact on people understanding how bad it gets and the shit that he does, more people have to be brave enough to say something. And I just wish that people would stick to calling it out all the time, because if you don't, then it just gets lost, and then more victims get sucked in, right? So, all right, I'll let you hear the rest of this. Sorry.
week, and I just want to be very honest about something. I was very reluctant to let Jen start a fundraiser for me at all. Quite frankly, I'm embarrassed by it. I've never had to ask for help like this in my life. I'm usually the one who's donating. I mean, I donated thousands to Turtle Boy's fund when I was with him, before I was with him, and then, I mean, other money obviously for doing fundraisers and everything to Karen's, and that's the person I want to be again, the one who's donating to others. But the reality is right now I'm unemployed because of Turtle Boy, and he's actively encouraging people to make sure that I never find another job. Honestly, I don't know how long it's going to take for me to find another position. So at the same time, I also have significant legal costs that I have to deal with. Since Turtle Boy's he's been posting about it and taunting me publicly, his little tweets about March 30th, and now it kind of being brought up by others yesterday at the hearing. I'll just confirm this much. He's trying to have me charged with felony wiretapping. Now, this relates to a phone call that I recorded legally where two important things happened. First, he admits he recorded Karen, and at the time, he was trying to frame me for the recording of Karen. I was informed by an incredibly reliable source that one of his attorneys, Mark Betterow, told another lawyer involved that I was, quote, recording both Aiden and Karen over his shoulder that day. I wasn't even talking to Aiden at the time of the call on August 29th. We were long broken up. I wasn't anywhere near Holden. He planned to pin the entire recording of Karen on me. So yeah, him admitting that was important. And the second thing, during that call, he threatened to get me fired. And those were statements I needed documented because unfortunately he did follow through on that threat with my job. And I'm sick of hearing that he never contacted my work, he never did anything. That's not true. He made a burner called State Street Mayor, and there's hundreds of tweets where he tagged my work.
Made a few burners.
So I don't want to hear that. Besides the other, like him encouraging his followers to do that. So because of all this, I have to defend myself now at a probable cause hearing at the end of this month. The call was recorded legally. I'm not going to discuss that any further right now because it is an active legal matter and I'll be handling it with my lawyer. And I'm sure it'll come to light how it was recorded legally. But again, that's all I'm going to say about it for now. And he's been taunting me about it and bragging, like the guy who literally has been saying how wiretapping isn't a big deal and everybody should record everybody. He's now bragging about finding a way to get me in trouble legally. So that's that. But that's part of why the fundraiser exists. Making me lose my job wasn't enough. So now I have to pay a lawyer to defend myself against something he's been saying for months isn't a big deal. It's just, this is my life. Yeah. The other thing the lawyer's engaged for is just to start kind of taking things on the offense. And I can't discuss the specifics of what exactly that is right now. And I understand anyone not wanting to contribute to something without full transparency, believe me. I get it, but broadcasting my legal strategy for the world and for Turtle Boy would be reckless at this point. So the reality is the legal costs are likely to be far more than what the fundraiser is even set at. I'm trying to get my life back and do it without totally depleting my savings in my 401k. I've already dipped into both of them, obviously, but I mean, anything helps. So I appreciate that there are people that want to help me. And I'll say this, Aiden's been mocking the fundraiser all week and he's gloating about it. He thinks it's funny and it's pathetic. For the guy who has now gotten almost over 300,000, I don't know, in legal costs for a situation he put himself into. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He's bragging that it won't make money, that Lindsay's fundraiser made more. Great, bully for you. You also shamed her fundraiser at the time when she launched it. And
he did.
This is how he always wins. It's how he silences people. He bullies them until they can't afford to defend themselves, until they get exhausted and they just go away.
It won't be contingency.
I don't want him to win. So yeah, that's what the fundraiser is about without going into too much detail. And thank you for everybody who has contributed already. I do appreciate it. The other thing
Friday night, I believe,
I wanted to quickly talk about is just some of the drama that's been happening between people who support me. I'm just going to be honest. And I've said this to some people who have tried to talk to me about it. I don't have the mental capacity or the time to get involved with a single other thing of drama at this point. Just between what I'm dealing with Aiden, with his followers coming after me, all the YouTubers doing nonstop content about me around the clock. I can't touch another single, I can't take on another thing right now.
Classic. They will not take this on to contingency. I can promise you that. In this state, 99% of lawyers don't even want to touch anything that has anything to do with Aiden. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience here when I tell you this. I've helped many of his victims. I've talked to at least over 100 attorneys, all of which, except one, wanted nothing to do with it with his name attached, all of which actually increased their fees to have to deal with anything that has to do with him. Civil is not covered by, you don't have money, so you can't pay for an attorney. There's a reason why Lindsay needed money to pay for a civil attorney, and that is because she didn't have any. And all the attorneys that knew this had anything to do with Aiden were boasting that up. To have to deal with him is going to cost more money, not less. And there was none that were willing to take certain things on contingency because there's too many aspects to dealing with Aiden that are unpredictable and crazy. So none of them, even ones that take contingency for that stuff, wanted anything to do with anything but upfront money that was way more than what it would have been for someone else whose name wasn't Turtle Boy. So, unfortunately, even if she shows the criminal part first, a lawyer isn't going to magically take it civil wise and be like, we'll do it on contingency. Contingency is usually saved for like class action cases or and I've been in one of those, and those lawyers did take it on contingency with me being part of a class, and I did the depositions, me and 3 other people, and things like car accident cases they know they're going to win, things like they're not going to do contingency for something like this. This is well beyond contingency type civil work, She could definitely win in a civil case, definitely, 100%. She could win in a civil case with the right attorney, 100% she could, against quite a few people. But it isn't going to be taken on contingency, not in this state, not in the state of Massachusetts, not because of who they have to deal with. Unfortunately, it's far beyond what people think it is. The attorneys, the DAs, the cops, no one wants to deal with him. There's a reason why he hasn't been arrested and charged with the 10, 12, 15, 20 other crimes he's already committed, half of them public. They don't want to deal with him. They simply don't want to have to deal with him, Oh, he does think everything's funny. Everything's funny to him. Everything is fucking funny, Everything is funny. He is proud of it. That's the sad part. That's a really sad part, is that's how fucked up and twisted he is everything's hilariously funny to him. It won't be so funny when he's fucking sitting in prison, though, Like, he would not be funny when he sits in prison.
No, I'm dealing with serious and real life issues at the moment that I'm trying to defend myself from a felony accusation and somebody actively trying to destroy my career, to destroy my life. And I'm not trying to downplay whatever's going on with you guys. Like, I don't have the time to get into it of who said what and when and who did this on this space in this group chat. I don't have the bandwidth to deal with another issue. I'm not going to be picking sides or getting pulled into it. I'm going to continue to treat people the way they've treated me, short of you being like a monster abuser or something crazy. I'm not going to judge you based on your internet drama with others.
When you sue someone, especially if it's something like for defamation, the lawyers don't do contingency. A defamation case can cost you $50,000 up front to do the first 2 motions. I promise you they're not going to do it on contingency.
With like
I
one,
literally have experience in this. They're not going to do that.
Kind to me, I'm going to continue to be kind to you, and I appreciate your support, despite whatever side you're on.
Never contingency. Criminal is never contingency. Criminal is always upfront cost, or you get it from the court. Civil only does contingency in certain areas of the law. There are certain circumstances where lawyers will take it in contingency. This is not one of them. Because of who is involved, they're not going to take this on contingency. I'm telling you, I've talked to over 100 lawyers in this state about him. They're not going to take anything that has to do with him on contingency.
this drama. What I will say though, I don't think it's a coincidence that this all started ramping up when Joe Flipperhead came back on Twitter last weekend. I mean, he's another person who spends an enormous amount of his time harassing me. And at this point, he's just as bad as Aiden. He's just as diabolical. And I'm not going to choose sides, but anybody choosing to align themselves with him at this point, he's somebody I can't support. And I don't make my friends in general like choose like, oh, if you support this person, yeah, like it has to be, there's levels of it. And at this point,
Yeah, respectfully, I disagree. It has nothing to do with whether she has a professional job or not. There are other people who are victims of his that have professional jobs and money and have helped them. The lawyers will not do it on contingency with him attached. They will not do it. They will not simply do it. And in maybe your circumstance, it made sense for them to do it contingency. This is not one of those. They're not going to do it on a contingency to deal with Turtle Boy. It's really unfortunately that simple. They're not going to do it. He has other victims that I've helped quietly, privately, that have very good jobs. Not a single one of those attorneys would do it contingency because of all the unknowns dealing with him. That's how simple it was. The unknowns dealing with him. Yeah, if they will make money, but there's too many unknowns with him. Too many. It has nothing to do with whether you have a high paying job or not, whether they take something contingency. I didn't have a high paying job. They took mine contingency. It has to do if they think they're going to win the case. And with so many unknowns, fake evidence, minions, paying people off, making deals, they won't. They won't do it. They will not do it. Believe me. I'm telling you, I've literally done this to help people that they're not going to do it.
point, he's at pretty much the same level as Aiden. So beyond that, though, I just want to stay out of it. And honestly, it all makes me sad watching people who support me fight with each other. It's exactly what Aiden and Joe Flipperhead want. They want the distractions. They want division because obviously people are they're much stronger when they're aligned, when they're aligned in fighting one enemy, not themselves. So if there is an opportunity for peace and for making it, then I would get involved. That's something I would love to put my energy into. If there's some way we can work it out, I'd be happy to help. So just let me know if that's, otherwise just please try to coexist where we are stronger together. So I just encourage people to keep that in mind. I think, just looking at my notepad, what else I wanted to discuss. I think that's really all I wanted to say for now. I'll be giving more updates eventually, but for the moment, I just have to be careful about what I discuss publicly. I really do appreciate the people who have continued to support me through all this. It means more than you realize. And I just want to say one more thing about the fundraiser. I'm honestly, as I said, embarrassed to ask for help like this. I've always supported myself and taken care of my family, but right now dealing with losing my job with legal costs and then just somebody actively trying to make sure I never work again, it's just a lot. So anyone who has supported me, spoken up for me, or contributed to the legal fund, thank you.
I was agreeing with you when you said criminal wasn't. I didn't say you said criminal was. I was agreeing with you. We've tried the national firms. Believe me. Meredith isn't the only one with a high-paying job that lost it because of him. I'll just throw that out there. Not even close to the first person. Again, you guys forget that there's like a multitude of victims out there that have not even come forward publicly. Right? Like there's a lot. There's a lot. Like I mean a lot, unfortunately. And when I tell you we've tried every avenue, we've tried every avenue. There is no avenue that we have not gone down. And there are a couple that we're dealing with now that pertain to sort of at least getting him off social media where he's doing the most harm. And that's going to take time and legal stuff. And so like that's, you know, something that I'm not going to tell their professions because they haven't publicly come forward yet. So I'm not going to give that information. That is theirs to give and theirs alone. See, that's the difference between me and Aiden, is that's not my story to tell, and their professions are not, that would give it a hint on maybe possibly who it could have been, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that for somebody else's satisfaction. That's just not going to happen. So when will it be satisfied? Never. I do know. I do. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I can definitely point you in the right directions of people that can help you and where you can find that information and where you can find case law to maybe help you. If you want to pop me an email, I can definitely, send you in the right direction on at least get started on the stuff that you need help with. I'm not going to read this person's name, obviously, because I don't read people's government names here, but there's a $10 donation. It's gift for having JBrills back today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's not just about having JBrills back. It's about having the backs of people who are sort of dealing with this, because there's so many people. Like, there's so many fucking people that he has done this shit to. And when does it end? Where is the line? Right? Like, where is it? I mean, the South Boston St. Patrick's Day parade was today. And so there's be a ton of probably news about like how many people got arrested at the parade and how many drunk people fell over on their face, et cetera, et cetera. But nonetheless, I stay focused. I take in all the information. I stay focused. And there's a lot going on that happens where everyone doesn't see it. Let's put it that way. And how does he feel when he's alone? Not great. But in the way that he operates, as long as he gets back up there and starts running his mouth to other people, about other people, it makes him feel a little good inside, right? So every time he tries to shit on someone else, it makes him feel a little bit better, because that's why he can't sit with himself. When he sits with himself, he don't feel so good inside. He's very unhappy on the inside, and he's very insecure. And so in order to try to make himself feel a little happier, a little more secure, he has to push that outward into making everyone else the bad person. And LTG is right. Like, when are you satisfied? At what point? When someone's homeless on the street with no job and nothing, like, they don't care. They'll keep going after that. And that's the difference. Is Aiden doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't have an end goal. There is no end goal. There's not a single end goal for him. He doesn't think with common sense or any sort of end goal. His end goal is to keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going, right? Like, that's his end goal, is to just keep going after it, What do you mean? Yeah. I mean, he asked him questions and he put him in a position to have to answer those questions or act like a fucking clown. And Aiden did what we know Aiden would do, act like a clown. And then cry about it. Cry about being asked questions. Well, it was okay for him to do, right? It was okay. Good luck. Well, that's the thing. The lawyer has to know who the people are, right? Like, the lawyer has to know who the people are he's dealing with before they decide to take the case. So you can't just be like, hey, I got a case for you. Like, they need to know who the people are that's dealing with it. And once they do, then you got a problem on your hands. Then you're dealing with increasing prices or them not wanting to touch it at all. They're worried about their own families being harassed, right? They're worried about their own family members being stalked and sent things and called and texted and emailed, in their business or false business being put on the internet, right? Like, it's not, these lawyers aren't just lawyers, they're people as well. Like, they have to worry about their own families as well. And when they hear that this person has something that, like, they don't want to deal with it, right? They don't want to deal with it. So it's, unfortunately, you can't just go into a lawyer's office and be like, I got a case for you. Will you take it? They have to know before they decide whether to take it. They got to take a look at it, right? They're going to pull it up in the system if it's already there. If it's not, they want any documents that you have, what pertains to what it is about. And unfortunately, once the name is there, it creates a problem. I agree with Jay Boogie. They won't stop. They'll keep going and going and going and going, The AI videos are amazing, though. You can do so much with AI nowadays. So much, He's dangerous to himself and others. Extremely dangerous. And, people think of the word dangerous as meaning like you have to get stabbed or shot or they have to be extremely violent to be dangerous. No, he is dangerous. He's absolutely fucking dangerous. Because other people will do things on his behalf. and he'll threaten them into it, make deals to leave them alone if they do it. Right? There's a multitude of things that he uses to get people to do what he wants. Dog whistles, brainwashing. Like, it's dangerous because you never know what one of those unhinged people are willing to do or how far they're willing to go to get a pat on the back from a turtle. Yeah, I mean, that guy's got some serious issues, and he's also got a very long record and history of like violence and, you know, things of that nature. It's all of it is fucked up, right? And Aiden's rules are, you know, I can do whatever I want. Anybody else who does anything is bad. If you do what I do, then you're bad. Make no mistake. If Aiden wasn't himself and someone else was doing all of the things that he is doing, he'd be writing a blog, he would be doing live streams, he was saying this person's the worst person on planet Earth. Like, make no mistake about that, you know? Well, that's the other part of it. You kind of just nailed it, Classic, is he doesn't always remember his own lies. So then he sort of contradicts them, you know? He contradicts them, you know? Defensive insanity. You know, I would laugh if he tried an insanity defense. I feel like I would absolutely die laughing if he attempted that. Nobody in Massachusetts is really, I mean, I think there's been like a 0.1% of people who have ever attempted and won a insanity defense in the state. So I would love for him to attempt that. Why did JBrill go to Kelsey's hearing? Oh, because he always covers those hearings. That channel always covers those hearings. Aiden decided to pop up at that hearing. He had not covered that case in person. He decided to pop up there. He was already going to go to that hearing. They already cover those hearings. Always cover those hearings. Always. So what do you mean? That's kind of a weird question, don't you think? See, if you had already known that JFK's channel already covers those hearings, you wouldn't even ask that. They always cover those hearings. Aiden is the one who showed up. And if he's going to show up, then I'm going to take the opportunity. I would have too. I'm going to ask him some fucking questions. He's got a lot to fucking say behind a screen. What's he going to say in person? I would have taken 100% of that opportunity. 100% of that opportunity. Why wouldn't you? Why is it okay for Aiden to ask questions of anyone else in that same manner, but it's a problem when someone else does it? Explain that to me. You can't. Well, that's just simping for the turtle, you know? Like, come on, seriously. Like, let's be honest here. The whole question was, why didn't JBrill go to Kelsey's hearing and do that? I can see if he was going to go to a hearing and ran into TV. He was already going to the hearing. I just answered that. But dude didn't even go to hearing after causing that whole disaster, par for the course. So again, they cover those hearings from the outside of other people being there and the other people who are there for her. They've always done that. They did it outside the Wilbur when Aiden did his Wilbur thing. Like, that's how they do, is talk to people. Like, that's how they've always done it. So what do you mean? What do you mean? Yep, one in Salem, one in Lawrence. Like, what do you mean? They've already done that. So is there a problem with that? Is there a problem with the way that they choose to cover something? Or does everybody have to cover it the way that Aiden does and, you know, peek and make sure they're in the camera's view or do some head shit to make sure that the camera can see them? Like, does everyone have to do it the way he does it? Or, you know, is it not appropriate because, like, he's not making the rules anymore? You know, which is it? Which is it? Right. Aiden cried and said, oh, it's a conflict. My attorney is her attorney, so I can't cover the case. It's a conflict, as some crap excuse to not cover it because he didn't want to. And then when it was good for him, there was no conflict anymore. Imagine that, huh? Imagine that one. Imagine that. There was no fucking conflict. There was no conflict. There was no conflict. There never was. It was an excuse for him to not cover it until it was good for him to want to cover it. You know? They did talk about the case after. And I mean, to be fair, I would have asked him some fucking questions too. And maybe if he had answered them, they could have walked away right away, right? But instead of answering them like a man, or just saying, I'm not going to answer them and walking away, he wanted to play like a child. Want to play like a child? Okay, let's play like a child. Let's do it. Fuck it. Why not? It's okay for Aiden to do that exact thing to anyone else and no one says a fucking word. Everyone's like, oh, it's so funny. You're just asking questions. What's the problem? But the second someone else says anything to him, it's magically a problem. It needs to be criticized. Fucking please. Save the pearl clutching. For the love of God. I don't want to hear it. That's nonsense. Nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense. Nonsense. Aiden is looking for attention. He went there to look for the attention he was seeking. It's that simple. If someone wants to cover it from outside the courthouse, what's the problem with that? They talked about it after. They've been covering a lot of different cases all over the place. Why is that an issue? Why is it an issue the way they decide to run their channel? See, that's nobody gets to decide how they run theirs, just like nobody gets to decide how I run mine. I run it the way I want to run it. It's that simple. They run it the way they run it. You know, it's funny you say that, because Aiden is the shit show, right? You can call it a shit show all you want, but Aiden he got a taste of his own medicine and he didn't fucking like it. It was already about time someone gave it to him. So it's not about liking shit shows. It's about somebody having the courage to stand up to him and do what he does to others and see what the reaction is. Is he going to cry like a bitch? Is he going to pretend he's a fucking victim? Or is he going to say it's First Amendment speech and he respects that, right? I don't think you're getting the whole thing there, right? Like, I don't think you're quite understanding why. It seems like you're still kind of buying a little bit of if you don't like him, then you would know how he operates, right? He could have answered the questions or walked away, and then it wouldn't have been a shit show, right? No, instead, he needed to try to say racist terms and speak like a fucking idiot, you know? No, JFK gave questions because JFK, it's his show, right? Like, I would have too. If I had someone boots on the ground and I had a question that I wanted asked, then you ask the person who's boots on the ground. I mean, you're not there, right? Like, that's kind of how it works. If you're sending someone else out and they're covering it and you have a question, you tell them to ask the fucking question. Like that, how else would he ask? I mean, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Stop the nonsense. That's just ridiculous. That's utterly ridiculous. Exactly. Exactly. He needed his mob to come in and save him. He's got a lot to say about everyone else until everyone else is there. He can't even answer basic questions. He can't even stick to the whole First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment, unless it's him. And JBrill showed that. He showed exactly that. So maybe you weren't paying enough attention to see what actually was going on. Maybe you don't know enough to know. You know? I don't know. Did he have to ask a question to Kelsey? I don't think she took questions. Right? Like, I don't think she took questions. I don't think you have to ask her a question to cover the hearing. Do you? I don't think you do. I cover the hearings from home, and we have someone who goes boots on the ground into the hearings for us. We didn't ask her any questions either. Not that she was going to answer them. She has an attorney. Not that I think that he fucking answers them correctly either. I mean, he already put the gun in her hand, so I mean, he's real bright. Real fucking bright. Oh yeah, up, down, all around, shaking, moving side to side, had a back up in front of women. It's pathetic. Fucking pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Well, we're not. It's real life, right? We're not on the internet no more. You got something to say? Let's fucking hear it. Let's hear it when you're not behind a screen. Let's hear it when you're not behind a screen. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, sure thing. I mean, if you don't like Aiden, but you're here still trying to like push his narratives, you might want to like rethink what you're doing, right? Maybe you are still in the code. You don't even realize it. Amazing, huh? It's amazing. Even if she was answering questions, we didn't ask her any questions. I didn't have our boots on the ground person ask her any questions. Why do I necessarily need to? I have all the information I need. I know whatever questions I have can't be answered by her right now because she's about to have a trial. So any questions that I have are going to be answered by that trial. If they're answered by that trial, she's not going to be able to answer them. So why would I do that? Why would JFK do that? You know? I mean, come on. Seriously. Let's be honest here. Right? Nothing wrong about asking questions, right? Did Aiden ask her any questions? I don't think he did. Right? I don't think he did. As a matter of fact, I think he cornered her to get a fucking picture in a stairwell so he could post it on the internet. Someone needed to ask him questions. Someone needed to. If I was there, you can bet your fucking ass I would have. At some point, he can't just keep running his cum catcher without people asking him to answer some questions. If he doesn't want to answer them, he doesn't fucking have to. But he can also make himself look like the clown that he is, as he did, as he chose to do. I wouldn't chase them, that's for damn sure. And all the questions I have aren't going to be answered by her. They're not going to be able to talk about it. It's a legal issue that they're going to have to deal with in the trial. I didn't have our boots on the ground person ask any questions either. We covered the hearing. We covered the outside. That's it. Yeah, she had I think it was a liver problem, I believe. Oh, you like him. Then why are you here? Why are you fucking even here? Go back to Cult HQ. They need you over there. They need you there. Okay? They need you to do their dirty work. Make sure that you criticize him so that when he comes and harasses you, you have no one to cry to. Make sure. Just saying. Hey, my friend, how are you? How are you? It's exactly what he wanted. That's all he wanted was that fucking photo op to be like, me, I'm in her corner. She likes me, everyone. I must have inside information here. That's all he wanted. That's it. That is literally it. There is no difference. They just like him, right? They just come here to try to cult out their cult shit. What you got, girl? Ooh, an unboxing. Feels kind of heavy. Girl, no. Girl, no. Go. Skedaddle. Skedoodle. Sorry, my little's always trying to like be on camera. All right, what is it? We have some here. I didn't order anything, so this has to come from one of you guys. Oh, Marcia. I don't even know what it is, though. We're gonna find out. Oh my God. Remember how we were talking about paper towels earlier? Do you guys remember that? Remember me? Oh, do you guys remember us talking about the paper towels earlier? And how there was a pink faux paper towel holder on my wish list? Here it is. Oh, Marcia. I love it. Look at it. It's so cute. I'm going to put it together after the show. I love it. Thank you so much. I love this. You guys have no idea how small things make me super excited. I'm just saying. I'm like a little child. I'm like, ooh, paper towel holder that's pink and has a bow on it. I love it because I had one connected to the cabinet at the old house and it was pink, of course. But like, it's like a thing that you rip off and then there's nothing to stick it back on. So I left it for the next people and for them so they'd have a paper towel holder. But he did want a photo op, you know? Why does it matter how JBrill speaks? I'm from Massachusetts too. We have accents. Leave us the fuck alone. Yeah, I mean, they had some really, you're being an apologist for a racist fucking douche nozzle. You know? Come on, stop it. He should be asked questions every time he steps out of his fucking house. And also, to be fair, just like they said, they've been asking him the same goddamn questions for months. He just doesn't want to answer them, you know? Yeah, you also support a dude that cries that he's afraid of women in front of judges. I mean, come on, how pathetic can you get? You're not afraid of women. Stop it. Stop it, Aiden. Stop, okay? They forget a lot of the amendments. They do, you know? Aw, thank you, New Hampshire dude, my friend. I appreciate you. Who got them? Let me see. Who got them? Clippy, you got one. Bergen County, Cheryl. Let's see who else got one. The Masked Angel, extra pickles. Congratulations, you guys. If y'all see him at Duncan asking questions, right? Fuck it, I would. The hell? Like, what the hell? It is creepy, weird, fucking TV behavior. You know? It just is. No, she did. She always tries. She's sneaking and creeping. Dude, she's like the Pink Panther. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. She's trying to get in there. You know? He's a good dude. Someone had to ask him questions. I would have. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually get that many trolls these days. And when I do, I appease them for a second, answer their dumbass questions and make them fucking look stupid. And then, boop, out they go. You know? No, they're not pink paper towels. It's a pink paper towel holder. But someone told me there was pink paper towels earlier. And I said, what? I need these pink paper towels. Thank you, Marcia. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you. I know. Did you hear what he said about Lisa Teen Cancer? Hashtag. They must have finished dinner. No, they got drunk at the parade today, and now they're feeling fucking froggy. Well, leap, motherfucker, leap. Leap, bitch, if you're feeling that kind of fucking froggy, all right? I love it. I love it. So would you prefer we're no longer simply speaking via the internet? The blogger has ADHD and an extremely short attention span. He does. He needs to be asked several times, you know, before he quite understands the question, maybe. You know, welcome to Trolling Drama Island. I would be frightened if I was her too. I think she appeased him and she was just like, kind of like whatever. She got cornered into that picture. You can tell. She's on a stairwell. Like, hello. No, she looks more like her daddy, to be honest. She looks more like dad than she does mom. My oldest is like my little mini me. Aw, I love you. Thank you so much. Language usage should fit the environment. That was Lawrence and it fit. True, girl. True. That is so true. She's like the Pink Panther, right? She's trying. She tried at least, you know. She tried to get in there. I mean, I expect trolling, guys. Okay, I expect it. It happens, especially with these people because you know they have to try to get their Aiden talking points in, and I fully believe that other account is Aiden, and that's why we didn't ban him because we want to hear from you, Aiden. I mean, you were here earlier. Why not come back and have a little conversation? You left as soon as I started asking some things that you couldn't answer, so it's amazing, kind of how you did on that Spaces the other day because you're such a baby back bitch all the time, such a fucking bitch, dude. It is. They are definitely regional. I have been out of Boston area for close to 10 years. I'm from where that parade is right now, about 15 minutes from that parade. Or it's over now, but where it was today, the Celtic parade. But I'm just saying, like, it's definitely regional. If you go closer to like Western Mass, it gets less Boston. If you go North Shore, it's a little bit different than South Shore. Right in the Boston area, it's very, very heavy. And then once you go sort of outside of Boston, north or south, it gets a little less heavy. You can still hear it. We don't say our R's, obviously. We just don't. They don't exist in our world. They're not there. Like if you're going to go to the bar, you're going to the bar. It's not a bar. That would be so weird to say. Bar. Bar? No, it's the bar. The packy, the bar, you use your blinker. There's no I can't say If anything has an at the end, it's just AH to us, all right? The ER does not apply, okay? I can't do the E. It sounds weird. We don't say G either. Do we not say G's? Do those not exist either? I never noticed that. Probably doesn't. It probably doesn't. Going to the bar, yeah, bar. It's tacky, bar, blinker, Harvard, yard. You know, hard R's sound funny. If you try to say them, it sounds like you're trying to be from like the southern states here. Bar. That would sound so weird for me to say. Are we going to the bar? Which bar are we going to go to? Let's go to the cafe. Fuck, use your blinker. There's no I keep a blinker. Use your blinker. I feel like I couldn't say that quick. Use your blinker. God damn it, use your fucking blinker. I don't think I'd have to stop and think about it before I said it. I think that would piss me off. To be fair, when I go down to Florida, and I haven't been in a few years, but when I go down to Florida, they always ask me if I'm from New York or Boston. And I'm like, don't insult me. Why say New York? Why? For the love of God. Why? Just why? Why do they, I would love to know the answer to that, Marcia. I would love to you want to know why? Simply because she stepped backwards and just doesn't support the nonsense behavior and the hurting of people. Bubble up. Yes, bubble up. Bubble up. It's not a water fountain at school. If you go to school in Massachusetts, you never ask to go use the water fountain. You'd be like, can I go to the bubble up? Right? It's not a remote, it's a clicker. I don't know anybody that calls it a click. It's a clicker. That's what my grandparents call it. What I call it. It's a clicker. All right. It's not. But that's a damn good question, Marcia. It's a damn good fucking question. The only thing I can come up with is she no longer supported them. Right. Yeah. She wouldn't stay on team TV. It's that simple. He was here. Yeah. I think he was here earlier under his soccer account. If I had to make car blinker. I mean, blinker of the car. Car blinker. Blinker car. Car blinker. Blinker car. We also don't say, what is it? It's a rotary. It's not a roundabout. Roundabout? What do they call them? Roundabouts. It's a rotary. Call them rotaries. It's not a roundabout. There's something else they call them too. I'm like, it's a rotary here. Let's call it a rotary. Call it a goddamn rotary. That's my opinion, Ruthie. I think that Kelsey will tell Bradle, like, keep that fucking creep away from me. And I think making changes is right. Law girls didn't ask questions. She only went there to, make a ruckus herself. So come on. What can Meredith do about better lying on her about the recording? Well, unless she can prove it, not much. But if she's got proof from his phone extraction that leaked, well, maybe a little. I mean, it depends. If it was only said to his client, I don't think there's much. If it was said to other people, well, there could be consequences to that, And yeah, the cancer thing should offend a lot of people. My grandmother fought breast cancer, and she had a mastectomy. My only living grandparent lives in Florida. She lives in Florida, and she had a mastectomy, and now she's fighting cancer again for the third or fourth time now in her entire lifetime. And my sister, she just had a baby yesterday, right? I have a new nephew. I'm so excited. And she's now got a scheduled brain surgery in the next month. The month after she had the baby, they said for her to schedule the brain surgery for cancerous tumors. And so why would hashtag Team Cancer be a thing? Hashtag Team Cancer. Who says that? Lisa has cancer, like multiple. My grandfather had pancreatic cancer. Aiden lost his mother to cancer. Like, why the fuck would anyone ever say hashtag cancer? Like, that's fucking weirdo behavior. That's a weirdo frigging behavior. And again, my opinion on that is because she no longer supports the turtle, right? You can't support that kind of fucking behavior. You just can't. It's not. Bubble up. Bubble up. Thank you, Mish. It's tough. I know I don't sound New York, but the people from down south don't know the difference, so they always ask. They just do. Wicked. Yeah, the wicked. Yeah, exactly. And they have been horrible to her and so many other people. And I feel like they've been horrible to her because she doesn't support the crap, right? She saw through it and realized that they're toxic and it's hurting people, real people with real lives. And instead of, being like, I'm going to keep supporting that once you see it. How can you keep supporting that as a decent human being? How can any decent human being support that kind of behavior in any fucking capacity at all? You can't, you know? You just can't. You simply fucking can't, right? So I love that. Ironman's not just a chat. I love that. Fraps, coffee, milk. Wicked cool. Fraps, coffee, milk. Does it sound funny when I say it? Fraps, coffee, milk. Fraps, coffee, milk. Does that sound funny? Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, she's friends with the people he attacks because she's a decent human being who could see through the crap. So anybody who doesn't support his bullshit anymore, like, you're an automatic target, you know? Oh, that's funny. I never knew that. See, I like learning this kind of stuff. Sound like Peter. My little does a pretty good Lois. Peter. Bubble up, bubble up, bubble up. But it's not okay, right? So simply because she doesn't support them anymore. That's my opinion on it, right? Because why the actual fuck should she support that kind of behavior? And because they're not, benefiting from it anymore, they want to shame her. Listen, I don't need her to send me $400 a stream to be friends with her, right? Like, I can check in on her and just text and vent, and she lets me. And Steve, I can text Steve and just chat, right? And not, you know what I mean? Like, that's how friendships work, right? Like, your friends allow you to vent when you're feeling frustrated, and they listen. And just having that is good enough, right? Like, it has to be good enough. Like, that's how friendships work. Like, you don't need to see her publicly donate $400 a stream for her to be in your circle. Like, that's just fucking weirdo behavior. But for these people, if you're not benefiting them, then you're not worth anything. That's not how I operate. It's never been how I operate. It's weird. It's fucking weird. People who are in my chat every day I do a stream, that makes a difference. It makes a fucking difference, dude, right? Like, you can't even, not everybody can donate. Not everybody can get a membership. Not everybody can do a wish list. Not everybody can do that. But what they can do is they can hit the like button, they can subscribe, and they can be here all the time in your chat. That makes a fucking difference. It goes right over these people's heads. Where would you be without the people that watch you all the time? You'd have no fucking audience. You'd have no ad revenue, right? Like, even if it's just a tiny bit of ad revenue, a couple bucks, $2, $4 a video, like, it's something, right? At the end of the month. It might be $200 at the end of the month. It's something. It makes a difference. Hey, Natalie, I was talking about you earlier. I saw one of your tweets and I was reading it and I was like, go, Natalie. We read it earlier in the chat, in the stream. I was like, go, Natalie. We call him Willie the Marlboro Cowboy, because apparently Aiden has problems with people who smoke cigarettes, because I haven't smoked in 2 years, but he keeps bringing up that I used to smoke, which is like, what does that have anything to do with anything? Half of his audience smokes, but he has no problem shitting on someone simply because he doesn't like that the truth comes out of my mouth about him and that people might see through him. That's a big problem for him. That's a huge problem for him, Well, that's the other thing. They come in, they do their little screenshots, like, look who is in Untwisted's chat today. Like, let me tell you something. Nobody gives a fuck, sir. Nobody here is afraid of you, all right? You're a clown. Put your clown nose on, crawl back to the sewer, and go back into the shit where you belong, okay? Yeah, I'm not far. Probably like half hour, maybe 25 minutes, 35 minutes if you're going a little slow from Rhode Island. Not bad. No fraps. Coffee milk and fraps are a New England thing? Why didn't I know this? Why didn't I not know this? I did not know this. West Roxbury. I used to hang out a lot in East Dedham. I lived in West Roxbury on Washington Street when I was way younger, going into the West Roxbury East Dedham line there for a long time. I used to hang out in that area when I was much, much younger. I had friends over there. And that's the thing. If you get to know people, you'll know what kind of soul they have, right? And if you don't, then that's your bad, right? It's time for people to put these things that they thought about other people aside because he said so. I totally can. But only to my friends. Only to my friends. we all got to sometimes, you know, like it's got to come out. I mean, I feel like I got a vent for today too, but I'm not going to. Don't worry. I mean, to be fair, I have friends in New York, Karen, and I love you dearly. I'm just not from there. Don't insult me like that. I'm from Boston. God damn it. This side does read. We do. We like to. I love reading. That's like when I would, instead of watching TV, I prefer reading. You can ask my husband. Like, I prefer to read. I just do. I know some people in New York who are awesome. I know you do, girl. I know you do. I love it. Somebody's got to bring it. Somebody has to, right? Someone has to, you know? She might know who you are, Rose. How do you know? You know, how do you know she's not watching right now? She sees you. Make no mistake, guys. There are people watching you don't even realize, okay? I'm telling you, they know who you are. They appreciate your support, and they see you. They do. You know? Listen, I wanted to, okay? I wanted to. But, I mean, I asked this morning, are we sure that there was no harming of actual bunnies? They didn't actually bowl any bunnies down the aisle? I'm just asking for a friend. Just asking if there are any bunnies actually harmed in the doing of this shenanigans, these shenanies, these shenanies, these goddamn shenanies. You know, I wish. Listen, I don't drive, I don't have a car, but one of these days when I get one, I'll be just picking all of you guys up. We'll just be doing like a field trip. We call them conspiracy trips on my show. So if I take you guys to the grocery store, or you take me to the grocery store, right, while you're watching me in your headphones, or you take your dog for a walk while I'm in the headphones, we call those conspiracy trips. Those are conspiracy trips. Listen, I'm telling you, when I do get a vehicle, eventually, I'm going to be taking you guys on lots of field trips. Lots and lots of field trips, okay? Lots of them. Ooh, Goodreads is a good one. I'm one of those people that like gets into one subject and then I start looking at every scientific study, article, legal battle about it. Like, so I read from all different places, the medical science, like, you know, I'm just like everywhere. I'm not in like one place. And then I do have like a little side thing of reading some werewolf related fantasy books that I absolutely love. You know, just in your brain, you're thinking up what it looks like and what it is. You know, you gotta use your imagination when you read. You know, ooh, if you have them for me, you send them right to my email, girl. Listen, okay, I will take them all. I will take them all. I do have a Gmail. I forgot to put it in the description. That is my bad. I apologize, but it's there. Oh, hey, Case. I will. You too, darling. Ooh, favorite genre. See, I'm into reading like the real stuff, but I do, you know. Yeah, well, that's true. Reading comprehension is a big one for me. When I write something and then someone puts a spin on it, like on Twitter, I'm like, did you not understand what I just wrote? Is reading comprehension a problem for you? Because I found that a lot of people don't have the full reading comprehension. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying, all right? Oh my God. Was he? My husband doesn't snore. I probably snore a little bit, but I mean, wow. That was exciting. Bowling, huh? Was exciting. It was that exciting, you know? I did. I was only about 6 minutes away from my sister. Now I'm 3. So I am technically closer to her, which is amazing for me. I still can't walk here. It's a 3-minute drive, but I am closer to her. I'm closer. Thank God. And I have a new nephew. So when she brings him home, I'm going to snuggle him and I'm going to love him. It's not a nearby hospital. She actually took the trip to South Shore. So she's, half hour away. But when she gets home with that baby in 2 days, I'm going to love him and I'm going to squeeze him and I'm going to rock him and I'm going to feed him and I'm going to just love him. I'm going to love him so much. Just like I love all my other nieces and nephews. A lot of people watch me. Even if they don't comment in this chat, they watch. I'll get text messages like, hey, saw your show today. Hey, watching, like they're here. They watch. Maybe not live every time. Sometimes they'll catch the, rewind, but they read all the stuff in the chat. They see you all, you know, they like to get the tea. Even the haters, even the haters to get the tea, you know. Bye, Marcia. Thank you so much again. I love it. I love it so much. I love it. Me too. You know? Ooh, romance novels are good. That's why I like the werewolf. It's very romantic. My least favorite is, I'm not doing biographies unless it's about someone like really important, or, you know, you're talking Nikola Tesla or something. Like, I'll read a biography on that, you know, like something like that, you know. It's not going to be a biography really because it's not alive, but you know what I'm saying. I know. Babies and all. I mean, my baby factory was closed a long time ago, but you too, my friend. It was nice to see you. It was nice to see you. Ooh, Toll House cookies. Your whole house probably smells amazing right now. I actually have cookies in the fridge that I am so ready to pop in the oven today so that me and the kids can eat them. They've been sitting there and I've been eyeing them for 2 days. I'm like, ooh, we should pop these in the oven. Pop those right in the gosh dang oven. Smells so good. Toll House, funny enough, was in Whitman, Massachusetts, and they have a little statue thing where Toll House used to be. Even though they tore down the building, there's actually a little statue that says Toll House was here, basically, and tells you a little bit about Toll House cookies, which is amazing. I lived in Whitman at one time in my life in a luxury shoe loft, and it's down the street. Actually, I think it's in like McDonald's or Wendy's parking lot now, but it's right there. I know, right? People smoke. Who gives a shit about that? Listen, girl, listen. We don't care about typos. We're not the typo police. I make typos all the time. I have arthritic hands, and I make typos constantly on my phone. I simply don't care. It's not a dissertation to my college professor. It's the fucking internet. It's the interwebs. Hey, girl. It's happy Sunday. It's the interwebs. We don't care about typos here. We're not gonna police you like the cult to be like, you didn't spell that right. It's the interwebs, ma'am and or sir. Nobody gives a fuck, okay? I love Phoebe. I gotta love Friends. My oldest daughter absolutely loves Friends. She's just like me. I loved Friends. Loved it. First Lie wins. I have not. Cat and Mouse thriller. Ooh, I like thrillers. Bride or Mate. Oh, I probably have read that one. But you have to remember, they put those on different apps in different places with different names. It's the same story, but under a different name. If that makes sense. Oh, I forgot about that. That she said, my grandma's recipe. And well, she called it like pool hoos or something like that. And they're like, they get the thing out and they're like, Toll House, baby? You mean Toll House? Rotary. It's a rotary. It's a rotary. That's what we call it. Oh, I haven't had a donut, I feel like, in so long. I like me a good strawberry frosted donut with sprinkles from Dunkin' Donuts. We were actually talking about chalkboard paint earlier. I was like, I love chalkboard paint, to be fair. I would love to put some like chalkboard paint where you guys can see it to be able to write things on it, but I feel like there's not a good spot in the new office to put it anywhere. There just isn't a good place. Like the slant in the ceiling is like fucking shit up for me, all right? It's fucking shit up. And I feel like it would be a good spot somewhere you guys could see it, but it would have to be like here. And then I don't think you could see it great. I don't know. Just saying. I would love chalkboard paint. That would be fun. Donuts are everything. Listen, gotta love me a good fucking donut, okay? Who needs the cookie dough? You know what? My husband's one of those people, okay? I'm like, don't even want cookie dough before I make the goddamn cookies because there's not going to be enough cookies for everybody, sir. My husband's a snacker. He's a snacker. I'm not a huge snacker unless it's something like veggie chips. I like the veggie chips. Not the veggie strings, but the veggie chips. They're like Ritz veggie chips. I like those. I mean, I like the room too, but my chair keeps going backwards because, I don't know, I think the room is like slanted, I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's from these slanty ceilings. So I definitely need to get a rug to go underneath it because I find myself going back, just a teeny bit, and I have to keep pulling myself forward, you know? I pull the desk, pull myself forward. The thing about boards is you got to watch that's the other thing, you know? I read Wedding People. Ooh. I gotta have to read that one too. Vanilla cream donut. You know, they don't have those everywhere. You have to go to specific Dunkin' Donuts to get it. the vanilla cream donut. They used to have ones that had like the chocolate cream that came out. It was like a powdered donut with chocolate cream or a powdered donut with vanilla cream. And you have to go to specific Dunkin' Donuts that have those. Ooh, fudge. See, I can't make fudge. I've probably never done it. When my husband pops up, you should see him in real life. His comments in real life are, I mean, I've had him on the show, I think, twice. But again, I can't be responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole. He also cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of his face hole sometimes. I'm telling you, it's very off the cuff. We're very comedic, randomly. It's random comedic. Okay. The nook. I thought about that too, but then I would be facing the closet. So I'm like, I was already facing the closet before. I didn't really love that. So this corner, and also I'd be up against the windows. Like the desk would touch the windows. And I know I kind of had one like that last time, but I felt like with the slant being over here, because the slant, you can see, is like up here. So if I was on, the wall's L-shaped. So it's not just like this, it's also like this. So I'd be up against this sort of like slant, and I didn't want to be like bumping my head or anything like that. So I felt like this was like the best spot for it in the whole room, you know? That's what I felt like at least, you know? Ooh, I don't know. I'm not a coconut person. I'm not a coconut person. I've never been a coconut person. That's just my thing. I don't do coconut. I'm not fond of coconut. I know I probably should. I know everybody's like, oh, like, you don't like coconut? Why don't you like it? I'm just not a coconut person, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not a huge fan of coconut. Never really have been a fan of coconut. I don't think I ever will be. Did he? Gotta love fudge, dude. I like me some good cookies and cream fudge. Like the white fudge with like pieces of like Oreo in it. Like that is my kind of fudge. He's in the packing department. Ah ha ha. Funny, funny, funny. Maybe Aiden was in the packing department too. Yeah, it's not square. So that's why I didn't go over there, because no, I put the lime in the coconut and twist it all up. I've seen some of it. I haven't had a ton of time to go over everything. I had to watch JFK's live stream on like 2.0 because it was 5 friggin' hours long. So, I mean, kind of like mine right now. But I had to watch it on 2.0 and to get through it last night. So I watched that last night. I like pina colada. I know, right? You could totally stick this in a pina colada. Getting caught in the rain. All the old songs. I'm going to get a copyright strike for singing old songs. Thank you, thank you. I'm so happy. He was born last night. My sister went into labor like right in the morning. Remember I told you guys Friday we're going to have a baby this weekend. We had a baby, okay? We did. We had a baby. So he was born last night, Saturday night. And my sister texted me like, my water just broke. I'm like, girl, you better get in a car. This is your third baby. You might not make it to the hospital. You better get in the car now. So she made it, of course. As soon as she gets to the hospital, though, her labor slowed down. So it took a few more hours before the baby was born. But he was born, and he is healthy and happy, and 6 pounds, I believe it was 6 pounds, 4 ounces, 19 inches. And also he's early. His due date wasn't until the 27th. So he's about 10, 12 days early, almost 2 weeks early, which is on par for our family. My kids were born a month, 3 weeks, and a week early. So they're doing amazing. They're doing great. Talked to her earlier. I got pictures. Can't share with you guys yet until she publicly posts her own photo. That's the rule. The rule is she has to be able to post it on social media first before we get to share with anyone. But I'll share it with you guys when I can. And he's so cute. He's so stinking cute. He looks like my niece and nephew, the other two, I know I am hungry, and I'm girl, you're reading my mind. I was about to wrap this thing up. Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, the room service guy did bring me in snacks. Brought me in snacks. Oh God, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me. I have to take a break before I even attempt to do a space. I gotta eat. I gotta pop those cookies in the oven for sure. But I did have a snack earlier. My husband brought me in. The room service guy brought me in a snack. You guys were here for that. But thank you. I'm happy to be an auntie again. Yeah, no when she's not allowed. She's gonna fake 17 different accounts to pop in. See, I never went overdue. Never. Oh, pregnancy brain is a real thing. It's an actual real thing. But I am happy to be an auntie again for the millionth time. Because all my friends' kids, I was there for all their births, and I've been auntie since they were born. They're all older now. But my sister has 3 littles, so she didn't. I can't. She needs to do something with herself. Like, again, Val, if you have all this time on your hands, like, get a fucking therapist or something. Like, get an adult coloring book, Val. I love this. This is the Bare Vanilla from Victoria's Secret. I got this for Christmas. It's so good. I mean, that's just crazy. Yeah, she tried to pretend she was me. So if you guys want to report that fake account, I'd appreciate it. Although anybody should be able to tell it which one's mine and which one isn't. But that's kind of just like what she does. I mean, I'm going to get got. Oh, you're so scary, Val. We're shaking. We're very afraid of you. Okay? We're afraid. We're super, super afraid of you. So, scary shit there. All right. I love your stinking faces. I'm going to wrap this the hell up. I'm going to go eat. Pop my cookies in the oven. Do some shit. I will check in on you. I'll see you guys tomorrow anyway. She is pretty predictable. I'll see you guys tomorrow anyway. And, I will reiterate one other time here. Hashtag I stand with JBrill and Brandi. If Aiden wants to attack them, and all he's doing is opening more people's eyes to the oxygen thief that he is and the deplorable human being. So keep at it, Aiden. I mean, you like shooting yourself in the foot over and over again. Fine with me, sir. Keep opening your freaking mouth. That's fine. Every time you do it, you make yourself sound like a fucking idiot. All right, I love your stinking faces. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Oh, wait, my outro video isn't even there. Why outro video? Why? Okay, bye.